along. Now he wanted her to, and that knowledge slipped through her like a soft and light caress. "You remember what I told you, sunshine?" he asked in a rich and deeply sensual voice. "I know. You don't do love." She repeated the words he'd said so she could hear them out loud again. She would remember not to get attached, would remember not to let this moment, however wonderful it turned out to be, derail her life. She had plans to make that wouldn't include him. But right now, she had him, and he was unlike anyone she'd ever known. Her hand shook as she opened the door to her home, his body heat sweltering from where he stood behind her. "And you should know," she said. "I don't usually do this. I know my reputation, but I'm a good girl." "I know." His warm breath tickled her neck. "That's why I tried to stay away." They weren't in the house with the door shut 2 minutes when he had her up against the door, arms pinned above her head, ravaging her with open-mouthed kisses. Lips, neck, earlobes. Nothing escaped the warmth of his mouth and tongue. If he kept this up, they'd do it right here, right now, like this. She was ready when he released her arms because then she could touch him like she'd been dying to do. She could let her fingers drift under his shirt and over his tense abs. But when he knelt in front of her, that became difficult to do. She watched as he unzipped her jeans and lowered them, wondering if they were really about to have sex up against a door. "I have, uh, uh," she said as he pulled her panties down to her ankles. But then he groaned and put his mouth on her, his tongue licking every intimate, tender part. And she forgot to remind him that she had a perfectly good bed. With every one of his movements, it seemed as if he was familiar with her and knew exactly what to do without being told. "Open for me," he ordered, and spread her legs apart with his shoulders. She helped, wanting badly to please him, though the position was awkward. But when he continued to tease her mercilessly, she had other problems. She was certain her skin was tight enough to split her into a million pieces. Just when she couldn't take any more pleasure, wiggling and shaking, she crested a powerful peak and cried out, digging fingernails into his shoulders. He kept her from hitting the ground as her legs gave way. Then he slung her over his shoulder. "Bed." "Yes," she agreed, viewing the world upside down and not minding it one bit. The French doors to her room were already opened as she'd left them, and he laid her gently on the bed. She pulled her jeans off the rest of the way, along with her panties, and tossed them aside. About to take her sweater off, she stopped everything when she noticed what Damien was doing. Her breath caught in her throat. He was taking his shirt off, and this she did not want to miss even for the second it would take to yank her top off. She gaped, unable to look away, as he tossed the button-up shirt to the side and went for his pants. His arms were thick and brawny. A striking tribal tattoo below his pec wound around to his back. It was interesting, but there were other stimulating things going on, such as Damien stepping out of his jeans to reveal sinewy thighs and so much more. None of him disappointed. He was big and beautiful, and for now he was all hers. All hers. "Are you done?" he asked, jerking her out of her daze. He was smirking. Oh, crap, mental faceplant. She was staring at his body as if hypnotized. How embarrassing. It was almost as if she'd never seen a naked man before. Well, she'd never seen one that looked like this, not in person. She ducked her head to tug off her sweater, which accomplished being able to hide her flushed face for a second. Um, I was just wondering if this is what all cowboys look like under their chaps, because I think I've been missing out. He snorted. It's my turn now. I want to see all of you. She unsnapped and slipped off her bra, and then was completely bare to him. Lying back on the bed, she let him take his fill of her as she had with him. She didn't feel self-conscious or shy with him, which surprised her. Her body wasn't perfect. She didn't like to work out unless it was on a stage. There was also her long-running love affair with potato chips. But he didn't seem to notice any extra flesh. His heated gaze skimmed over her body, hungry with desire. And everywhere he landed, she nearly burned with the heat. Fuck. You are so beautiful. Covering her with his body, his fingers skimmed her breast and tweaked a nipple. Everywhere he touched, he followed with his warm tongue. He pulled her nipple into his mouth and sucked hard. Her back arched with pleasure, and heat pooled between her legs. He worked her like that, bringing her close to orgasm but then pulling back. It was sweet, sweet agony. After an interminable time, she was desperate to have him inside her and clawed at his rigid butt. Please, Damien. Are you ready for me? One finger dipped inside her and gave him the evidence he needed. Yeah. It was only then that she remembered they needed protection. Optimistic though she'd been, she wasn't prepared for this to happen tonight. And despite her current reputation, she hadn't been with a man in years. I don't have anything here, she said on a hoarse breath. An expression she couldn't read flashed in his eyes, and he reached for his wallet. I've got it. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered if the condom could be expired. Is it an old one? No, he said, not looking at her. I bought some a couple of nights ago. A couple of nights ago? Delight shot through her when she registered that he'd wanted her enough to plan for this moment, enough to drive to the drugstore and spend money on something he'd hoped he would need. Talk about optimistic. Oh, who was she kidding? He'd simply been realistic. She'd wanted him from day one, even when he'd annoyed the living hell out of her. Don't look so surprised. After sleeping next to you, I knew I would never survive another night like that without having you. Speechless, she watched as he ripped the packet open and slowly covered himself. It was such a turn-on that she nearly came again without him. Then his hard body was on top of hers again, kissing her everywhere with his soul-branding tongue. He spread her legs, and with one long stroke, was deep inside of her, making them both moan. Moments later, his strokes became tentative, slow. You okay? Yes. He felt it too, because he was large, and he stretched her. But it didn't hurt at all. Instead, it seemed as if this place inside her was ready and waiting to be filled. She needed him. She was ready for him. Placing her hands on his butt, she urged him on. He obliged eagerly, and his thrusts went deeper and harder, taking her to a place of powerful pleasure like she'd never known before. She'd liked sex the few times she'd had it, but this was different. It was more than sex, more everything. Every one of her senses was engaged as she touched him, tasted him, heard his ragged breaths, and smelled his earthy, manly scent. He moved inside her longer than she would have believed possible, and the entire time he kept a tight control she couldn't understand. She was falling apart here, and he was measured, completely together. And then she realized He was waiting for her. The knowledge of that kindness was the last seam to rip, and she flew apart for him moments later, coming in gasps and moans that sounded like they'd come out of a stranger. She got to watch him, then, as he also let go, cursing and groaning her name. Taking his weight off her, he braced himself above her and simply studied her for several minutes. She was certain he was just as surprised as her. He tucked her next to him, and she curled one leg over his. Both of them were quiet for a few moments, and she wondered if he was thinking the same thing. This couldn't just be a one-time thing. She wouldn't let it be. "We have a problem, Sunshine," he said, his fingers gently caressing the nape of her neck. Oh no, this was where he told her that they'd go back to their corners after tonight. This was where he dropped her because he'd gotten what he wanted from her. "We do?" she whispered, almost afraid to hear the answer. "Yeah," he said, his voice deep and gruff. "I don't know if I can get enough of you." "Really?" She lifted her head from his chest to look at him. Her heart gave a powerful tug. He nodded, looking somber, as if he didn't really like the fact. He told her that he didn't fall in love. She reminded herself that sex and love were different for men, easy to separate. He didn't mean he could fall in love with her. He meant he wanted more sex. She didn't disagree with that point. "Admit it, I'm damn good in bed." "You want more." She had to joke. "That's too easy to admit." "It's not just you who wants another go at this." "That's good to hear, because you're addictive for me." His hand skimmed down her spine and came to rest at the small of her back. "But you remember what I said." "I sure do. That doesn't mean you have to keep repeating it." She flicked his peck with her finger. "Sorry, but I don't want to hurt you or take advantage." "Yes, you've said that like a million times." She disentangled and climbed over him to get out of bed. "I've got something for you." She'd bought it at the gift shop in Hollywood, even while he complained that she would make them lose their fight. But then he'd gone to his corner, and she doubted he deserved her thoughtful gift. He certainly did now. She pulled it out of her dresser drawer, crawled back into bed, and handed him the wrapped tissue paper. "What's this?" he asked, taking it from her. "Remember when you were complaining I would make us miss our flight? Then you went outside to wait because you couldn't take it anymore?" "Yeah," he said slowly and suspiciously. "I got this for you." She bounced on the bed. "I can't believe you haven't unwrapped it yet. If it were me, I'd have torn into it in 2 seconds. He gave her a slow smile, then tore off the paper to reveal a silver-plated Western-style belt buckle with the word Hollywood imprinted on the front. "It's got a little bit of everything. Cowboy and Hollywood. It's both tacky and traditional. And I thought you might like to remember me when you got back to Texas in all your cowboy ways." "You realize I won't ever wear this." He turned it over in his hands. "Aw," she said with mock disappointment. "But I'll always keep it." He set it aside, then reached to pull her into his arms. "Believe that." She buried her face in his warm neck. "Damien, you do realize I've been a willing participant here all along. Don't feel guilty about us." "This just seems too good to be true, so excuse me if I'm suspicious." She sat up straight. "Oh, so now I'm too good to be true. I'm going to need to take out an ad. I'll have the men lining up for a chance with that kind of an endorsement." He scowled. "Don't even think about it. While I'm here, I'm not sharing you with anyone else. Not your ex, not a fan, not a friend, no one. The same goes for me, you know. You're not talking about Molly. His eyes narrowed. Why not? She had her hand on your forearm. She wants you. Yeah, she had her hand on my arm. In some cultures, that means we're engaged. He smirked. Okay, smartass. But don't say I didn't warn you. She lightly smacked his chest. He chuckled. I think you're jealous. Ha, jealous. Why would I be jealous? Who just had fantastic sex and 2 orgasms, huh? Molly should be jealous of me. He rolled and pinned her under him. It's okay to be jealous. Great. You mean I have your permission? Thanks, pal, she teased. Shut up, sunshine, and kiss me. Unable to turn down his generous offer, she did. And then she did some more kissing. And some other things, too. Until they were both satisfied. 12. Leave the Light On by Sam Hunt. Shortly before midnight, DC left Sabrina and snuck back into his room like a teenager who'd stayed out past his curfew. Funny, but it wasn't far from the truth since the B&B's lobby front doors were locked at midnight. He barely made it, thanks to the woman he couldn't get enough of. It would have been easier and less risky to stay the night. But he never spent the night. It was Rule 1. Spending the night gave a woman ideas. He wasn't going there. Not when he'd already broken a rule with Sabrina. She had been more than worth breaking his perfect streak, especially when she'd made it clear that she heard him. He wasn't going to fall in love. Not with her, and not with anyone. Love turned people into damned fools who made decisions without first consulting their brains. Not going to happen. He'd locked his emotions up tight when living through what love for one man had done to his mother. Back in his room, he pulled his clothes off again. Then he placed the Western belt buckle in his briefcase for safekeeping. He'd never wear it. Still, he had a feeling he'd also never get rid of it. Sabrina made him laugh as much as she pissed him off. He'd rather remember the laughter. He took a quick shower, and as the warm water pounded on his back, he reviewed the evening. He'd known Sabrina loved sex because she told him, because she couldn't resist shoving that in his face at every turn. Oh, he believed her. Even before tonight, he'd believed her. But the reality had rocked him to the core. She was enthusiastic, passionate, and he wasn't lying when he said that she was addictive. He would continue to tread carefully and never hurt her. All the usual parameters with a woman were in place. It wasn't like him to ever string anyone along, lie and promise what he wouldn't deliver. Couldn't. For years, he'd had a plan. He was going to stick to that plan. His mother had gone from a woman with occasional bouts of depression to slowly unraveling over the years. He'd grown up without a father. Later, he'd learned that his biological father had never acknowledged her pregnancy or him, and she clearly hadn't been strong enough to overcome that obstacle. Her happiness had been tied up in being with one man she claimed to love. If that was love, he wanted no part of it. The way he saw it, love made a person weak, had them making stupid choices and decisions they wouldn't otherwise. He'd left home on his scholarship, feeling guilt at being happy that he'd finally be free of the gloom and sadness of his mother's home. Then guilt had crushed him when she'd been in a car accident shortly after he'd left home. But now he would finally have peace. No more conflicts, when his entire adult life had been witnessing and then managing other people's conflicts. He'd have acres and acres of land, horses, Time to ride and train them. Privacy. Reminding himself he still had a job to do here, he pulled on a t-shirt and powered up his laptop, then went to the file he had on Sabrina Wilder. She wasn't going to be happy about the next step. He could already hear her complaints, but she'd do it. Sooner or later, she did everything asked of her, even if she was still reviewing whether performing was actually what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. She was still young. If she wanted to take some time off and go to school or try something else for a change, she could do that. There would still be plenty of time for a comeback later. It wasn't an all-or-nothing proposition. He went to the email correspondence between him and the reporter from Country Music Scene. Sabrina would face her first interview with the media post-scandal. She'd need to field the questions that would be lobbed in her direction and learn how to gracefully and tactfully answer them. For that, she'd first practice with him. He had a document with all the pre-submitted questions he'd allow the reporter to ask. Tomorrow morning, he'd find her and deal with this. Drill her all day if needed. Tomorrow night was up for grabs. He didn't see why there couldn't be an encore of tonight. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Sabrina woke up the next morning in a cold bed. Damien was gone, and so was his body heat. She had been prepared for that because he'd told her he wasn't going to stay, and there was no arguing that point. It made sense. She'd already slept with him once when she'd crawled in bed with him and woke the next morning spooning. Now she'd had mind-blowing sex with him. It might be nice to combine those two. She was so worn out and sore that she wanted to call in sick. People did that, she knew, at jobs and such. She'd never had a real job, though, and the only time she could ever take an unplanned day off had meant the flu accompanied by a high fever. Now she worked for herself in a way. The B&B belonged to her family, her grandmother. How did one call in sick to their own grandmother? She couldn't do it. Anyway, Jessie would hunt her down. Then she'd see the afterglow on Sabrina's face and lay into her. But Sabrina hadn't made the same mistake twice. Damien wouldn't hurt her. He wouldn't use her. But maybe she shouldn't have had sex with him. Okay, for sure she shouldn't have. First, she'd never been with a guy who made it clear that he refused to fall in love. She'd been the recipient of plenty of fan mail from men who said they were already in love with her when they didn't even know her, offering marriage proposals. She supposed this thing with Damien was what people called casual sex, and she hadn't been raised that way. Mom would have a conniption fit if she knew, and her father would roll over in his grave. Twice. She deserved better than temporary. Her parents, hell, her sisters, had drilled it into her. A twinge of guilt shot down her spine, because she would much rather have a real relationship. But she still didn't regret this. For all of his anti-love talk, Damien had been tender, slow. They had taken a shower together at some point, and he'd washed her hair. They'd wound up in bed again after the shower because she just couldn't resist him. He'd asked whether she was okay so many times she began to wonder if she looked sick. But no, he'd wanted to make sure she was enjoying him. She would have more of him too, and as soon as possible. She took a good look at her face in the bathroom mirror as she brushed her teeth and got ready for the day. Sex was definitely good for the complexion. Her skin was smooth and silky this morning, with a little extra pink color. It had to be all the endorphins. Loading up on coffee, she headed toward the B&B and the maid cart. Today she had to strip beds in 2 rooms and get them ready for the next guests. Rolling the cart into the seaside room on the first floor, she plugged her earbuds in and went to her Spotify playlist. The first song was Church by Maren Morris, one of her favorites, and a song she wished she could have recorded. She would love to have the talent to write a song like that. It said everything she believed about music. Often country music felt like her church. It felt like her salvation, her religion. She sang along as she stripped the first bed. The maid job gave her time to listen to music and not feel guilty about it. She could also think without distractions, because she had to figure out what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. Not what Lexi wanted, or what her mother wanted. Both wanted her back in Nashville. Sabrina had thought she wanted that too, and never considered any other possibility until Damien gave her permission to decide for herself. Until that moment, she hadn't realized that she had a choice. Her entire life, from the time she was 10, had been mapped out for her. She'd loved her former life. But what if there was something else? Something better? And why had no one other than Damien ever asked her what she wanted? She decided right then and there that she would do some research of her own. She had a little time while she waited to see if there was any interest from Nashville. She could find out what other jobs she might like. Makeup artist would be fun, and she'd already learned so much over the years. She'd have an in with celebrities in Nashville, heck, her own sister. Or she could learn how to design clothes. Her own fashion label, maybe? She'd always been such a fan of fashion and shoes. Then, of course, there were all the lost causes that needed her help. Ever since she'd seen the first commercial about abandoned pets on TV, she'd been giving regularly. What if she started a business to save injured dogs and cats? Sabrina tucked the edge of one sheet in its corner and then reached across the bed to tuck the other one in. She went around to the end of the bed and tucked a third corner in. As usual, it didn't want to stretch, so she pulled on it as hard as she could. For the last corner, there was not enough room. She didn't understand why sheets were never big enough for the beds. There should be a better design. The sheet didn't look right once the fourth corner was somewhat tucked in. She might have the sheet reversed. Pulling it off, she tried again. Tugging at the last corner with all her might, she heard the loud sound of a rip. She groaned. Oh, no. Not again. Gran was going to kill her. Sabrina threw the difficult sheet into the cart and grabbed another one. On her playlist, Miranda Lambert had just declared how her gun was bigger than a man's fist. And Sabrina really thought she might get the sheet to cooperate this time, when someone grabbed her from behind. She nearly had a heart attack, and then had a small one when she turned to see Kit Wilder. Mom. Last month, she'd visited for a short while, but before that she'd stayed away so long that Sabrina had become used to life without her. Jeez, it scared me. She pulled her earbuds out. I've got good news. Mom held her arms out. I sold the condo, and I'm moving back to Whistle Cove. That's great. Though Jessie might not like it much. She pretty much ran things around here, and she and Mom butted heads often. I'm taking Lexi's old service cottage. Does Gran know? Things had just started to calm down. No one in Whistle Cove talked about her indiscretion anymore. It was behind them, and they understood Sabrina had made a mistake, and she was forgiven. But Mom had a way of bringing the drama with her. She was a dead ringer for Samantha from Sex and the City, with all the great clothes and style, but without all the promiscuity. Do you really think she'd turn away her only daughter-in-law? The mother of her granddaughters? No, but she'd probably like to know what's going on. I'll tell her right after I find Jessie. Kit glanced at the unmade bed and frowned. Honey, you've got the sheet on sideways. I do? I thought it was sideways the first time. Mom went around the other side of the bed. She switched the sheet's direction, snapped it so that it laid out all on its own, then went around tucking corners and smoothing it over like some kind of a professional. I haven't figured this out yet, Sabrina said. But she would. Surely a sheet couldn't best her. That's because You don't have any business making other people's beds. People should be making the bed for you. Mom finished by smoothing the tight center down one last time. Sabrina didn't appreciate it when Mom made her sound like someone who couldn't be bothered with menial chores, like a diva. I don't mind helping. Gran needs me, especially with Lexi gone. You've been such a big help, but I'm here now and I'll take over. You should just concentrate on getting back to Nashville. I know Lexi misses you. Sure, Sabrina said, unwilling to share her possible new direction with Mom. She'd strike it down like enemy fire. Mom had been hopeful that all of her daughters would get back to the music business sooner rather than later. She would have helped if she had the connections that her father had, but she didn't. Still, she and Daddy had been both of a mindset that Sabrina was born to perform. Maybe they were right. But how would she know there was nothing else she'd rather do if she didn't at least consider the idea? I'm going to go find Jessie and get the key. I've got a couple of suitcases with me, but the rest of my things are being shipped. Tony will help you with the luggage, Sabrina said. And I should also meet this fixer man that Luke sent for you. How's that going? She quickly appraised Lexi's outfit, the simple working uniform of the B&B, jeans and a long-sleeved branded polo shirt. I'm glad to see you're back to dressing normally and not in one of your ridiculous costumes. Mom loved fashion as much as Sabrina did, and had both sewn and chosen all of her earlier wardrobe for years. Now Sabrina pictured Mom meeting Damien. Then a huge freeway pile-up after an accident. It was the first image that came to mind. This wouldn't be good. Both had strong personalities, and if Damien had thought she was difficult, wait until he met her mother. Damien's great. I went to Hollywood a few days ago and met a few industry professionals and had a meltdown, but let's not go there. How exciting! Yeah, it was nice. I'm learning so much from him about image and handling fame and the press. Damien Caldwell, right? He likes everyone to call him DC. And I got a new wardrobe. Sabrina got excited. Few people in her inner circle would appreciate her new clothes like Mom would. Wait till you see this dress. Is it very shiny? Sabrina was about to tell her mom that the dress might be seen from space, it was so glittery, but Jessie appeared in the doorway. Mom? Sweetheart! Surprise! Mom flew into Jessie's arms. I'm home to stay. Since when? From over Mom's shoulder, Jessie made a face and mouthed, Did you know about this? Sabrina shrugged and mouthed back, No idea. Since you all need my help around here, Kit pulled back, her neck swiveling duck-like. And I can take Lexi's old cottage. Well, Jessie said, I was going to offer the room to Olga in case she ever needed to stay overnight. Don't be silly. She wouldn't want to be away from Tony even for a single night. I know because I was the same way with your blessed father. She sniffed, waving her hand as if to tamp down the tears. Oh my, don't get me started. Aw, Mom. Sabrina came to hug her from behind, and then all three of them were in a group hug. Remember when your daddy would have all five of us hug it out before each performance? You girls were so little. Where did the time go? She squeezed tighter. I'm sorry, Jessie said. I didn't mean to sound ungrateful. We can always use the extra help around here. Yeah, Sabrina said. So much to do running a B&B. I never had any idea. Mom waved a hand dismissively. It's housework, and I've done my share of that. Jessie turned to Sabrina. I actually came looking for you for a reason. DC wants to talk to you. Okay, but I'm not done with this room. I just had a little trouble with the sheets. Again? Jessie went hand on hip. You try making these beds. I still say the sheets are the wrong size. For the last time, they're not the wrong size. How many times do I have to tell you, now, girls, please? Let's calm down, Mom said. Sabrina, you go ahead and check in with DC. I'm sure he's got more important things for you to do. I'll take care of the rooms. Both Sabrina and Jessie turned to Mom, jaws gaping. Mom couldn't be serious. She wore black high-heeled pumps and a matching pencil skirt paired with a silk blouse. She glanced down at her outfit and laughed. Well, quick, somebody get me a uniform. 13. You Make It Easy by Jason Aldean. Sabrina headed to the deck where Jessie had informed her Damien waited. If he wanted an answer on what she'd decided about her future, she didn't even want to tell him she was contemplating anything other than Nashville. If she didn't choose Nashville, he'd have no incentive to stick around. Even if she understood she had no future with him, Sabrina wasn't ready to say goodbye. But she'd get there. Her old life had meant saying goodbye every few months to new friends. When she got back from the road, everyone had moved on. There were new cliques and alliances. She didn't fit in with anyone but her sisters. After a while, she'd stop trying. This should be no different then, except that this time he'd be the one to leave. Granted, she wasn't used to that, but he had to get back to his precious cattle ranch. Eventually, she imagined, he'd find a woman who was a much better match for him, someone who wanted to live home on the range. She wondered if that woman would have to slaughter cows or milk them. It might almost be possible to feel sorry for her. But at the moment, she wanted to wrap her hands around the neck of this imaginary woman and squeeze. Sabrina wanted him. He was hers, and she was his. He'd said so. For now. She found him at a table, hunched over his laptop. The wind kicked up and blew his dark locks around, giving him a Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights look. He glanced up as she approached, and the hint of a smile tipped his lips. His eyes were soft and warm. Her heart gave a powerful tug. Sit, he ordered, and pointed to the chair across from his own. You need to ask nicely. His brows scrunched together, and a tiny flash of scary calm crossed in his gaze. Because, our relationship is a little different now. You should ask and not order. His eyes darkened. Why not? You seemed to like my orders last night. That's different. Her face flushed. You're not going to sit until I ask you to sit? I'll sit down when I feel like it if you don't ask nicely. He shrugged and went back to his laptop. Suit yourself. It shouldn't have surprised her that he wouldn't even budge on this tiny thing. He was such an infuriating alpha man. After 3 minutes of standing, she took a seat. Not across from him. Next to him. Then she laid a hand on his thigh. He quirked a brow. What? I decided I wanted to sit down. That's not what I meant. He glanced down at her hand. No one can see us. He nodded. Tell me, baby, why do you have to fight me on every little thing? Because it's fun? He took her hand, but rather than move it, he set it further up his thigh. Ought not to make it fun anymore. I should take you over my lap and give you a spanking. Huh. Well, I'm not really into that, but I read the book. He snorted and didn't respond to that. Back to work. I have an interview scheduled for you with a representative from country music scene, day after tomorrow. You need to be ready for it. There may be some hard-hitting questions. She hadn't expected that this soon in the process. Her experience with the media hadn't been at all positive in more than a year. They'd hounded her for interviews. Her story. They all wanted an explanation. An exclusive. Rather than give them what they wanted, she and her sisters had retreated to Whistle Cove, where the residents mostly left them alone. Okay, I'll talk about anything except the photo. That's exactly what you're going to talk about. Your fans want to hear from you, not from the loser who sold the photo, not the tabloid who published it, and not the recording label. You. But no room for negotiation on this one. Frankly, you should have gotten ahead of this story the moment you heard about it. If you get in front of a scandal, admit what you've done wrong, and apologize, there's nothing left to gossip about anymore. No rumor and innuendo, just the facts. Takes the wind right out of their freaking sails. She took her hand back, ready to fight. I don't like talking about it. It's so humiliating. Makes me look like an idiot, which I was. He met her eyes. You may not like talking about it, but you will. She squirmed, hearing the no-nonsense tone in his voice. What do I say? I'm going to walk you through it, but we can start with how you explained it to me. Just that simple. Oh, okay. How many people read this blog? Their circulation is close to 1 million. 1 million? She doubted that many people would be interested in her sad story. But then she remembered how many people on the freeway were fascinated by a car accident. Everyone had to slow down enough to see all the damage. It was hard to look away from that kind of thing. 1 million people would be reading about the biggest mistake of her life, when up until that lousy day, she'd been such a good girl. She still considered herself to be a good girl. She loved her grandma, mom, and sisters. She'd never hurt a single soul on purpose. Once, at the height of her fame, her parents had discussed how she could be an example to young girls everywhere. Guess now she'd be a cautionary tale. Fine, but that TV doctor is where I draw the line. She swished an imaginary line in the air. You see that? That right there is the line. He smirked. You got it. No TV doctors. Since he'd hit her with some not-so-pleasant news, she figured he deserved fair warning of a cold front coming in. Her mother might want a part in all this. She'd want to look at the questions and give her input, too. My mom showed up today. She's moving back, which is a little bit of a surprise. I didn't know she'd be coming, but for a while she's talked about moving back home. Now she's here for good. You can introduce me later. She nodded. You know my parents got me into this business, and now that it's just my mother, let's just say she's invested. Understood. Okay, but you've been warned. She might want to look at the questions ahead of time. She won't get what she wants. Oh boy. Almost 2 hours later, DC had drilled Sabrina on all the questions, the ones he'd pre-approved with the journalist and which accomplished their purpose. He was surprised to see her only argue with him 10 more times before she gave in. Always happened. Eventually. She just wasn't easy. In fact, she'd made this job a lot more difficult than it would have been with anyone else. But given these same circumstances, by now he'd have long left this job in his rear view if it had been anybody but her. While he would share that information with her, he worried that she might make more out of it than she should. He'd already spent the night with her before they'd had sex. Even if it was completely unintentional, She'd been at her rock bottom in the bathroom of that hotel room, and an intimacy had grown between them that went far beyond the physical. It completely unnerved him. There was also the fact that she saw right through him when no one else ever had. He'd gotten used to being alone, and he didn't like the idea of changing now. But she, of all people, saw him. "One last time," he said. "Statement." She did her eye roll thing. "I'm so sorry if I hurt any of my loyal fans, but I made a terrible mistake. I trusted someone I shouldn't have. I did something impulsive that is not part of my real character. This was my mistake, and I don't blame anyone else. I've moved beyond that part of my life and hope that others will be able to forgive me like I've finally forgiven myself." Good. Each time the statement was a little different, but he liked that better than a canned response. Sounded far more believable. "Can we take a break now?" She stretched her arms in the air. He was sufficiently satisfied that she would sail through the interview as long as she followed his directions. Orders, as she would say. Either way. "Sure. You probably need to get back to work." And he should make a call about the offer on the ranch. He shut his laptop and stood. She was still sitting and looking up at him expectantly. "You don't want me to ask you to stand, do you?" "Ha ha. No, I just wanted to ask you to come over later." She avoided his eyes. "Tonight?" "What? No snappy sexual innuendo? Now you're being shy with me?" When she met his gaze, it was strangely vulnerable. "I got nothing." He tugged her up. "That's because you don't need to joke about it anymore. It happened." "Yeah, I just hope it will happen again. Tonight? 3 times, because good things come in threes?" There she is. She smiled at him, soft eyes shimmering. Both hands skimmed up his forearms to his biceps. That simple touch from her had him on fire, thinking on whether it would be possible to sneak in an afternoon session. No reason to wait until the sun went down. No reason, that is, other than the fact that he shouldn't blatantly advertise this thing between them. It wasn't his career that concerned him any longer, or his reputation. He worried about her. Although he wasn't noble enough to stay away, he still had to protect her. Image could be everything. All the media had to do was catch wind that she'd taken up with the very man come to repair her image, and maybe all their hard work would be undone. That meant the cover of darkness. "Name the time," he said, reminding himself he was 32 and not 17 again. Leaving Sabrina until later, he walked to his room, deposited his laptop, and changed for a run. Then he phoned Annie King to get an update on his offer. She hadn't called back, which had him curious. "Hi, DC," she said. "I was going to call you." "What's the latest?" "It's not good," she began. "They got another offer in. The new buyer is offering twice the asking price." DC cursed. "Twice?" This didn't make sense. Why would anyone pay twice the market value price? Unless... It's exactly what you're thinking. He got wind you were trying to buy it. It was like all the oxygen had been knocked out of him. He should have known this would happen. His damned egotistical sperm donor couldn't stand for DC to own a cattle ranch. Too close to his birthright, he imagined. Besides, his father's family might eventually put it together when another Caldwell, one they didn't know, owned substantial land. Damien had toyed with the idea of naming it the Caldwell Ranch just to piss the man off. He'd keep to his end of the bargain and never ask for his inheritance. But if someone came along and figured it out, he couldn't do much about that, could he? He cursed a blue streak. Have the Farrells accepted yet? Surprisingly, no. He spoke through gritted teeth. You're serious? I am, but I'm worried. How long can someone hold out on an offer like that? Why the hell didn't you call me right away? She hesitated. I've been thinking about how I could break this to you. He cursed again. Never. Delay. Again. Never. I'll match the fucking offer. There was silence on the other end for a moment. But matching this offer, don't you want to consult with your broker first? Don't need to consult with anyone. Make the offer and never hold out on me again. DC hung up, fury consuming him. It sat in his gut like fire. He didn't want them to accept his offer simply because they might hate to see it go to the senior Caldwell, who was buying up ranches as fast as he could get his hands on them. DC wanted to beat the old man fair and square. He paced the room, thinking of the jackass who believed he could beat him, the man who didn't have the balls to recognize his own son. Image. Yeah, it mattered. It mattered to the man who had portrayed himself as a family man to the core, and yet had impregnated a much younger woman. DC's mother. That man had a carefully crafted image that didn't have much to do with reality. He destroyed DC's mother bit by bit. She'd gone from the vibrant, beautiful woman who'd once been a Miss Texas to the other woman, cast aside. Rather than fight back, she'd retreated, hurt and damaged, weak from her intense love for a man who wanted nothing more to do with her. That kind of overwhelming love and addiction to someone destroyed from the inside out. He'd been the dutiful son and taken care of his mother for years, enduring her bouts of depression and doing what he could. His plans had been to take care of her even better if he'd managed the long shot to the NFL. Buy her a beautiful home, hire a full-time caretaker in case she ever tried to hurt herself, as he'd secretly always feared she would. When he'd lost his scholarship, it was more than his own future on the line. She'd died in a car accident a year after he'd gone to university, releasing DC from his promise that he'd never ask his biological father for a dime. But his father had no idea who he was dealing with any longer. He only knew the man who'd accepted a settlement for agreeing to never disclose he was his illegitimate son. He remembered that kid, desperate and in trouble with nowhere else to turn. He'd taken what he could get and parlayed his small payday into something much larger. DC had the money to match his father's offer. It made no sense to pay more than the place was worth, but the pleasure he'd feel at ripping it from his deadbeat father's grasp would more than make up for it. After 10 minutes of pacing in his room, he realized he had an entire beach at his disposal and set off for a run. He passed other joggers, some of them with their dogs going at a much slower pace, left them in the dust. He ran until he could hear the loud thud of his heartbeat in his ears. When his temper had cooled enough, he turned back, slowing down and coaxing his body to do the same. Sweat beads slithered down his back and face. He wiped them away with the back of his hand. He needed a shower. He needed Sabrina. Tonight he would bury himself inside her. He'd tell her all the dirty things he was about to do to her. No more holding back. She wasn't a kid at all, but a woman who'd been facing some of the shit he'd faced at a much younger age. But there was one marked difference. She'd always had her family, and they'd had her back. DC hadn't had anyone since his mother passed away. No brothers or sisters, At least none who knew about him or would recognize him as one of the Dallas Caldwells. But he'd had a mentor who'd been like a father, and he had a handful of true friends he could count on for anything. The type who'd help him bury a body, if needed, and ask no questions. Later, DC spent some time speaking with the journalist who would interview Sabrina. Felicia Tyler was excited, as she should be. This interview was a bit of a coup, and she was a young reporter DC had thrown a bone. She'd once done him a favor and pulled a negative story on one of his clients simply because he'd asked. He knew it went a little further than a simple favor out of kindness. She'd had a crush on him, and he'd used that to his favor. He'd guaranteed that he'd repay her someday, and that day had come. The questions were all pre-approved by DC, but there were no softballs either. He took care of a few more phone calls and emails, and finally made the phone call he'd been avoiding. It was time. "Hey, dude," Luke answered. DC had his private cell number as he did with all of his clients. He could be trusted never to give it out, and everyone knew it. "Checking in. How's Operation Wildest Sister going?" "You weren't lying. She's a handful." "Yeah, well, I warned you," he chuckled. "But she's on board with what you're trying to do." "We've made some progress." And now to the issue he wanted to bring up. "After you hired me, I used some of my contacts at RiseUp, made some connections. The Los Angeles branch was more than interested, but that's not going to work out." "LA? Surprised?" "Well, yeah, Sabrina's practically a Nashville fixture. Or she was. Those seem to be her feelings as well." Neglecting to mention the meltdown, knowing now that she was as strong as he wanted her to be, DC went on to explain his progress and his plans. "I've got interest from the biggest label in Nashville." "That's amazing." He spoke offline, presumably to Lexi. "There's something you should know," DC said, prepared for some pushback. "I've asked Sabrina to decide for herself if this comeback is what she really wants." There was silence on the other end, and then Luke finally spoke. "And?" Seemed like no one had ever asked her that before. "Know what? That's probably true. She was almost born into this business. I think she should decide for herself." "You're right." "She's still thinking it over. In the meantime, we keep moving forward." "Man, you do have a set of balls on you." "Gotta believe Kit didn't take that well." "No idea. She doesn't know." Luke exhaled. "She will. And you're going to hear about it. Kit has definite ideas on her daughters' careers. She and John Wilder crafted the original image they had, a wholesome family with well-behaved daughters. That image has left the building. Her daughters are grown women with minds of their own, especially the youngest. You don't have to tell me that, but you might have to tell Kit." Luke laughed. "No one tells me how to do my job." "Knew I liked you." DC hung up, satisfied, but found himself unable to drop the pissy mood. Running had cooled him down from his previous semi-homicidal mood, but the same rage still sat in his gut, directed toward the senior Caldwell. The man was costing DC more money he'd worked hard for years to accumulate. Sure, he could find another ranch, but he wasn't going to back down now. Not for a minute. Not when he could match the old man's offer. DC almost wished he could be in the same room when the fucker heard the news that his offer had been matched. It would mean he'd either have to walk away from the deal or throw more money at it. He wouldn't want to throw more money at it when he'd already doubled the asking price, mistakenly thinking that he'd closed the deal instantly. Mistakenly thinking that DC was the same scared kid who'd taken his conditional help. Pretty soon, he realized nothing else was going to help but seeing Sabrina. So he headed out to grab dinner at a local seafood place on the wharf. Along the boardwalk, he found his pick of vendors. Stores lined the wharf, selling touristy items and plenty of food from fish to saltwater taffy. There were high-quality restaurants as well as vendors, selling everything from shrimp cocktails to fried fish. He showed up at Sabrina's cottage, loaded down with clam chowder bread bowls, fried calamari, and fries. "Ooh," Sabrina said when she opened the door to him. "You hungry?" "Sure. Wow, I didn't think you'd bring me dinner." She sashayed into the kitchen, and he followed that tantalizing ass, something close to mesmerized. "Why not? You think this is just a booty call?" Sabrina simply turned back to flash a smile at him. "You make that sound like a bad thing." He set the package of food on the table in her small kitchen. Never having been in the kitchen, which was at the back of the cottage, he noticed that Sabrina kept it neat and tidy in here. Either that or she never cooked. A distinct possibility he didn't discount. The dark wood table was small, with only 2 stools. Sabrina helped unpack the food, then went through her cupboards looking for plates, spoons, and forks, which she set on the table. They both dug in, going for the bread bowls first. The New England clam chowder from the Monterey Wharf was first-rate, DC had found, and in some cases, even award-winning. Well-deserved, too. Sabrina broke off a piece of bread and dunked it in the chowder. "This is my favorite meal. I could live on bread. Don't tell anyone, but I think I might have been a carb in another life." He chuckled. The first one of the day, as it turned out. But then quickly became entranced by the way she ate. Lusty and sensual, like the way she sang. "What?" she said, licking her lips after a dribble of soup had escaped. "Do I have something on my face?" "Not anymore." If it happened again, he would lick it off. "Got some news today, and I'm going to have to cut this short. Need to get back to Texas. There's a bit of a problem with the ranch I want." "Oh." She wouldn't meet his eyes as she dipped the spoon back in the bread bowl. "Your ranch?" "Yeah. If I don't get back soon, I'll have no ranch." "What do you mean?" "Someone else made an offer. Double the asking price. I had to match it." Why would someone offer double the price? Why indeed? To close the deal. I don't know much about ranches, but isn't there another one around you could buy? Sure. I want this one. You always get what you want, don't you? That was almost funny. Not even close, sunshine. She stopped eating then, and he wished he hadn't brought this up until later. What about me? My work here is done. The interview tomorrow will conclude our business. She's a reporter who owes me a favor, and she's going to ask you only pre-submitted questions. You'll be portrayed in a favorable light. She's got the scoop, and that's huge for her. Now you've got interest from several labels, and it's just a matter of you flying out to Nashville to look over contracts and sign with one of them. Frankly, I've overstepped my bounds here. Your agent or manager should take care of the rest from here. I guess my manager will be my mother. Kit Wilder? That was disturbing. He'd rather have her with someone who had experience in the more recent world of the Nashville music business scene. If she wasn't careful, she'd sign all her rights away. Her future. But Lexi Wilder wouldn't allow that to happen. Luke would also have some input. They could guide her the rest of the way. It used to be my father. She's going to want to do it now. The only reason she's not doing that for Lexi is because she went with Luke's management. It just made sense. She shrugged. You can consider them too, or I can make some referrals. Family and business don't always make the best combination. You need a powerhouse behind you. Okay, she said, looking disheartened. She was very attached to her family. That was clear to anyone with half a brain. I'll think about it. A cloud had come over her gaze. What's wrong, baby? You're leaving. This is our last night. Then the interview tomorrow, and you're off to be a cowboy, right? Right. But you knew that. I know. I know you're leaving. You don't fall in love. You don't do relationships. But I'm going to miss you anyway, if that's okay with you. Not at all. It wasn't okay with him. At least the pinch in his chest at hearing she'd miss him was very much not okay. He didn't want her to miss him any more than he wanted to miss her. He wanted her to go on without him and leave him in the dust, alone at last. But when she climbed off her stool and joined him on his, straddling him, he lost words. They were right there on the tip of his tongue. It's not okay. Move on. Don't count on me for anything. He just couldn't say them out loud when she kissed his neck. Who tried to take the ranch from you? Yeah, it was hard to focus when she did that thing with her tongue. Just a nearby rancher who has too much but can never get enough. Who is he? You know him, right? He stiffened when her hands went under his shirt, because of the question and because of the warm fingers splayed across his abs. How do you know? You said to listen to what people are not telling you as much as what they're telling you. And you know that man, whoever he is. You know him, and you hate him. I want to know why. She was a quick study, this one. How could this girl, he meant woman, 6 years younger than him, read him so well? Either he wasn't the soulless man he thought he was, or she had some kind of insight into his mind that no one else had. How do you know I hate him? His hands tightened around her waist as she gyrated into his erection. It's in the way your jaw gets tight when you mention him. Is he your mortal enemy? He couldn't help but chuckle. Close. And if we're going to do this, we'll do it my way. 14. Cry Pretty by Carrie Underwood. Sabrina was firmly removed from Damien's lap just when she was getting into her erotic lap dance. Undulating her hips as best as she could, she felt his hard promise for tonight, and she was going to do her best to wear him out. Their last night, and she would make it count. She stayed planted on the floor in front of him, curious as to what he meant by his way, when as far as she could tell, his body was enjoying her way. Take off your clothes, he ordered. Now? Here? She looked down at her outfit. A pair of purple woolly socks, blue jeans, and a white fisherman's sweater. She'd never taken off her clothes in the kitchen. Everyone knew that being naked in the kitchen was dangerous, and not just because of the way her heart was currently racing at stroke levels. His eyes had darkened to almost black with their blazing heat. Yeah, for each question you ask, and I answer, you take something off. Deal. She removed one woolly sock and smiled at his scowl. Who is he? My father. Your father? Yes, he answered quickly. Take something else off. No fair. That one wasn't really a question. You already answered it. At his quirked eyebrow, she took the other sock off, sighing heavily. You're cheating. He leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Hey, you're the one with all of the questions. Why do you hate him? She removed her sweater, revealing her black lacy bra. With a wolfish grin, he answered. He makes it easy. That's not an answer. He lifted a shoulder. She went hands on hips and cocked her head until he gave in. Short answer, I didn't grow up with him. He refuses to acknowledge I'm his son. Her heart fell to her toes while she considered her next question. This time she shimmied out of her jeans and cast them to the side. Why? Damien's eyes took her in, his gaze sweeping from her exposed stomach to her legs. Nice. You didn't answer the question. He went palms up. He was already married when he got my mother pregnant, and getting the waitress at his favorite golf resort pregnant was not fitting with the image of a devout family man. He's filthy rich and has a way of buying people off for their silence. Sabrina sucked in a breath, outraged for him. He bought your silence, too? He took a step toward her and stared until she unsnapped her bra and removed it. Remember the trouble I got into when I lost my scholarship? At her nod, he continued. It was the first and last time I went to him. My mother had refused to ask him for anything when he didn't leave his wife for her. I needed help getting through college once the scholarship money was gone. I figured the man owed my mother, even if he owed me nothing. He introduced me to the man who made his problems go away, paid for my college tuition, and asked me never to contact him again. He had me sign an agreement that I'd never ask for a DNA test or speak to the press about our relationship. It was only then that I realized for certain I was his son. And he knew it too. Heart aching for him, she slipped out of her panties. Naked and completely exposed to him, she asked her last question, because she had to know. Where's your mom now? She'd always struggled. The tone of his voice was flat, removed. She died in a car accident years ago. Her heart shattered then, just broke into 1,000 pieces, and she stayed rooted to her spot on the cold kitchen tile floor. She was vaguely aware she was shivering now, naked and bare to him. Baby, I'm so sorry. She went into his arms and plastered her body against his. I wish I'd known that. You're strong, sunshine. Stronger than she ever was. She let the world beat her down. Maybe it was because of my father. Maybe it was just who she was. I don't know. But once someone knocked her down, she never got up again. Hand on the nape of her neck, he gripped her tightly, making a point. She understood. Sabrina had gotten up again. But she'd say that was not just because she'd been taught how to be strong, but because she had two equally tough sisters who always had her back. A family who'd stayed strong for the small amount of time when she couldn't be. But Damien's mother might not have had that kind of support. The someone who'd knocked her down was the man Damien hated, for good reason. She didn't want him to go to Texas, but she also needed him to have his ranch, if only to take it away from that horrible man. Her eyes watery, she fought to control her emotions, but her lower lip trembled. You're going to get that ranch and be a bigger and better cowboy than he ever was. Rancher, he said, hands on her behind as he hauled her into his arms. I will be, but not tonight. Tonight is about us. He carried her from the kitchen into the bedroom, laying her down on the bed like precious cargo. For someone who was so bossy and domineering, he could be unbelievably gentle at times. And she loved the way he made her feel. Loved it when he hungrily took in her imperfect body, which didn't seem to matter to him. His, on the other hand, was molded like steel. But he obviously worked at it, and probably didn't have the same addiction to chocolate and potato chips that she did. Even though tonight wasn't their first time, It still felt that way to her. Eyes riveted on him, she watched as he kicked off his boots and slowly unbuttoned his shirt, not once breaking eye contact. He threw his shirt aside and went for his pants. Wait, let me, please. She kneeled on the edge of the bed and stayed his hands. He let her take over, and she unbuttoned and unzipped his pants. Then her fingers slowly drifted down his abs and back up to his pecs. She followed with her tongue, licking her way down to the waistband of his pants. Then she pulled on his pants and underwear until she could reach inside and take him in her hands. Enjoying the hiss that tore out of him, she stroked him over and over again. He tensed in her hand to the consistency of marble. Enough, he said, and tackled her to the bed. My turn. You're very bossy, you know. I know, and you love it. Sometimes. There was something to be said for a man who ordered her to let go of every last one of her inhibitions, who ordered her to enjoy every wonderful and wicked thing he was doing to her body. They were skin to skin, belly to belly, sliding against each other in a tangle of arms, legs, and hips. He sought her lips and kissed her, his tongue warm and wet and insistent, demanding. She opened to him, her bones melting, and she grew weak under his ministrations. There was just no other word for it. He had her. He'd had her from day one. His mouth lowered to the column of her neck, his tongue leaving a hot branding path as he made his way south. He sucked in a nipple, teasing her with his tongue until the nipple was one hard peak. He gave equal attention to both breasts, slowly whipping her into a frenzy of hot, pulsating desire. She'd never known anything like this all-consuming need that ripped through her body. She was desperate to have him inside her, tugged on his buttock, and tried to make it happen. He wasn't cooperating. Look at me, he suddenly growled, and she realized only then her eyes were closed against the intensity of her sweet agony. I want you to see who's doing this to you, who's going to make you come harder than you ever have. I'm looking at you, she said, eyes locked on his gaze. He didn't break eye contact, and the moment was both erotic and intimate. She felt linked to him in a bigger way than she'd ever expected or planned. A mixture of both pleasure and fear now rocked through her as he continued his slow torture. Please, now, she tugged on him. Get in me. Love when you beg, he said as he crawled back up her body. Moments later, he'd ripped a condom packet open with his teeth and protected them both. He rolled her, so she was on top, and then lifted her on him as if she weighed nothing. Damn, I like this view, he said on a ragged breath. His gaze ate her up, but his hands were on her hips, moving her on him in a steady rhythm. He was deep inside her, going deeper each time, then moving her off him only to do it again and again. The delicious pressure and friction rose inside her, and she gripped his shoulders to have something to cling to as her world spun out of control. Baby, she moaned and cried out as her body tensed and convulsed. Waves of pleasure hit her hard, one after another. He joined her a moment later, and at the sound of his guttural groan her pleasure mixed with his in an irresistible combination. This was it, she realized as they slowed together, coming down from the peak. He'd ruin her for all other men. It wasn't until hours later, when he was still lying in bed, his arms full of Sabrina, that DC wondered why he'd told her about his mother. He didn't discuss that part of his life with anyone, not even those closest to him. It was both painful and humiliating. For a long time, he'd been angry and ashamed that she'd been so weak. Then he'd met real desperation and been forced to reach out to his father. Only then had he understood how someone could feel so small and insignificant that it took too much energy and strength to bounce back. He wasn't one of those people. He got up again, fists swinging. And so had Sabrina. Realizing he had nothing to do with it, he was still proud of her. Even when she'd pissed him off, she was a fighter, like him. And she was currently singing to him. Have you thought any more on what we talked about? Yes, I know. You're leaving. It's okay. He tried to ignore the small flash of irritation he felt that she'd taken his leaving sooner so easily. Not that. Talking about whether you've decided music is what you want to do for the rest of your life. I'm still thinking. Think fast, because you're going to get an offer soon. Don't feel pressure to say yes right away. It will give you a little more time. Do you do this with all your clients? She went up on one elbow. Do you ask them if they're doing what they want to do with their life? No, but I probably should have. You're also the first client I've had that didn't ever have a real choice. It isn't like I hated what I was doing. I really loved singing and performing with my sisters, and my parents knew it. It will be different now, on your own. I know, she sighed. And that's scary. It just can't be the reason I decide. Damn straight. This woman. She was tough inside, but soft on the outside. He couldn't deny he would miss her sass and spunk. Yeah, okay, he would miss a whole hell of a lot more. Too damn bad her life was the very opposite of what he wanted for the next stage of his. Because he had no doubt she'd choose music. It wasn't just what she did, but who she was. She'd soon come to that realization, if she hadn't already. She couldn't stop singing, and it would be a damn shame for the music world if she did. She'd had a very public life. He'd been through enough conflict and looked forward to a peaceful life. A life when he'd travel only where and when he wanted. Can you spend the night with me? Sleep with me? I better not, sunshine. She sat up straight. Why? Because of some stupid rule you have? Yeah. A one-word answer. He was having a difficult time ignoring her rosy pink nipples, and his gaze slipped to her naked breasts. She pulled the sheet up to cover herself, forcing him to meet her eyes. That's what I thought. It's a stupid rule. You don't need to worry about me wanting a marriage proposal or anything. You're leaving tomorrow, so what's the big deal? Are you afraid I'm going to stalk you? Follow you out to your cattle ranch? I'm not afraid of that. I don't even like cows. He quirked a brow at this because, seriously, how could anyone not like cows? What about horses? I like horses. They're beautiful. She climbed out of bed and reached for a robe, then pointed at him. And you're trying to change the subject. Where are you going? Popcorn. She shuffled to the kitchen and he followed her, pulling on his underwear. She may have been buck naked in the kitchen for him, but he didn't feel like being quite that physically vulnerable. If there were going to be any cooked nuts in here, they sure wouldn't be his. Are we having our first fight? He asked. First? Ha! She rifled through her cabinets, coming up with a sealed bag of microwave popcorn. Obviously, you can't count. I meant first fight as lovers. First and last, I guess. It's not like we had much time. She set the bag in the microwave and furiously punched buttons. You're pissed, because I don't want to spend the night. Bingo. Give the man a prize. Great. Can my prize be that you come back to bed and take some of that anger out on me in there? He grinned, hoping to ease the tension of the moment. She scoffed. I'm mad because you have such little faith in me. Not true. If you believed me, then you wouldn't be so stubborn. Baby, Next time you think stubborn, go look in a mirror. Ha ha. What's it going to hurt for you to spend the night? Do you snore and think you'll keep me up all night? Rather than tell her the truth, he made something up. Maybe I'm the one who won't be able to sleep. I don't snore. No, but you'll take up half the bed, and you're hard to ignore. Sleeping seems like such a waste. And there's the whole attachment thing. His now, not so much hers, it would seem. If she didn't have any worries she'd get too attached to him, she was in a very different place than he was at the moment. But mention that, and he had a feeling he'd be out on his ass too soon tonight for his taste. The buttery popcorn smell had now permeated the kitchen and almost overpowered her own sweet flowery scent. He brushed up against her and stopped the timer on the microwave. What are you doing? It's going to burn. Never listen to the directions. Once the pop slows down, it's ready. Deliberately, his hand drifted from the small of her back and came to rest on her round ass. She didn't pull away. Are you some kind of a popcorn expert or something? Or something. He grinned and kissed her neck, gratified by the hitch in her breath. You sure have a good way of distracting me. Why? Forget all about the popcorn, he whispered, as his hand dove under her robe and tweaked a soft nipple until it rose to a full peak. For now, she smiled against his lips. Then, for the second time that night, he carried her into the bedroom. As a compromise, he promised he wouldn't leave until she fell asleep. Predictably, he didn't doze off, but instead stared at the numbers on the digital clock as he heard her breaths become slow and even. He asked himself again how in the hell he'd gotten into this predicament. Where had he gone off track? Had it been the moment they met, when he'd recognized something of himself in her? Proud but fighting the shame she harbored? Feisty but vulnerable? Or maybe it had been the night on the beach when she'd spelled it out for him. Maybe it had been in Hollywood, when he'd taken her on that silly bus tour and acted like they were together. He had no idea. But he did know one thing. He would have to get back on target soon. Like tomorrow. Close to the midnight hour, DC quickly dressed, hurrying to get to the main house before the locks went on. He jogged over, believing he'd make it. But when he arrived at 11:59, the doors were locked. 15. Mercy by Brett Young. DC cursed a blue streak. It's not midnight, he argued with no one. What the hell was he supposed to do now? He could go back to Sabrina, but he'd locked the door behind him and he didn't want to wake her. Going back would also defeat the purpose of not spending the night in the first place. He felt like a kid who'd missed curfew. Pulling on the door again, he wrenched on it hard, hoping someone inside might hear him and take pity. No one did. This was what he got for not staying at a hotel in town. The lobby doors stayed open all night instead of this mom-and-pop scenario. Stay at the Wilder B&B, I said. I'll save time, I said. Idiot. Oh, hello, said a small voice behind him. He turned, and thanks to his awesome run of luck these days, he was 99% sure this middle-aged blonde woman, who had green eyes a shade darker than her daughter's, was Kit Wilder. In the flesh. Time had done its work, and she looked different than the photos he'd seen of her on the internet. She was still a beautiful woman, though not dressed to the nines as in all the photos he'd seen of her. She wore jeans and a ratty-looking sweater, her hair up in a ponytail. Not the normal style for the woman once called a fashionista by some in Nashville. Got locked out, DC said. Traffic, big pile up on Highway 1. She quirked a brow. That's unusual at this time of the night. And pretty much any night in Whistle Cove. Bad lie, DC, bad lie. I'm Damien Caldwell. Everyone calls me DC. He shook her hand. I've heard all about you. She moved to the side in a small mailbox where she removed a key. I'll let you in. The key had been right in front of him the entire time. They keep a key there? Why? Isn't that dangerous? She smiled. Not in Whistle Cove. Besides, sometimes our guests get in late even though they'd reserved a room for the night. We don't turn anyone away. All they need to do is call Ed, and Jessie leaves the key. It's old-fashioned self-service. That makes sense. She unlocked the door, then slipped the key into her pants pocket. I was out taking a late-night walk on the beach. It's so tranquil, peaceful. He could hear the rhythmic sounds of ocean waves crashing nearby. Soothing was another word. It helped him get to sleep some nights. The only bad thing about Texas was having only one coastline to the south. Hey, nobody and nothing was perfect, but Texas was damn near close. Thanks for letting me in, he said, holding the door open for her. Guess I better hit the sack. That's okay, she said, not stepping inside with him. I'm staying at my daughter's old cottage, not far from Sabrina's. Good thing he was leaving tomorrow, as that proximity would definitely complicate everything. As if it wasn't already complicated enough. Well, good night, and thanks again. He turned, but her voice stopped him cold. Actually, since you're here and I'm here, it might be a good idea to talk. She stepped inside and shut the doors. Seconds from a clean getaway. About what? My daughter, of course. Your plans for her? I hope they fit the image of the good girl she is at heart. I don't know what Rise Up Records wants from her, but she needs to get back to her roots, her wholesome image. That's who she is at heart. I agree, he said, hoping to God it would be that simple, knowing deep down it wouldn't be. Would you like a glass of wine? She smiled, already moving toward a bottle of wine left on the table. I've got to. Just a quick one while we chat. She left the room and came back with 2 crystal glasses, setting them down on the table near the fireplace. She poured for both of them. He accepted the glass and did the usual observing of properties and smell, somewhat second nature to him now, and nicely distracting for the moment. She noticed. Do you know much about wine? Not really, he confessed. More of a Scotch guy. Sorry. Don't apologize to me, she said on a laugh. I don't own the vineyard. She took a seat on the leather couch by the fireplace, and he did the same, slipping into professional mode. How can I ease your concerns about your daughter? That's already been done. I've heard excellent things about you from Lexi, and I appreciate you coming here to help my daughter get back to what she was born to do. He cleared his throat. You should know. I've talked to Sabrina about whether the music industry is the right place for her. I'm sorry. Kit furrowed her brow and went all narrowed eyes on him. Sabrina grew up in the business, so it was never her choice. She told me no one has ever asked her if performing is what she really wants. He could almost feel the temperature drop in the room by a good 20 degrees. Frosty, with a cold front coming in. Kit's lips were a thin straight line. My daughter was never forced to do anything she didn't want to do. Not what I meant. She's a grown woman now, no longer a kid, and she can choose for herself. Yes, she can choose to continue to do the only thing she's ever wanted to do. She sang before she could talk. I'd play songs in the car because she hated long car rides. The score from The Lion King, and she'd hum along. No words because she was only a year old. I don't doubt it. He would tell her how well he knew her daughter, and the fact that she'd even sang to him in bed tonight. But that was none of her business. With children, you don't always know what they will grow up to be. I had no idea that Lexi would be a songwriter or that Jessie would have a knack for rhythm, but I knew from the moment I had Sabrina that she would be someone very special. I guarantee you she'll decide to stay in the business, but she needs to choose that life. Do you do this for all your clients? No. But as you said, Sabrina is special. I'm so relieved to hear you say that. She's an innocent who was preyed on by an older man looking for a payday. First time he'd heard the man in question referred to as an older man, and it grated on him. He was also older than Sabrina. Mrs. Wilder, he began. Kit. This business, like so many other highly competitive careers, can be cutthroat at times. Sabrina won't have her sisters with her like she did before. She'll be traveling with a group of people selected by the label that signs her. Strangers. She's going to need to learn how to trust herself all over again and know that she can be a good judge of people. You're right, but I'm sure she will handle all of that. We will all help. She put her empty wine glass down. I understand there's an interview with the press tomorrow? He nodded. The first time she'll tell her side of the story. I personally don't think that's such a good idea, and I wish you would have consulted with me first. I don't consult with anybody. Kit straightened. I'm her mother. What I think matters. Isn't it better to just forget the whole thing ever happened? Well, that would be nice, sure, but it's not going to happen. The minute she's out among the media again doing press junkets, the scandal will be brought up again, and again, until it's dealt with. I'm afraid for her. Those awful reporters hurt her. If it happens again... She's stronger than you realize. That doesn't mean we should feed her to the wolves. It irritated him that she thought he would do that. He was here to prevent her being fed to the wolves. What you need to realize is that pretty soon this scandal will finally be behind you. It will be old news. Hiding out may have accomplished the purpose of taking a break, but this will resurface again. Better to get ahead of it. Trust me. But... He emptied his glass and set it down. Good night, Kit. Thanks again for letting me in. Nice meeting you. And with that, he turned from the suddenly silent Kit and went upstairs to his room. This time, to sleep. Today, Sabrina would face the big bad media and tell her own story. Damien was right. She had to face this and finally give her side of the story, humiliating though it was. Therefore, she would put on her game face and deal. Just like she had when she'd been 11 and wanted to play with her Barbie, but Daddy had said it was time to practice. He'd been right. Practice made perfect, or close enough. And by the time she was 14, she could sing and dance like she'd been born to do it. Which maybe she had been. Or maybe it was just one of many things she could do with her life. Sabrina wanted a family of her own someday, with children that she didn't want to force onto a tour bus with her. What then? Starting over scared her a little, too. She could be a flop at anything else she tried. But she wanted to get out on her own, away from the B&B, and feel like a real grown-up. Sometimes she thought that being this close to her family, both with work and life, had sheltered her too much from real life. Paying bills, cleaning, laundry, having a long-term relationship that would last. Like her parents. That's what she wanted too. But she'd wound up in a lifestyle where few couples got lucky with lasting love. This was also complicated, and there was little time left to decide the rest of her life. No pressure. There was a knock on her door, and Sabrina checked the time. It probably wasn't Damien, as he'd told her he'd meet her just before the interview. The reporter was coming to them, and they would be using Jessie's private office so as not to disturb their guests. Sabrina opened the door to find her mother on the other side, Good morning, sweet girl. Hey, what's up? She moved toward her bedroom. I'm just laying out my clothes for the interview. Looks like I'm just in time. Sabrina bristled at the comment. She was old enough to dress herself, thank you very much. Thanks to Damien and Luke, she now had an impressive wardrobe to choose from. Fortunately, the titty dress was hiding in the back of her closet, hoping for a special, occasion. Sabrina waved at the selection on her bed. She also hadn't bothered to put out the blingy gown or other evening wear. Lots of choices and all of them classy. This is your new wardrobe? Mom picked up a black dress, one of Sabrina's favorites. It said elegant and classy, all things she wanted to be. It had capped sleeves, a sweetheart neckline, and tapered at the waist with a wide skirt. It came just to above her knees, so a little bit of sexy with the classy. She was leaning toward it for the interview and would wear it with her red stiletto pumps. Most of it. Mom held the dress against Sabrina's body, and her eyes wandered to the skirt. Cute, but it's black. Black is always in. I always liked you wearing color. Pink, red, blue, cheery. Because she still thought of Sabrina as a child with a sunny disposition. And she was still that girl on some basic level. Except she'd grown up this past year, and she didn't always have to wear color. Black didn't mean she was depressed. It meant she knew who she was, with or without the perfect color. I'm wearing this one. Sabrina took it from her mom. Decision made. Before her mom rendered her opinion, Sabrina had been on the fence. Was black too somber? Did this dress imply she'd been in mourning over her career? But no, this was the dress. She hoped that didn't make her childish, but she would start making decisions on her own from this point forward. Might as well start with the dress. At least wear some color with your shoes, Mom said, heading toward Sabrina's shoe collection. I'm wearing the red boots. She'd just made that decision, right this minute. Why not these red stilettos? Matches the style of the dress better. Mom held the strappy pumps in her hands. I don't want to match today. Sabrina held up the western boots, admiring them. They made her think of ranches and cowboys and a certain man who was under her skin. I got these in Texas. The outfit said, I may look sophisticated, but actually, I'm country strong. No matter what she'd do with the rest of her life, country would stay in her blood, forever. It was a state of mind as much as it was a music genre. She loved all of it, and the hardcore fans. Every song told a story. Today, she'd have one of her own to tell. But because she was loyal to those she loved, some of it would remain unsaid. Her true story was one of a girl who'd never had a choice, and a girl who'd let people take care of her for too long. Her story was about a girl who'd been so sheltered that she wrongly assumed she could trust everyone. Not anymore, and that was okay. At least let me help you with accessories. Mom went to the wall where Sabrina had her extensive collection of costume earrings and necklaces held up with simple pushpins. Hey, it worked. Sure, you decide. Mom's eyes brightened. She just wanted to be needed, Sabrina told herself. Even if she wished her mom had moved home sooner, she was here now, and that counted. She held up red hoops to Sabrina's ears. These would go well if you wear your hair up a little bit. These would be best if you wear it down. Up and down they went from her ears, at least 10 different dangly ones, until Mom finally decided on the red hoops. Perfect. Thanks for moving back home, Sabrina said, thinking it was time to be honest. I wish you had sooner, but I'm happy now. Mom's eyes got leaky. I wish I had too, honey, but this town reminds me too much of John. It's where we met and fell in love, where we started our family. We were so young and had such big dreams. He's everywhere I turn, and it hurts so much. I miss him too. But we have each other. You have daughters, and we all need you. Even Jessie does. You're right. I'm here now, and I'll do anything you need me to do. Your manager, your agent, whatever you need. It's okay, Mom. I just want you to be my mother. What I need you to do is stay here with Jessie and Gran and help with the B&B. This is where you're really needed. If you don't need me, that's fine, but at least listen to me. I'm worried about this interview. She pulled on Sabrina's arms and shook her gently. Damien has only allowed the reporter to ask me pre-approved questions. Speaking of that man, he's very arrogant. I don't think I like him. Sometimes it hit Sabrina square between the eyes that she really was her mother's daughter. Her thoughts clearly echoed her own before she'd gotten to know and understand the man. It wasn't arrogance. His was a confidence that poured out of him. The knowledge that he was his own man. He'd made his way in the world with the help of no one. He didn't need anyone. Very different from her, and yet so much like her in some ways. He's all right once you get to know him. I don't like this at all. He said you're going to have to talk about the scandal. It's time I did. Now my fans can listen to my side of the story. I bet you anything, there's another girl out there who's trusted someone she shouldn't have. Maybe I can help her realize her life doesn't have to be over because of that. This meant more to Sabrina than she'd ever thought it could. She'd learned a tough lesson, and very publicly. But somewhere, there was another girl who might be suffering her own humiliation a lot more privately. Mom worried a fingernail between her teeth. I wish your father was here. He'd know what to do. Mom, I know what to do. And I think he would have done this too, only sooner. He wouldn't have let us hide out in shame. It's about closing ranks and taking care of each other when you don't know who else you can trust. It's not about shame. It will seem that way unless I talk about all this. Unless I make it clear I'm holding my head up. Unless I let them know that no one's ever going to take me down again. 16. Body Like a Back Road by Sam Hunt. Sabrina thought the reporter seemed very nice. Felicia Tyler had her credentials from Country Scene. She was tall and slim, with jet black hair cut in an angular and trendy fashion. She was beautiful, with coffee-colored eyes that seemed very attuned to Damien. Not that Sabrina was preoccupied with this. Felicia had brought along a photographer, too, and he took photos of Sabrina both sitting and standing on the deck outside, a few of her inside, the B&B. She'd been assured final approval on all photos before publication. Thank you, Felicia now said to Sabrina as she sat behind Jessie's desk. Damien owed me a favor, but I'm still grateful that you've allowed me to tell your side of the story. For a year, your fans have wanted to hear from you, and now they finally will. I'm happy to share the truth. Sabrina folded her jerky hands on her lap and forced them to be still. Damien stood in the doorframe of Jessie's office, arms folded, quietly listening. His eyes were their usual dark intensity as they zeroed in on everything at once. Each time Felicia asked a question, even though Sabrina had been prepped, she still glanced at him for reassurance. No idea why. He'd nod almost imperceptibly, and the rock in the pit of her stomach would roll away. She was doing well, acing this. Even though Damien was leaving on a flight tonight for Dallas, Sabrina was relieved in a way. It was good to get everything out in the open, like a boulder lifted off her heart. She only wished she'd done this sooner. Truth was a powerful thing. Damien's phone rang, and he flexed his index finger, meaning the interview would pause. He walked away with the phone to his ear. "He's very protective of you, isn't he?" Felicia asked. "I'm sure he's like that with all of his clients. How did you two meet?" She tossed her hair back. DC and I go way back. I had a little crush on him. I helped him out, now he's helping me out. Quid pro quo. Plus, we had a little something-something once or twice. Didn't last long. That's who he is. Not the settling down type. Sabrina swallowed hard, her face burning. Felicia sure was forthcoming, and Sabrina had heard more than she'd wanted to. If you don't want to know, don't ask. He'd lied to her, just like she'd heard him lie to other people to make her sound better. It was obviously not the only reason he lied. She wasn't the first person with whom he'd crossed professional and ethical lines. There was probably a whole lot of other lies he'd told her, all things she didn't want to think about right now. "What about you and DC?" Felicia glanced at the door, which was still unoccupied by his frame. "Off the record, I mean." Off the record or not, Sabrina had learned her lesson well. "Damien and I have a professional relationship, and we've also become good friends." Never truer than today. She was better off without him, and she knew this. They didn't want the same things out of life. He wanted Texas and life on a ranch. She wasn't entirely sure what she wanted yet, though she was leaning toward going back to Nashville, where she could still do good things like charity work to help animals, like start her own fashion line, with help from her mom, who would love that. What she didn't want in any lifetime was manure and lowing cows. She was better off. So why did her heart feel like it had been drop-kicked across the floor? Why were her hands trembling? Because she was stupid, that's why. The devil's son appeared in the doorway again and nodded that they could resume the interview. Sabrina finished her statement, took a breath, and got ready for more questions. "I'm sorry that happened to you," Felicia said, and she sounded as if she meant it. "My mistake entirely." "Not actually. The dude's an idiot. What he did was so unfair. We women have to stick together, don't we?" "Uh-huh," Sabrina said, not feeling the ground solid beneath her boots for a moment. Where was this going? "What is your response to the fact that he's shopping a story to tell me? He's saying now that he was married at the time, and you knew this when you began the relationship." Sabrina froze, and tiny black specks floated before her eyes. Married? That wasn't possible. I don't... Why was this happening? And why had Damien allowed this question without preparing her for it? He'd allowed her to be blindsided with this information. The simple answer was that, like others, he'd betrayed her too. She turned to face him and glare him right into next month. But as she did, his hand was on her arm, pulling her up from the seat. "This interview is over." "Wait!" Felicia stood up. "You promised me an exclusive. Am I supposed to ignore the latest? If it's not true, she can simply deny it." "You knew our deal." Damien had his hand on the small of Sabrina's back and moved her swiftly through the doorway. "Please," Felicia followed them out. "Let me explain." "I threw you a bone," Damien said, a fierce tone in his voice she'd never heard before. "We're done here." Relief that he hadn't known about the question was quickly followed by outright panic. What would her fans think of her now? Everyone hated a cheater. She hated cheaters. Cheating was unforgivable. A cheater was practically the lowest form of life on Earth. She continued to move in a half-daze as Damien led her down the hallway and up the steps toward his room. It was the closest available for privacy. He opened the door, and she found herself tugged inside. Sabrina was still having a difficult time breathing. When Damien finally let go of her, she grabbed his forearm. "It's not true. It can't be. I didn't know. You believe me, don't you? He tipped her chin and met her eyes. Look at me, sunshine. Breathe. But you have to know. I have to know only one thing right now. That you can breathe. Slow and even. She slowed, purposely breathing in and out, conscious of every single breath. No other thoughts were allowed inside her head. Just the breathing. It was all she could manage at the moment. Damien folded her into his arms and held on tightly. He kissed the top of her head. That's my girl. You have to know that question wasn't on the list. A cheap shot. I would never have allowed it. Believe that. I do, she said into his warm button-down shirt. 'Cause you were so pissed. No one fucks with me, he growled. She did, Sabrina said. Why did she do that to you? No idea. Except that she knows I'm on my way out of this business. Probably figured she had nothing to lose. Didn't think it through, because I still have connections. I can still cut her out. Maybe she's jealous. He pulled back to meet her eyes, hand at the nape of her neck. Of what? Of you, Tummy. She said you two had a little something once, Sabrina said as she held up finger quotes. But that since you're not the settling down type, I never had anything to do with her that wasn't purely professional. I meant it when I told you I'd never cross the line before you. Relief took a slow slide down her spine. She lied about that? What else is she lying about? Should have seen her for the complete opportunist that she is. I'm off my game. That's for damn sure. He stepped away from her, pacing the length of the room. For the first time, she took a serious look around. The bed was made, corners tucked in perfectly, blanket smoothed down with not a wrinkle on it. He had a few items on hangers, his laptop on the table by the TV. Everything in place. Meticulous. What are we going to do? She sat on the edge of his bed. You're not going to do anything. He pointed to her. You're going to relax and know that I've got this under control. Got a few phone calls to make, a flight to cancel, and a flight to cancel. You're going to stay? Hope crashed through her, rolling in waves. She'd have more time with him. I have to stay and take care of this situation. There's no way this joke of a story is getting published anywhere. You heard her. He's trying to shop it to the rags. There could be no truth to the story. Bet he's not even married, or if he is, he wasn't then. And we can prove that. He's an idiot if he thinks he'll even sell to the tabloids. They do some fact-checking at least. Why does anyone even still care about this? There were so many other scandals. Many were far more salacious than hers, even if she'd known the guy was married, which she had not. She hoped to God he was lying, because even without knowing, if it turned out to be true, she would need to take 30 showers in a row at least. He stopped pacing and sat beside her. Because people like to throw dirt at things that shine. And like it or not, by keeping quiet all this time, the fire of rumor and innuendo has been stoked by imagination. Who knows why? But it's fascinating to watch someone so special take a fall, trip. They expect it out of some people, and are not surprised when it happens again and again. But with you, they're shocked. Seeing someone like you make a mistake makes them feel human. If you're allowed to make a mistake, then maybe so can they. But if the tabloids believe him and buy his story, will this hurt any contract offers? I doubt it. There's so much interest now, and this might even spur record sales. I don't want to be known as a homewrecker, Damien. I'm no Jolene. My fans will hate me if they think I am. I don't care how many records I sell if my loyal fans hate me. And that's why you're special. He tweaked her chin. I hate these lies, and I don't know how special I am when I'm not sure if this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. He studied her solemnly. Maybe that's because you've already been doing it. Working at the B&B? She wrinkled her nose. No, baby. Singing. You've been doing it all your life. Just because you didn't choose that life doesn't mean you can't choose it now. It's who you are. He was right. Nothing excited her as much as music did. Nothing ever had. It didn't make any sense to fight it. For her, it was more than a job. It was who she was at her core. She couldn't let a few nasty people decide for her. You're one of the lucky ones who finds out early what they're going to be doing with the rest of their life and gets to do it. She knew that was true. But I want other things, too, like a man in my life and maybe, someday, even a baby or two. He was quiet for a moment. And you'll have it, if that's what you want. Will I? Any man would be lucky. All I'm going to meet are people in the music business. And I'm going to need a man in my life who doesn't need me to help advance his career, who doesn't want my fame to rub off on him. What she was really saying, on some level, was that she wanted a man just like Damien. He was a cowboy, for crying out loud, with plenty of his own money. What on earth could she do for him? Problem being, what on earth could she do for him? That cut sliced both ways. Don't worry about any of that right now. What about the ranch? I don't want you to lose it. Believe me, I won't. He rose and strode to the door. Stay here for a bit, while I check that the coast is clear. No. I'm done hiding, Damien. I did that for a year. She stood up and smoothed the skirt of her dress. I don't care whether they're gone or not. Hand on the doorknob, he stared at her with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Do you want to address this now? Or should we give the story to someone else? I didn't like her blindsiding us. That was sweet. She kind of liked the way he used us instead of you. But even if it might mean he'd leave tonight anyway, she wanted to take care of this and get it behind her. It was just as Damien had explained. Get in front of it before it can do too much damage. I guess she was just doing her job. Though she hated the lie concerning Damien. What else would she lie about? Do you think she'd print exactly what I tell her? If we have a recording of the conversation, she could lose her job if she doesn't. Then let's do this. Sabrina strode to the door. I have my side of this story to tell, and she's here now. I want to get my truth out there, and the sooner the better. 17. Taking Back My Brave by Carolyn Dawn Johnson. The kid was amazing. No, not a kid. Not even Sunshine. He was going to have to come up with another nickname. Because Sabrina was a woman, and she'd proved it today. Hell, she'd taken his advice even when he hadn't. He was definitely off his game. Outraged and fiercely protective over her, he'd acted uncharacteristically. He was still pissed that Felicia would ignore his request, but now that she'd brought it up, they'd get in front of it. She was right. His feelings when he'd heard the question ranged from outrage to something that felt too uncomfortably like jealousy. Pure and simple. This guy continued to insert himself into Sabrina's life like an obsessed fan or a spurned lover. Damien almost hoped he was simply after a payday, and not that his actions would escalate into stalker behavior. Always a possibility. He led the way, Sabrina following, as they walked back downstairs to the common area. Not surprisingly, Felicia sat at a table typing furiously into her phone. She glanced up as he approached and executed an almost comical double take. Putting her phone down, she stood. "Don't worry, I just called an Uber. Still want that interview?" DC said, putting steel in his voice. "Sabrina wants to do it." "She does?" Felicia smiled at Sabrina, now at his elbow. That's great." "You should know this thing about the guy claiming he was married is absolutely new to her," DC said. "I had no idea," Sabrina now said. "That's why I was so shocked." "Well, she wouldn't have been had she not been blindsided." DC put his arm around Sabrina. "I apologize," Felicia said. "I don't like this style of guerrilla journalism, but sometimes it's the only thing that works. I'm not doing this for your readers," Sabrina said. "I'm doing it for my fans." DC pulled Felicia aside. "Ask her your questions, but unless his story is actually sold to a tabloid, keep it all off the record. And you keep in mind this man continues to try and insert himself into her life. You and your organization do not want to encourage stalker-like behavior, I'm going to assume. You could be liable." She blinked, as if only now considering the possibility. "You're right." When he turned to Sabrina, she stared from him to Felicia and back again. Her eyes were questioning, narrowed suspiciously. Yeah, jealousy. He got that, since a similar emotion had coursed through him only a few minutes ago. Irrational of both of them. DC had now missed 3 calls from his real estate agent and 2 from a record label executive. He had things to do. Choosing to reassure her more than he cared about what anyone else thought, DC put his hand on the nape of her neck. He bent down to whisper in her ear, "Do you need me, baby?" Giving him a smile he'd come to anticipate like the sunrise, she shook her head. "I'm fine." Back in his room, he called his travel agent to cancel his flight and chose not to reschedule right away. With some trepidation, he returned the call to his real estate agent to hear the latest. "I asked around. The Farrells are not huge fans of the senior Mr. Caldwell." Was anyone? His biological father seemed hell-bent on owning all the cattle in Texas. Not going to happen. "I've got amazing news. They've accepted your first offer. All I have to do is start escrow on my end. I'll have an offer letter faxed, and you need to sign and get it back to me. We'll take care of all the official paperwork and contract when you get here. The ranch will be yours, DC." Suddenly, it hit him. They knew. Even if he wasn't one of the Dallas Caldwells, they'd found his association. It probably didn't take a private investigator to figure this out, but Texas was huge. Plenty of Caldwells, most of whom were no relation. That's the best news I've had all day." "DC, they knew your mother. Their daughter was her friend and worked with her at the golf course." Even in a place as large and populated as Dallas, someone had made the connection without any help from him. It was going to be a kick in the nuts when his father learned he'd taken the ranch from him without having to match the offer. He wished he could see the old man's face when he got the news. Now he had another phone call to make. This one to one of the few friends he had in the world. He had a little favor to ask his old football buddy Mick. He now owned a full-service, high-level security agency that he'd built into a multi-million-dollar company. "Yo, DC, long time no talk. Got a favor to call in?" He hadn't asked for many from Mick over the years, and in fact, had helped him find funding when he'd first started out. DC explained the situation. He wanted the man who was trying to shop this possibly bogus story to the tabloids checked out. Marriages, financial records, criminal records. "You want I should pay him a little visit?" Mick asked in his best Al Pacino impersonation. But DC wasn't in the mood. "Just do it, Mick. Check this guy out for me. Get back to me ASAP." "Done." DC hung up and made his way back downstairs to check on the interview, but ran into Jessie Wilder. She beckoned him into her private office and shut the door. Then she handed him a fax. "Got it early this morning." fax was from the largest recording label in Nashville. A deal memo. He quickly scanned it. They wanted Sabrina and wanted her immediately. If she accepted their offer, she was to be in Nashville within a week to sign the contract and go into the studio to record. They wanted this forwarded to her agent because they'd found no record of her representation. Jesse stared at him with crossed arms. Is that what I think it is? It is. It sure is. He read it again to be certain. She needs an agent. I'm guessing you're not going to do that for her, too? Jesse's eyes narrowed. She looked so much like her little sister at that moment that it was a little disconcerting. She might want to sign with Lexi's agency. That would be best. Don't let my mother know, or she'll try to be Sabrina's agent and mess everything up by asking for too much. At this point, he was fairly certain Sabrina could ask for just about anything. The offer was generous and came with a signing bonus. One caveat. She would sign a 4-year exclusive with them and give up creative control. He had no idea if that was normal, but a good agent would know and be able to negotiate on her behalf. I'll let Sabrina know the good news, and she can phone the agency and start the process. He thanked Jesse and turned to go. She stopped him. Wait. Yeah? Sabrina calls you Damien, not DC. You two spent some time together, and I've seen the way you look at her. Don't worry, I know it's mutual. But Sabrina has never been able to turn away a handsome man. I hope you know that. Busted. Yeah, he shouldn't be surprised Jesse knew about them, but he could hope that she was the only one who'd noticed. As a close sister, she'd been finely tuned in. But he didn't appreciate being lumped in with all the other handsome men she'd met. Anything else? He asked, biting his tongue, unwilling to share with the class. Don't hurt her. She might look like she's got a tough shell, and she puts up a good act, but she's gooey on the inside. And she's been hurt so much this last year that I can't stand to see anyone else hurting her, for any reason. Precisely why he hadn't wanted to start anything with her. He'd seen that soft and tender underbelly. She was strong, sure, but that didn't mean her heart couldn't be easily touched. You don't have to worry. We have an understanding. It was as far as he'd share. Jesse's eyebrow quirked in surprise. He understood that Sabrina had probably never had this kind of a situation with a man before, but he'd tried to stay away from her. She wouldn't quit, and he'd made his situation clear enough for her. Still, the knowledge that he'd hurt her churned in his gut. Maybe it was time to stop this thing between them. They both had contracts that would take them in very different directions. And if these contracts weren't a metaphor for their relationship, he honestly didn't know what was. Sabrina thought the rest of the interview with Felicia went well. She felt so good about it that she wanted to celebrate. Finding Damien seemed like a good way to begin. She went back to his room and knocked. The door opened slowly, and when Damien turned immediately to walk away from her, she half expected to find him on a phone call. But he walked to the small 2-chair table by the windows and held up an unopened bottle of champagne. He gave her a slow smile when her eyes went to the bottle, then him, and back to the bottle. Good news? She asked. Did you get the ranch? Yeah, he said, and popped the cork. Excitement pulsed through her. She jumped in the air and did a jig. Yay, cowboy! He held up the foaming bottle. It might be a little early in the day for this. Not at all. We serve mimosas 3 times a year before noon. Mother's Day, Father's Day, and New Year's Day. Too bad we don't have orange juice. He poured the bubbles into wine glasses from their wine tasting. I may have taken these. She came up behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and hugged him tight. I'm so happy for you. This was the best news she could have received today. Damien hadn't had an easy life, and now he'd get to retire to his dream. She couldn't be happier for him. You're going to be happy for yourself in a second. Ooh, that sounds intriguing. She licked her lips. I do love the way your mind works. He turned and handed her a glass. And even though I love that you went there, this is about you. I know it is, she teased. You always make sure it's about me. At least twice. He slid her a smug look. You have an offer, and it's a good one. I have an offer? Me? From the largest label in Nashville. They want you back in Nashville in a week or sooner. She didn't know what else to do, so she dropped to the closest surface, which was his bed, holding her champagne glass. That was fast. You need an agent. I'm going to suggest you sign with Lexi's agency. That's a good idea. I'll call her. Even her mom would be happy with that outcome. Damien clinked his glass with hers. To your comeback. To my comeback, she said. She should be happier. This was what she wanted. For the first time in a long while, she felt safe enough to go back to Nashville. Lexi was there. Sabrina had learned how to face accusations and not hide from them. She'd found a good way to tell her story, one that didn't make her sound like a stupid kid. She was still holding her full glass, and Damien was now studying her. Sunshine, what's wrong? Nothing. She went ahead and downed it. The sugary sweet bubbles went down smoothly. More, please. He poured and sat beside her on the bed. Thought you'd be happier. I am, but I think all the news is a little much. You hit me with it all at once. I fully expected to celebrate your ranch. We're doing both. To your ranch. She held up her glass and met his. Thanks, baby. What happened? Turns out, these people don't want to sell to my father. They took my first offer. You mean you don't have to match his offer? He shook his head. I can afford to match the offer. Of course, it would set me back, and there's nothing I hate worse than paying more than fair market value. Maybe they're decent people who don't want someone to take the ranch away from you just because he can. They knew my mother. He said it so plainly, and with such a flat tone that anyone else might believe it didn't matter. Sabrina knew it did. His eyes had taken on a very different shine the 2 times he'd mentioned her. As someone who understood pain and shame, who'd lived there, she recognized it well. She set her glass down and crawled onto his lap. Baby. It's okay. It was a long time ago. You won. She threaded her fingers through his thick, dark hair. Enjoy it. As soon as you do. Sorry, but I can't enjoy the fact that you're leaving. Not now, I'm not. His arms tightened around her. I just have to wire the money and escrow starts. I'll sign papers when I get back next week. We have a week? I have a week. Not sure if you have a week. Oh, I have a week. She wiggled on his lap. After all this time, you better believe I'm going to make sure my agent reviews the contract. Negotiates it if she has to. I'm not going to rush into a contract that isn't the best one I can get. No one's going to own me. A slow smile slid across his handsome face and made her womb contract. Damn, but you're sexy when you talk business to me. Oh, yeah? I like an ambitious woman. It's not a dirty word, you know, for men or women. A sense of pride swept through her, filling her lungs, and she felt like a peacock about to spread her wings. Thank you for that. It's nice to be in charge for the first time in my life. You are in charge, and don't you forget it. You call the shots. Warm, strong hands slid down her arms and cuffed her wrists. And don't you forget it. Taking her cue, she pushed him down on the bed with one hand. She knew he went back easily because he wanted to, and not because she was physically strong enough to do this. That made it even sexier. But we should probably stop this now. She stopped moving as an icicle slid over her heart. Do you want to stop? He'd given her no indication that he wanted to so much as slow down. Either she was reading him wrong or something had happened. She already knew he was leaving, but if anything, they now had more time. Unless he thought that time would invest her. She had news for him, because she was already invested in her own happiness. He made her happier than she'd been in one long and dry year. Hell no. But your sister knows about us. Oh. Sabrina shouldn't be surprised that Jessie would intervene. She'd be worried about Sabrina because she hadn't been honest and open enough. She'd have to correct that soon. She caught me earlier, and we talked. She's noticed the way I look at you, knows that you have a crush on me, as you do with most men who give you attention. There was so much information for her loaded in those sentences. The way he looks at me. Do I crush on most men who give me attention? No, she didn't. She had a pile of fan mail to prove it. Damien was special to her. Unique. I don't have a crush on you, and I don't crush on all men who give me attention. She stuck out her lower lip comically. He smirked. That's what you got out of what I just said? She clasped both of his hands above him and threaded her fingers through his. I don't want you to think you're not special to me, because you are. His gaze softened. Your sister knows about us. That's not a problem. Jessie has my back. If she gives me any grief, I can handle her. Does she have my back, Sunshine? She nodded. I do. And that's what matters. And why do you call me Sunshine anyway? You're finally asking? Hands on her butt. He moved her right over his bulge. Because you're bright and very hot. That's a great line. He scowled. Don't need a line. It's the truth. Given the way he commanded a room with his presence, paired with his looks, he'd probably never needed a line with any woman. Ever. Certainly, he hadn't needed one with her. In fact, he'd been an ass. Pissed her off. And then Hollywood had happened, and she'd met a man she hadn't known existed under all that swagger and muscle. We have something to celebrate. Actually, two things. With that, she climbed off the bed and unzipped her dress, letting it fall to the floor. He went up on his elbows, a wolfish smile on his face. Leave the boots on. 18. Follow Your Arrow by Casey Musgraves. A couple of hours later, Sabrina closed the door to the sea captain's room and smoothed down her hair. Hoo boy. It seemed like the daylight hours gave the man extra stamina or something. Hello, dear, said a woman's voice from behind her. Eileen. Sabrina jumped away from the door. I was just changing the sheets in here and putting in fresh towels. She said this even though she was sadly without a maid cart and wearing what came down to a party dress. What else would you be doing? Eileen, who apparently wasn't too observant, held up a small plate of pastries in one hand, coffee in the other. I'm taking Jeff breakfast in bed this morning. Got to keep the flame alive. Great idea, Sabrina waved to Eileen as she kept walking. She should do that too. Bring Damien breakfast in bed. Though they didn't have to worry about keeping a flame alive. Instead, they were going to have to put it out soon. Tamp it out. Watch it flicker and die until there was no fire left. Ugh, she refused to think about it anymore. They had a week, 7 days and 6 nights, and she'd take advantage of every single minute. She headed to her cottage to shower and change. Now she had phone calls to make. Things to do. People to see. She opened the door and nearly had a stroke. Jessie, would you quit doing that? Quit doing what? Looking out for you? Saving your butt? Having your back? She crossed her arms and gave her a pissy look. Which of these do you want me to stop doing? Just quit breaking and entering, yeah? I'm not breaking and entering. I have a key. She held up her mega keyring set that had the key to every room at the B&B and probably some others, too. It's my place. She pouted and headed to the kitchen. Have you called Lexi with the news yet? Jessie followed. No, but I will. She put a pod in the coffee machine. Good news, huh? Fantastic news. I hope you sign right away. I'm not going to sign until I know it's a good deal. She rummaged through her fridge for the creamer. Are you crazy? Sign before they change their mind. I don't think so. I'm in control now. I'm in the driver's seat. Jessie looked thoroughly confused. For a year, she'd probably thought Sabrina would jump at the chance to take any way back into Nashville. Everyone had. That's what Damien said, Sabrina reiterated. I'm in charge. Ah, Damien. You mean the guy you're sleeping with even after I warned you not to? Jessie grabbed Sabrina by the shoulders and shook. You're going to get hurt, and no amount of heavy lifting on my part is going to fix that. You don't have to fix me, Jess. I know you're worried, but I've got this. Look me in the eye and tell me you're not totally invested in this guy. I'm not totally invested in this guy. She wouldn't meet Jessie's eyes. You have to mean it. Sabrina threw up her hands in frustration. And by the way, I wish you hadn't told him that I'm a sucker for any guy who gives me a little attention. No, this is just the first guy you've been with since the scandal. So I would think you'd be a little cautious. I am cautious and discreet. With your heart? All her life, she and her sisters had been drilled. Guard your heart. Build a fortress around it. Put in a moat. Guard your heart. Her parents had wanted to protect her and her sisters from those who would take advantage of them, those who craved a little bit of their fame. But they'd protected Sabrina, at least, too well. She'd never developed the skills she needed to learn how to trust someone on her own. She had them now. You don't get it. I trust him. That's new to me. It's not new to you. You trusted far too easily. That was your problem. Yeah, but then I didn't trust anyone at all. For a year. I know I need to trust someone besides you guys. Otherwise, I'll always be stuck. Why would you start with him, above all people? You hated him. You said so yourself. I changed my mind. But why? Just because he's hot? No. Because he can be tender, and he understands what it's like to feel ashamed, to have something terrible happen and need someone's help. I feel like he really sees me, you know? He reminded me that I'm powerful and strong, all things I forgot for a while. And he took good care of me when he didn't have to. And by taking care of you, you mean? She stomped her foot. I don't mean sex. Well, excuse me for thinking that. Jessie rolled her eyes. Sex isn't the only thing that matters to me, you know. I care that a man is strong but tender. Someone who takes care of me, even though he knows that I can take care of myself. Jessie just stared, slack-jawed. Sabrina didn't much care for that look, so she kept talking. All right, so maybe I light up when he walks into a room. But you don't need to worry because he's leaving. He bought a cattle ranch in Texas, and I'm okay with that because I want him to have it. He deserves it, and I need him to be happy. Oh, my God. This is far worse than I thought, Jessie said, palming her face. You're in love with him. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Sabrina didn't want to believe this, but the moment Jessie said it out loud, it had a ring of truth to it. A trickle of fear slid down her spine. Brina, Jessie said softly. No one but Jessie called her by that nickname anymore. Not since she was a 14-year-old, curious about boys, but never having much of a chance to get to know anyone. Receiving letters from heartsick boys who loved her from a distance. It had all been so confusing. Sabrina felt a stirring deep in her stomach, rising slowly through her lungs, stealing all the oxygen. She felt her lower lip tremble and bit it fiercely to stop both it and the tears that formed. She couldn't do casual. Just wasn't designed for it. Damien had made it clear. He wouldn't fall in love. It wasn't his fault her heart hadn't quite listened. Jessie took Sabrina in her arms and hugged tight. You can't keep your heart out of this. I know, she admitted, and felt the warmth of Jessie's hug slice through her. Hey, at least I have you. And Lexi, and Gran, and Mom, Olga and Tony. You'll always have us. I'll be okay. Sabrina wasn't going to say something stupid and cliché like she was better off loving and losing than not loving him at all. None of that crap was true. She would not be better off. She didn't want to lose him. She didn't want to love him. Where did that leave her? She wondered if there was a cliché for that. In the good news department, the next day, Sabrina learned that Lexi's agency was more than happy to take over her representation. Luke and Lexi would be setting out on a multi-city tour the following summer. Due to his huge success with his and Lexi's #1 song, it would be his first time headlining. They both wanted Sabrina and her new backup band to open for Luke. Her new band. A bunch of complete strangers. She was just a little bit petrified. Lexi's suggestion was a little premature, though, because Sabrina's agent had reviewed the contract and had some issues, one of those being creative control. Sabrina was going to kick back and enjoy what little time she had left at the B&B and in Whistle Cove. She'd traveled the world, and there was still nowhere like Monterey Bay. She would miss the ocean waves lulling her to sleep every night. She would miss Gran, Jessie, and Mom, but she was going to have to go to Nashville because she'd been born to do this. This was her life. This would be her future, and she couldn't regret it. She was a lucky woman to do what she loved for a living. Unable to sleep, she rose early and took a walk along their private access beach. She sang "Follow Your Arrow" by one of her favorite singers. And it was exactly what she had to do. Follow her own path and not get distracted by one super hot cowboy next door. She'd been avoiding him for a day, nursing her wounds at realizing she'd failed to keep her heart guarded. Unwilling to tell him she was a sensitive girl, a kid, as he'd first called her, who wasn't mature enough to do the casual thing. But she'd also realized something about herself. She didn't ever want to be sophisticated enough to be that woman. So there. She walked along the beach, watching the pelicans fly over the salty ocean spray in search of a rock to land on. A sand dollar revealed itself from under grains of sand, and she bent to pick it up. These were rare, and she'd never found an unbroken one. She would count this as a good omen. To my brand new life, she whispered, and admired it. What are you doing up so early? A deep and sultry voice called out over the comforting waves. That lulling sense of calm she'd had seconds ago evaporated like the mist. Her heart kicked up like it always did when he walked into a room, or when she saw him jogging, or when he was thrusting into her, his gaze so open and vulnerable. He'd been jogging, and his windswept hair curled around his ears, giving him an almost boyish look. I couldn't sleep. She kept walking, eyes on the ground, searching for another sand dollar. Pushing her luck, she realized. But what the heck? Where there was one, there might be two. He slowed to keep in step with her. What's happening with the contract? She told him the latest because they hadn't talked since the agency offered representation. Who knows? I might be leaving right after you. Proud of you. You're going to be a superstar someday. I don't want to be a superstar. Those people didn't get to control their own lives. Now that she'd taken her life back, she wasn't willing to give it away again. You might not be able to help that, but I will help it. I'm in charge, just like you said. That's right. He took her hand. You been avoiding me, sunshine? Her hand stiffened in his. Ha! Avoiding. Aren't you the sensitive one? Am I? What? No one ever called you sensitive before? Does it offend your cowboy ways? Too freaking bad, she wanted to say. He could take it like a man. Or a rancher. Whatever. Hey. He stopped walking and pulled her to a stop beside him. Didn't sleep well, either. Why not? She asked softly. Is your contract not everything you wanted? Never mind about that, he growled. I missed you. Really? Yeah, of course. Fingers in the belt loop of her jeans, he tugged her close. I only have a few more days here in paradise. Right. And she hadn't wanted to waste any of those days and nights either. Now she was wondering if she could afford to spend them with him. Got news, he said, hand on the nape of her neck. I had a good friend of mine who owns a security company check out your guy. She knew who he was referring to. He's not my guy. I meant the idiot who sold the photo. He's married now. But he wasn't at the time. Relief slid through her and she smiled. Thank God. He's had a lot of financial trouble. It's doubtful he'll be able to sell his story, but if he does, it will be to one of the papers that covers important stories like Bigfoot sightings and UFO landings. No one will believe it. Plus, you're ready for him. I am. Thanks to you. He tugged her close and kissed her softly on the lips. Even that small touch ignited a fire in her which spiked down her spine. Are you busy tonight? She should stay away before she fell any deeper for him. On the other hand, maybe this whole thing between them couldn't possibly get any worse for her than it already was. She was already so far down the rabbit hole that a few more nights with him weren't going to make a difference. Chapter 19. I Could Use a Love Song by Maren Morris. This right here is one stupid cowboy, DC told himself. It would be much easier to take the easy way out and let Sabrina ignore him. Only a few more days left. Much easier to spend the rest of his nights planning the operations of a full-time cattle ranch. He had his work cut out for him there, to be certain. But with Sabrina, this somehow wasn't quite out of sight and out of mind. Then there was the fact that he'd found her walking along the beach collecting seashells and sand dollars. Yeah, and singing. To no one. Fuck, he was going to miss that. He was going to miss a whole lot about her. She'd handled his antisocial ways in the beginning. Somehow she'd gotten him to talk about his painful past when no one else had in recent history. He didn't know how she managed to pull him in because he was experienced enough to know this wasn't about the sex. Though, sure, hell yeah, the sex was amazing. Incredible. The best he'd ever had. Since she was younger and less experienced, he knew it all came down to their combustible chemistry. And her enthusiasm. She had that in spades. Had he mentioned how much he'd miss her? But tonight would be for her. all for her. A night where he'd play with her the way he'd wanted to in Hollywood. And more. He'd been preoccupied with his own image, carefully crafted over the years. A businessman above reproach. Ethical. Moral. Completely unlike his father. He'd been angry at the world and sick of entitled celebrities. Entitled and wealthy men just like his father. Then she'd come along. And he'd met someone who still had a heart despite fame, money, and all that she'd been through. He patted the jewelry box with the ruby-studded charm necklace he'd purchased in Carmel. How she would remember him, one way or another. Tonight, he would make sure of it. She thought he was nothing but a cowboy, and that was mostly true. But she didn't realize that with the purchase of this working cattle ranch, before long he'd be a billionaire. Billionaire rancher. Yep. He liked the sound of that. Suited him. Nothing wrong with a little ambition. His years of hard work had finally paid off. Every time she wore this necklace, she'd remember him. Hell, maybe that was selfish. But he didn't care. He couldn't have her, so he'd leave something of himself with her. As the years went by, he figured he'd see her perform on TV and listen to her on the radio. Watch her win the multiple awards she deserved. Someday she'd get married, probably to another musician, as that seemed to work best in the industry. She'd have children with that guy. Whatever. He couldn't think about any of that right now. Long as she was happy. That's all that mattered. He knocked on the door to her cottage, and she opened it, looking nothing like the hungover kid he'd met not too long ago. You always clean up so well. Her gaze slid over the dark suit he wore, this time paired with his favorite black cowboy boots and, yes, his black Stetson. Cowboy. She looked good enough to eat, and he didn't miss the fact that she wore the infamous titty dress. He swallowed hard, remembering she'd said she would wear that dress for her man. You're not her man. Remember that. Yeah, I know. She looked down at the dress and smirked. But I'm wearing a jacket that covers my girls well. That was a relief, because even though he had a table reserved at the most romantic restaurant in town, he didn't exactly want her on display to the waiters. They wouldn't be able to concentrate any more than he would be able to tonight. Good. Let's get going. He helped her on with the black sweater and then drove them downtown, past the wharf and Cannery Row. The night was lit up with the fairy lights strung throughout downtown and the pier. You didn't have to take me out to dinner, you know, she said. I have to eat. And I'm tired of pizza, clam chowder, and what's left of the afternoon hors d'oeuvres. I need real food. Like a steak. You think only steak is real food? She laughed. You're funny, cowboy. He felt a grin coming on and fought it like a prize fighter. Rancher, babe. Rancher. Either way. He managed to score front row parking at the Walling Station Steakhouse, took her hand and tugged her along. Come on. You're slowing me down. It's these strappy shoes. I can't walk too well in them. Should have worn those red boots. Yeah, well, I do know how much you like them. But they don't go with everything. When she stopped for the third time to adjust the strap, he'd had enough. He swept her up in his arms and carried her the rest of the way. Yeah, they got a few looks. He didn't care. Hey, is that? He heard someone say and walked faster. The last thing he wanted was for her to be recognized with him. He intended to swiftly move out of her life, leaving zero damage in his wake. What a ride, she said, when he deposited her in front of the hostess stand. The hostess grinned at them, her gaze lighting only briefly on Sabrina before it landed on him. She made no secret of her interest, licking her lips and brazenly eyeing him. I know. He's handsome, isn't he? Sabrina piped up beside him. Huh? Oh, sure, Miss Wilder, the busted hostess answered. But he's a cowboy, Sabrina said, sticking out her bottom lip. Oh, well, nobody's perfect. He grinned. You don't quit this crap you're shoveling, and I'll take you over my knee like I promised. Ha, try it, and you'll be walking like you've been on the rodeo circuit for a year. Is that a promise? Trouble walking could be taken both ways. If that's an offer, I'm in. The hostess raised her brows at their banter and walked them to their table without another word. The table, as he'd requested, was tucked in the back of the restaurant for privacy and intimacy. He pulled out Sabrina's chair, and the hostess left them with their menus. I'll get your waiter. Thanks, Rebecca, Sabrina said as she left, then leaned in close and stage whispered. I went to school with her, and she hated me. Now I'm Miss Wilder. She hated you? She shrugged. It wasn't like she was the only one. It's tough making friends when you're on the road so much. He pictured a tiny blonde spitfire without any friends. The tightness in his chest wasn't welcome. Everything is different now, and it will get better every day. You're going to have more good friends than you'll know what to do with. Sure, she said, doing a good job of fooling him into believing her. But the doubt was in her eyes, soft and vulnerable. He knew how it went. From this point forward, it would be even tougher to make solid and real friendships. People would want to get close simply to get status, but she'd have her family around to protect her. He didn't have to be concerned. He refused to worry. This was as good a time as any to give her a gift that would make her smile. Remember that Western belt buckle you got me? Heck yeah. I haven't seen you wearing it yet, she smirked, perusing the menu. I didn't get you anything in Hollywood. He pulled out the jewelry box and placed it on the table between them. Now I did. Her eyes widened, and that's when he realized how much the freaking box looked like a ring box. Idiot, idiot, idiot. It's a necklace, he explained quickly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Oh, she said, taking the box. That's so nice. You didn't have to. I have something to remember you by. Told you I'd always keep the buckle. I hope you'll always keep this. He held his breath while she opened the box and pulled out the ruby-studded red Western boot charms that were a perfect likeness of the one she owned. She held it strung between her fingers, lightly touching the boots and smiling from ear to ear. You like it, Sunshine? It's perfect. You'll wear it? Of course I will. Even if you don't wear the buckle. Mine is nicer. He stood to help clasp it on her neck, just barely resisting the urge to follow it with a kiss. Thank you, Damien. This is considerate and sensitive, so unlike you. I'm going to pretend that wasn't an arrow straight into my right ventricle. Seriously? She went narrowed eyes on him. I can be sensitive. You can be, yes. And you also told me that's not who you are. She quirked a brow. Fair enough, he said, distracting himself with the menu. He would have a big fat steak tonight. The energy would be needed for what he'd planned for her later. When the waiter came, he ordered the T-bone, rare, and a bottle of Chardonnay because that's what she preferred. She followed suit and ordered a steak. Porterhouse. Well done. He tried not to judge her. She wasn't a big red meat fan from what he could tell, and as she'd eloquently stated, nobody was perfect. Isn't it going to be hard owning all those cows and then eating steak? I don't name them, they're not pets. It's just sad. Yet no one cries when they pick up a steak at the grocery store. Look, I'll make sure my cattle are well taken care of, but when you're a rancher, they're commodities. Bessie? She teased. A commodity? There's a lot of money in cattle. I'm going to be a billionaire. Cool. If she was impressed, she didn't show it. Then again, Sabrina Wilder had met her share of billionaires, he was certain. She wouldn't impress easily. He appreciated the fact that she didn't think any differently of him, at the same time as he silently wished she'd be impressed. What the hell was wrong with him? After they were served, they ate mostly in silence. Sabrina appeared a little more reserved than normal, occasionally fingering the ruby-red boots. He wondered what she was thinking, but thought better than to ask. She couldn't have expected a ring from him, nor would she have wanted one. He couldn't picture her happy on a ranch in Texas with him. Neither one of them should compromise their future for what would amount to a risk that wouldn't pay off long term. If that sounded like a businessman, it was the way he'd lived his life. He couldn't change now midstream. She was a high risk. They were a high risk. He pictured them living together for any length of time and figured they'd kill each other before long. Though it might be a nice way to go. Are you ready? He asked after he'd paid and given the waiter a generous tip for staying out of their way as much as possible. He drove them back to the B&B as Sabrina sat beside him and continued to touch the charm like it was a worry stone or a talisman. Her thoughts were nearly loud enough for him to hear. He parked the sedan and turned to her. I can hear you thinking. What am I thinking? She turned to him, eyes shimmering in the soft moonlight. That you can't wait to get inside and knock boots. He grinned. That sounds like what you're thinking. You got me. He curled his fingers around the nape of her neck, lightly touching the necklace. I was realizing, actually, that this is the first real date I've ever been on. And it was really nice. The words hit him hard. She had to be kidding. What do you mean, the first date? Well, the first grown-up date. I mean, I had a few dates when I was a teenager. The bowling alley, fast food, and there were a couple of business dates. New and upcoming Nashville stars the label wanted to be seen with me, so we went to the CMAs together, stuff like that. Not that they weren't all very nice, but they didn't like me. A couple of them even had girlfriends back home. I'm speechless. I guess you're not counting Hollywood. No, because you had to take me there. It was business, and you were my escort. Tonight you didn't have to do any of this. Not even to get lucky. You're right. Didn't have to do any of it. Just wanted to. She turned to him, positioning her knees so they pointed to him. Was I a good date, as these things go? He tipped her chin. You did everything a man wants his date to do. Embarrass the hostess who was hitting on him, and threaten his balls if he should dare to hurt you. You not only ordered a steak, but ate it, even though it was damn near charred. Gotta say, I'm pretty proud. Not to mention humbled. He'd given her something to remember him by, but it turned out he was the one who'd remember her, and by much more than the gift. It scared him spitless, too, because with each passing minute she burrowed further and further under his skin, and leaving wasn't going to be easy anymore. 20. Independence Day by Martina McBride. Sabrina had never worn anything as beautiful as the gold necklace with the red boots charm. Oh, she'd worn plenty of expensive jewelry on loan. Cartier and others had loved her to wear their gorgeous bling on the red carpet, when presenting awards or on promotional photo shoots. But none of that had ever been hers. Her parents didn't believe in their daughters owning expensive jewelry before their wedding day. They doted on Sabrina and her sisters in many other ways. But this piece of jewelry was hers, and it was gorgeous. She knew it was expensive, but she didn't care about that. The only thing that mattered was that he'd wanted her to have it. It was sentimental in nature. She couldn't stop touching it, reliving the moment. For 1 second, forever suspended in time, she'd seen that box and thought it could be a ring. In the space of what might have been half a second, she'd gone through a range of emotions. Happy, worried, terrified. She'd pictured life on a ranch and life on the road, a big wedding and children. And then she'd witnessed the horrified look on his face, which slapped her out of the crazy, stupid fantasy. They barely knew each other. Even if it wasn't a ring, this was beautiful, and it meant something. She didn't know what it meant to him, which was part of what she'd been trying to figure out on the drive home. He didn't love her. She understood. If he did, he would have said something by now. It's not like he kept stuff from her, whether she wanted to hear about it or not. At least she'd been a good date, although she wasn't sure if anyone other than him would appreciate what she'd done. But she couldn't take Rebecca eye-fucking Damien right in front of her, like Sabrina didn't even exist. Good to know he hadn't cared for it either. Now, Damien was seated on her fluffy couch in the adjoining living room, in the same spot he'd been when she'd tried on her new wardrobe for him as he sat, legs spread out, acting like the judge of the entire world. And now, here she stood, wearing the band dress. For him. She may as well, since it could be years before she had someone else to wear it for. And somehow it seemed right for it to be him. He'd already given her so much. Come here, he beckoned to her. She kicked off her strappy heels and climbed on his lap. This hiked the dress up a little higher than decent, which was just fine with her. Hi, she said, pulling off his hat and tossing it to the side. She threaded her fingers through his thick, dark hair. Damn, baby, this dress. Why didn't I want you to have it? His fingers slowly traced along the edge to the flesh of her cleavage, lingering a while before lowering to cup her breast. The boobage. That small touch set her on fire, and she sighed. Too indecent. But again, why didn't I think you should have it? She tossed her hair back, giving him better access. Image, cowboy. Image. Yeah, that's important. His breaths became ragged, and he busied himself kissing her neck, tugging on her earlobe, and pulling her closer. She was already half undressed and wanting him to join her yesterday. She unbuttoned his shirt and quickly stripped it off. She skimmed his beautiful taut pecs down to his abs, enjoying when his muscles tightened and tensed under her touch. Her hands rested on the waistband of his black jeans, and she tugged. Patience. His large hand settled on hers, and in one quick movement, he flipped them. She wound up under him. Let me. He kissed her, long and deep, wet and warm. No one kissed like he did. No one. Her body tingled, on fire for him within seconds. In no time at all, her dress was no longer her second skin, and it had been discarded along with her underwear. Instead, he was on her skin, all over with his tongue, his lips, touring and exploring her. Pulled under again like he was her undertow, she slowly lost herself to him. But she had to say something to him first. She had to tell him. The thought had ruminated in her mind the entire ride home. It was a risk, but one she would take. If there was anything her life had taught her well, it was that some risks were well worth taking. And at this point, she had little left to lose since she'd already lost her heart. He was doing something diabolical to her belly button with his tongue, and it took a Herculean effort to consider distracting him now. Damien? What, baby? But he didn't stop what he was doing. Damien, you don't like this? He stopped, but continued south, his tongue leading the way. "Tee me in," she shouted before she changed her mind. She had his attention now as he stopped everything and braced himself above her, meeting her eyes. "You okay?" "Yes." She framed his face with her hands, those breathtaking dark eyes warm and now questioning. "I know you don't fall in love, but you should know this is special to me. I didn't think it would be. Not quite like this. Son," finger to his lips. She shushed him. His eyes widened, but he remained quiet. "Wait, let me say this. You made me feel like myself again. I almost forgot that girl and who she was. But you brought her right out of me. I found myself all over again. Just me. All the sass and spit, because you pissed me off so much." He tried to talk, but she covered his mouth with her entire hand this time, and it was a muffled sound. It sounded a little like, "Talented, that word?" "Because you asked if singing was what I wanted to do with my life. For the first time, I know it's what I want. I chose this time. It didn't choose me." Again, he mumbled under her hand. "Shh." He rolled his eyes. "I won't ever forget you, no matter how far away we are from each other. And I'll always compare everyone else to you." She removed her hand from his lips. "Baby." His eyes were soft, and his voice was a deep and grating sound that touched her heart. "I'm going to make you feel so good tonight. You'll have that benchmark set very high." "Oh, yeah?" "You better make sure never to lower it. Ever. Because this is nothing less than you deserve. Every fucking night." Oh my God. Just the thought of having him to herself every night, like this, and she was nearly a melted pool of bones on the floor. Slowly, and as if he meant to stretch the moment out into next year, he kissed her. His hot tongue met hers, urging, demanding. She met his urgency, desperate for more of him. Her fingers clawed at his firm, steely shoulders, pulling him closer still. When they came up for air, she smiled and said, "Take your pants off and stay for a while." He did, quickly rising to divest himself of his pants and underwear. She licked her lips at the sight of all that now naked, sinewy, and hard manly beauty. Wide, capable shoulders and a chiseled chest tapered to his waist, and stunning V muscles. Then possibly her favorite part, large, bulging, and ready for her. That breath-stealing man was on her again, and they were skin on skin, belly to belly, moving and sliding against each other in a wild tangle of limbs. He lowered his head and his mouth was on her breast, teasing and suckling her nipple until it was one hard peak. Not ignoring the other breast, he gave each one equal attention, suckling tenderly and then not so tenderly, causing her to writhe under him. She reached between them for him, stroking him until he groaned. "I'm not going to make you wait tonight." He covered himself with a condom and entered her in one deep thrust that made them both gasp. His slow movements inside of her were strokes that had a fire building deep in her belly. The fire spread and traveled down her legs and in between her thighs. Her breath caught, and then caught again, when she gripped his buttocks and urged him to go faster, deeper. He responded to her need, and the fire stoked. The pressure and friction inside of her rose, and an electrical current pulsated and spread through her body and all the way to her toes. She couldn't hold back any longer as the hot sting of orgasm claimed her, and she bucked beneath him. Her long orgasm seemed to milk his own, and he followed her over, his hold on her tightening as he drove into her. Much later, she laid in his arms, sated, warm, and safe. They'd raided her freezer for ice cream and eaten it in bed. Damien's experiment with ice cream on her skin made her more than a little sticky, but in a happy way. They took a shower together after that and didn't leave before having wild monkey sex. She didn't want this night to end. Maybe, just this once, they could have the whole night to spoon, cuddle. He had his stupid rule that she hated, but tonight was different. Special. He might feel it too. It might be selfish and asking too much, but she didn't believe so. And she was going to ask. God help her. She pressed a kiss to his warm neck. Will you please spend the night with me? He nuzzled her temple and took only a moment to reply. Yeah. Then he rolled to his side and tucked her back to his front. Now go to sleep. He lightly slapped her bottom. I love you, Sabrina said into the darkness of the room. He didn't respond, but he did tug her even tighter to him. And Sabrina, who always had a difficult time falling asleep before 2 a.m., was asleep within minutes. She woke the next morning to the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Opening one eye and pushing a lock of hair out of her face, she caught a picturesque sight. Damien, his shirt on but still unbuttoned, revealing tanned and sinewy flesh. He wore his slacks, too, but his hair was damp like he'd just showered. She propped up on one elbow. Are you jogging this morning? No time, he said, and handed her a coffee mug, placing a quick kiss on her shoulder. She sipped the warm, dark liquid, trying to jostle her brain. If he'd mentioned his plans last night, she was clearly blanking out. What's going on? Turns out my travel agent got me an earlier flight to Dallas. I'm leaving today on standby. Got to get to the airport. Casually, like he just hadn't ripped her heart out, he buttoned his shirt. She shot up straight, no longer requiring mere caffeine to wake her the hell up. Today? But what about... We have 2 more nights, at least. Gotta get to Dallas and sign my contract. You'll be signing yours soon enough. That's it? I've got my contract coming? So you're leaving? That was the plan. She sucked in a breath, the pain taking all of the oxygen from her lungs. It had been the plan before he'd given her the charm, before she'd said she loved him, before he'd spent the night with her, and maybe that was the whole problem. She rolled out of bed, found her bathrobe and shoved it on, tying the belt on with jerky movements. I see what you're doing. You spent the night, and that was too much for you. Now you have to go because you don't do love. And this looks too much like love to you? He wouldn't look at her. You knew this was happening. I was straight with you. He had been. But everything had changed, and he had to feel it. Suddenly, it became all too clear to her. She'd done it again. Allowed herself to feel too much, to hope too much. Hope that her friends hadn't forgotten all about her when she came back from a month on the road. Hope her boyfriend wouldn't cheat because she'd been gone for months. Yeah, pointless hope. Just because she felt this incredible intensity for him didn't mean he felt the same. Sure, she said, feeling defeated again. You were honest. Thanks for that. Stupid, silly, and naive Sabrina all over again. This time not because someone had tricked and humiliated her, but because she'd done this to herself. Baby, he said, tugging on the belt of her bathrobe. I think you know I'm going to miss you like hell, but this was the deal. From the start. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed? That's okay, she said, swiping at the tears that had trickled out. You'll come and visit me in Nashville, or I'll come out to see your ranch. He pressed his forehead to hers. No, this is a clean break. You're going to be busy with your new life. It's a fresh start for you, and you don't need an old cowboy like me dragging you down. She pressed palms against his chest, pushing him. Don't you tell me what I need. I don't want to do this without you. You will. He tipped her chin to meet his eyes. I'm going to watch you do it from a distance and be right proud of you. No, Damien. Don't do this. Please. This is the deal. I have to let you go. And then he did let her go. Grabbed his jacket and his keys and headed for the door. Bye, sunshine. She didn't say her goodbye until he shut the door. Then, because some part of her still didn't believe he wouldn't come running back in here and tell her it had all been a terrible mistake, she watched through her front window. A few minutes later, he walked to the parking lot, carrying his suitcase, threw it in the trunk, and drove off. Out of her life. That easy. The arrogant man she'd hated. If only she could have stayed hating him. Then this all might be much easier to take. But she'd be okay. Sure she would. She'd faced worse in her life. Or more to the point, she'd had her heart ripped out once or twice before. This time it stung with a pain she felt physically. It pressed on her heart, making it difficult to breathe. Sabrina picked up her cell phone and dialed. Hey, Jesse. She sniffed into the phone. You busy? Of course I am, but I'm right outside your door. Just open it. Dropping her phone, Sabrina flew to the door, tore it open, and went into her big sister's arms. Oh, Jessie, you were right. Then, because loud sobs were shaking her body, Jessie didn't say anything. She just held on to Sabrina, patting her back and stroking her hair like their mother used to do when they'd had the flu. When the sobs became hiccups, Jessie sat Sabrina on the couch and went into the kitchen. She came back with a mug of what appeared to be hot chocolate, as it had whipped cream on top. Here, she said, and handed it to Sabrina. She took a sip, noting it was coffee, and making a face at the unexpected combination of coffee and whipped cream. Jessie shrugged. You didn't have hot chocolate. Hot chocolate had been another comfort during bad times. It's actually delicious. Sabrina sipped quietly while Jessie waited for her to be able to talk. How did you know? I checked him out when he left. Kind of knew I would find you in this state. I'm sorry. Sabrina felt the need to apologize. It's just the timing. A few days early. No, Sabrina said, sniffing and wiping a tear away. After I told him I loved him, that's when he chooses to leave. Jessie straightened, lips thin and tight. What? Right after you told him? Well, no, not right after, but close enough. And what did he say? Nothing. She should have known then, but something unnamed kept pressing at her brain. He wasn't telling her the whole truth. Oh, honey. I know, Jessie, I'm a dummy, but I figured I had nothing left to lose but my pride. And bam, there went that too. Heart, goodbye. Hello, pride. See you later. It is strange, Jessie mused, because I was beginning to think he really cared about you. A couple of days ago, I had been talking with Lexi, and she handed the phone to Luke. He wanted me to let DC know to go ahead and send him a bill for the wardrobe, the trip to Hollywood, everything else. When I asked DC, he said, to tell Luke it's taken care of. So all this time he spent here is on his own dime. That's hardly a way to retire. He has money, Sabrina said. But she'd also noticed he'd gone far beyond what she thought an image consultant would. She simply figured that's just how he worked. Now she wondered. Then she remembered something he'd told her in his own words. Listen to what people are not saying as much as what they are. And Damien hadn't said he loved her, but he'd certainly shown her in many different ways. One of them being walking away so she could move forward in her new life. Sabrina rubbed her charms, and Jesse noticed them for the first time. Pretty. He gave this to me last night. Jesse moved closer and inspected the charm. Seriously? This is expensive, Sabrina. Are these real rupees? I think so. She knew it. She'd worn rupees before. Real rubies were different from rhinestones because imitations could never be the real thing. Wow, I don't get it. This man does so much for your career, presumably does care about you, gives you this beautiful and expensive jewelry. Don't forget, sentimental. They're supposed to be my red boots, which he loves. Jesse just gawked at her. And then he just walks right out of your life? Who does that? I don't know. A stubborn, arrogant man? Sabrina, I think he loves you. It doesn't matter. He doesn't want to love me. He's gone. That's because men, who are supposed to be stronger, are weak as hell. She pointed to her chest. We're the weaker sex, or so people say. But that's a load of crap. We're the ones with hearts like a lion. They're the ones who run with fear. Sabrina knew that her sister was right. This big man was too afraid to love her. The hot spike of anger rose up in her then and spread through her heart, taking over the place of her pain. 21. Don't Take the Girl by Tim McGraw. Just keep driving. Don't look back. Don't you do it, idiot. That's exactly what DC did as he took Highway 156 north headed toward Highway 101 and the San Jose International Airport. Unable to sleep since 5 a.m., for a while he'd simply watched Sabrina doze. She looked like a freaking Playboy centerfold sprawled out on the bed. Naked, blonde hair spread out like a halo, sleeping like she lived, like she kissed, like she loved, like she sang. All in. Raw emotions rolled through him, constricted his chest, and made it hard to be logical. But logic was all he had to cling to right now. This wouldn't work. It couldn't work. He'd employed logic at the crack of dawn, called his travel agent, and she'd gotten him on a standby flight. He'd spend all day in the airport if he had to, but he had to get back to Texas. He had to be the one to walk away because she was too kind and loving to do it for herself. This was why he should have never gotten involved. It was too much frail emotion he despised. Weakness like he'd seen in his mother. Fear like he hadn't experienced since the day he'd approached the sperm donor, hoping to be rescued. The anger and hostility had been easier. Comfortable. Had the added benefit of usually keeping people at a distance. Most people, it turned out. Not all. He could now add damned coward to his resume. Running was better than facing the mess he'd left behind. He hadn't screwed up like this in a long while, if ever. And out of all the self-entitled celebrities he could have harmed, it had been Sabrina. Someone he hadn't wanted to hurt. Tried his best not to harm. He was supposed to have slid into and out of her life easily. Somewhere it had all slipped out of control. Thing is, He knew when it had started to veer, and he'd been unable to stop. He'd allowed her to tempt him, to get under his skin until he couldn't resist her. Fail number 1. Next, he'd let sentiment and his own powerful emotions get the better of him and bought the expensive charm. Fail number 2. Lastly, he'd spent the night, knowing what it meant to her. Fail number 3. Before he got to fail number 4 and be forced to kick his own ass, he dropped off the sedan at the car rental and headed through TSA and to the terminal to wait. 1 hour turned into 2, which turned into 3. He paced the floor, checked his emails, refreshing like a maniac, then finally settled to going through his photos, deleting old ones of ranches he wouldn't be buying. He'd forgotten the most recent photos he'd taken were of the Hollywood tour with Sabrina, and there they were in front of him. Photos of her beautiful smiling face hamming it up on the Walk of Fame, fisting the Rock On sign, sticking her tongue out at him. Then the selfies he'd taken of them in front of the Hollywood billboard in the hills. He caught the look she gave him when his face was turned to face the camera, but hers was turned to him. Adoring. She'd loved him even then. Crazy. These two people looked like a couple. They looked like they'd been together for years and not days. Maybe sometimes it happened that way. Maybe two people who barely knew each other could connect on a deeper level than he'd believed possible. No, that didn't make any sense. What was happening to him? This is crazy, he said, dragging a hand through his hair as he put his phone away. Not really, said a kid lying on the floor next to him using his backpack as a pillow. I once waited all night on standby. Dude, this is nothing. Yeah, not what he meant. He shouldn't be sitting here occupying space when he could be with Sabrina. When he could finally man up and tell her how he felt. Let her make the decision as to where they could go from there. Take a risk with his heart for once. I'm an idiot, he said, standing. Wow, that's kind of harsh. Harsh or not, it was the truth. He ordered a car, then waited outside. Checking his wristwatch incessantly, he finally left the airport for the hour-plus drive back to Monterey Bay. Are you new to California? The driver asked kindly. No, I was just here a few hours ago. Great. Miss us? Actually, I never left. Oh, yeah? What's up with that? Nothing. I'm just losing my mind. More like his heart. Why not? Since Sabrina had obviously lost her heart to him first. And she'd have to have lost her mind to love him. A harsh cowboy who'd never given her any reason to trust him with her heart. But she had, because that's who she was. She still didn't know how to put up a wall that would stay up. She needed his help and protection from those who would use her. Face it, whether she needed it or not, she was getting it. Getting him, if she'd still have him. But unless she was one fickle woman, a few hours shouldn't have changed her mind. She loved him, and she'd had the guts to tell him so when he hadn't. Love didn't always make a person weak. Sometimes it made someone strong enough to take a risk. He finally arrived in Whistle Cove, grabbed his luggage and headed to her cottage. Banging on the door, he called her name. He was about to break the door down when he got a hold of himself. She was probably not inside anyway. He walked to the check-in desk, finding Jessie there. I'm back. Where's Sabrina? I'm not going to tell you. She pursed her lips together. You made her cry. Now go away. I have no rooms left. Let's not do this. You know I'll get to her. If I have to tear her door down. If I have to tear down every door in this place. Don't you dare. Doors are expensive. Then tell me where she is right now. Jessie came around from behind the check-in area, hands on hips. Listen, sir. I'm very nice until you hurt my sister. The nice wears off after that. Got it. But how am I supposed to fix this if you don't tell me where she is right now? I have no idea. But it's not my problem now, is it? Fine. I'll start knocking doors down. He picked up his bag. Wait, you don't have to do that. You didn't hear this from me, but she might be cleaning the sea captain room. We already have your vacancy filled. That was fast. Leaving his bag, he bounded up the steps to his room and stopped cold at the entrance. Sabrina was there with her mother, bending over the bed, tucking in the last corner of the sheet. She stood back and admired her work. I did it! I did it! She bounced in place, clapped her hands, and hugged her mother. Sabrina, he said from the doorway, heart in his throat. Both women turned to him, but Sabrina stared like she'd seen a ghost. Her eyes widened, then softened, then filled with tears, then narrowed. The 4 stages of Sabrina Wilder. For the love of his ranch, he loved this woman. And it no longer scared the spit out of him to admit it. What are you doing here? Did you miss your flight? Sabrina asked. If you'll excuse me, please, Kit Wilder said, brushing past him. Don't you dare go anywhere, Mom, Sabrina said, fists on her hips. Yeah, she wasn't going to make it easy. Good for her. That was his woman, right there. But I have to, Kit began. No, Sabrina said. Yes, DC ordered, and turned to Kit. Please. Honey, Kit said to Sabrina, it's just that Olga needs me in the kitchen. I'm sorry. Sabrina called after her mother. Olga never needs you. That is a bald-faced lie. DC shut the door to his former room. Sabrina gave him her back and paired it with a loud humph. Let me talk to you, baby. No, you left. I told you I loved you, and you left. Made a mistake. What, you never made a mistake? Yeah, he figured that would get her attention. Like him, she'd made a few. They were 2 of a kind in some ways. She turned again to face him, and he took in the fact that she hadn't removed the necklace. He let it settle inside, calming his last nerve. He was going to take that as a good sign, even if it had just been a few hours. She had likely taken a shower, dressed, and she still wore it. Yeah, she was going to forgive him. Eventually. You're still wearing the necklace, he said softly. Her fingers played with the charm and she shrugged. Yeah, well, it's bling. I know how you like your bling. For now, he would go ahead and pretend he believed that it was nothing more than a piece of jewelry to her. They both knew better. You shouldn't have left me this morning. It was horrible timing. Right after I told you I loved you, right after we spent the night together. You're mean. Not mean, he corrected. I'm a bastard, but a lucky one. I don't know why you love me, but you do. I have my reasons, she sniffed and tipped her chin as if to defend her position. Had he mentioned how much he loved this woman? He stepped into her, crowding her, not willing to let her go. Sunshine, give me another chance. Why should I? Because you love me, he said, and tugged her by the nape of her neck close enough to share a breath. So? He waited until she met his gaze. Her eyes were the warmest green. They were no longer flashing him bolts of anger, but were back to mild irritation. Right where they began. He could work with that. And because I love you. Really? A hopeful smile tugged at her lips, and right then he wanted to give her everything he had. You mean you're going to actually admit it? Wait. What? This was supposed to be news to her. It was news to him. He'd never loved anyone like this before. If that made him weak, well, he was going to learn to live with it. Damien, you need to take your own advice. I know you love me. You told me to listen to what people don't tell you as much as what they do tell you. You didn't tell me, but you showed me. You took care of me, and you protected me. You stayed here longer than you had to, and you helped me more than you had to. I also know that you wouldn't even take Luke's money. Everything you did was for me. I wasn't just a job to you anymore. And then there's this necklace. She touched it tenderly. I know you love me. I do love you. I wish you'd told me sooner and not left me in the dark. She laughed. You had to figure this out for yourself. Plus, you wouldn't have believed me. Okay, maybe you're right. You don't do love, remember? No, I don't fall in love. Just this once. He pulled her to him, breathing in her sweet scent. She climbed him. I knew it. Congratulations, baby. You're not one of the weak ones. Thanks. He nuzzled her neck. You've already figured out so much. Have you figured out what we're going to do? You don't like ranches or cows. Said so yourself. But I do love horses. She batted her eyelashes. And I especially love cowboys. Baby, I think I can help you with that. Epilogue. I Love You by Martina McBride. Austin, Texas. 2 months later. Sabrina finished the night set performing her new release, No Excuses, This Is Me, a somewhat toned-down version of the song Lexi had written for Sabrina's debut album. No longer a song about an angry, vengeful woman taking a bat to her ex's car, and metaphorically, the press. This one was about a woman grabbing her second chance. Tonight she and her backup band had played to a sellout crowd at Austin Beat. It was a small venue, but she was proud of the fact that she'd packed it headlining the show. The label had scheduled her for a few shows in strategic areas to test the market, and so far, the response had been better than they could have hoped. Sabrina still had fans, loyal ones, who'd stayed with her throughout the toughest and most painful time of her career. Yet in all that hurt had come amazing growth. This was, by far, the sweetest time of her life. Best of all, tonight was their last show for a while, so she'd go home to Damien's ranch, and they'd have some private time for a few weeks before she had to head into a Nashville recording studio. She'd been a frequent visitor to the D.C. ranch, spending long, luxurious weekends with him. Her first surprise had been that the ranch was less like a farm with a red barn, and more like a sprawling compound with a house big enough to get lost in. When Damien had first driven her to the place so far on the outskirts of Dallas that she thought they were already in another state, she thought he'd decided they would spend the night at a resort. But no, he'd driven her past the looming D.C. Ranch sign into his cattle ranch, apparently the second largest in Texas. Damien was super serious about this cowboy business, she'd come to learn. Good show, Sabrina said, fist-bumping with the guitar player backstage and handing her mic to Jerry, one of their roadies. See you in a few weeks, Sabrina, said their drummer Adam. Rest up and say hi to DC for us. They'd all met him, of course. Damien was a little on the protective side and didn't want her hanging with a bunch of hot guys until they'd met him, too. She understood. Lucky for her, none of Damien's many young ranch hands were women. So far, though, Damien swore he wouldn't discriminate if a woman really wanted the job. He'd promised to allow her to do the interviewing. She was sure just to humor her. She had no idea who would be a good ranch hand and who would be a lousy one. She was still learning her way around a cattle ranch, but she already had her own quarter horse. The second surprise. A gift from Damien, She'd named him Boots. He was a sweet boy. She hadn't ridden Boots yet, as she first had to learn how to groom and saddle him. It also turned out that Damien had a lot more money than she'd ever imagined. She'd first learned of just how much more when he'd bought her a truck just to better get around the property. The third surprise. It wasn't a small pickup truck as she'd expected, but a fully loaded 4x4. In red, of course. Private joke. Damien met her at the stage door, and she was so happy to see him. She did a running jump into his arms. "Baby, oh wow, I missed you." "Not more than I missed you." "Did you catch the show?" He nodded. "You were amazing as always." "You're just biased." She removed his Stetson and ruffled his hair. And he carried her just that way with her legs wrapped around his waist as if she was light as cotton candy, outside to the parking lot and his waiting 4x4. They passed a small crowd of onlookers held back by a privacy rope. He opened the passenger door, buckled her in, then kissed her long and deep. "I've been waiting for that," she whispered against his lips. "Been waiting for a lot more." His dark eyes heated and shimmered. She smirked. "I know, me too. We have 3 weeks and we're not getting out of bed for the first 2 days." Within minutes, they were pulling out onto the highway and the more than 3-hour drive to the ranch. Sabrina set the station to one of the country channels and leaned her head on his shoulder, her hand on his thigh. She would snooze most of the drive. "We're stopping for a late dinner," Damien announced within minutes. She leaned back, surprised. "But what will Lucille say?" Lucille was Damien's hired cook, a 60-year-old woman, and she was like Olga, on steroids. She insisted they eat at home every night because only she could feed them good old Texas home cooking. "She'll be fine. I've been wanting to get you out on a date again." His big palm settled on her knee. It had been a while, and though Sabrina was tired and ready for bed, she didn't want to complain or make excuses. She'd waited so long to see him again. This man, who she loved so desperately at times she didn't know what to do when they were apart. "Okay, let's go to dinner." Not surprisingly, a few minutes later he pulled the truck into a local steakhouse. As usual, he helped her down from her seat so she wouldn't have to jump down. He blocked her in, bracing his arms on either side of her. He was sex on a stick with his rumpled dark hair and bristled jawline, and she wasn't too tired to want to ravage him right in the parking lot. "Are you going to do it tonight?" he asked. She knew exactly what "it" he referred to. Ugh, really? You promised. It was true. She'd promised him she'd expand her beef-eating horizons. "Fine. I don't know why it's so important to you. I'll have the steak, medium rare." "Thanks, baby. It kills me to see the way you eat steak." Her mind distracted by the pink meat she'd have to eat, she tried not to allow her churning stomach to get the better of her. She'd wash it down with some Coke or Pepsi and prove to him that she'd tried, but she didn't like it. Her meat had to be cooked enough not to be able to walk off the table by itself, thank you very much. Damien tugged on her hand, leading her to the back of the restaurant and then into a private room. There were already rows of tables with people seated, and it took her all of 3 minutes to recognize them. Lexi and Luke were seated next to Jessie and Mom. Even Gran was there, with her gentleman friend, Sir Clint. "Hey," she squealed. "What are y'all doing here?" Yes, she was talking like a Texan now. "Surprise," Damien said from behind her. "Who's running the B&B?" It was the first question she thought to ask. Obviously, they'd all come out to congratulate her on the success of the first few shows. "We left Olga and Tony in charge," Jessie said. "We just had to be here," Lexi grinned. "I'm so happy for you, honey." Mom waved a hand in front of her face to hold back tears. Oh boy. A bit of an over-the-top response from her mother. What else was new? Thanks, it was a good show tonight. But what a nice surprise. She turned to Damien to thank him, and he had a tiny velvet box in his hands. Shock and excitement slammed through her at once, but unlike 2 months ago, she never shifted to worry. This was no fantasy. In one quick moment, she took it all in. There was a tiered cake on a corner table. Everyone she loved in one room. That's when she realized he'd done all this for her. The idea of loving her no longer scared him. They still hadn't known each other for all that long. But this no longer mattered because she'd learned everything that counted. She'd noticed that for a man who'd once said he didn't do love, he got cranky if she forgot to tell him that she loved him during a phone call from the road. She'd discovered that he had a heart for all animals, not just horses, and took in abused and injured animals to nurse them back to health. She'd fallen for him deeper on that day and uncovered the most significant lesson of all. They were made for each other. Baby, that better not be another necklace. Her voice shook as she barely held back tears. He slid her that impossibly striking smile. Not this time. He flipped open the box, and inside was a breathtaking solitaire diamond surrounded by tiny rubies. Perfect. She sucked in a breath as wet lashes clouded her vision. It's so beautiful. It's going to match my boots. She touched the necklace she rarely took off. Damien, DC to everyone else, that is, Caldwell, went down on bended knee. Sabrina Wilder, will you marry me? Please. Yes, she nearly shouted, pulling him up to his feet. I think you know I'm yours, and I always will be. Counting on it, he said, slipping the ring on her finger. This seals the deal. Sabrina held it up in the air, showing it off before she clung to Damien. Everyone clapped and cheered. Mom was openly weeping, clutching Gran, who was trying to get away from her. Sir Clint held up both arms in a rally cheer. Lexi and Jessie were hugging. Luke gave Sabrina a sly wink. In a way, her future brother-in-law had been the reason she'd accidentally met the love of her life. She'd have to thank him later. For now, she was a little busy. She framed her fiancé's face. Do you know how I said we're not getting out of bed for 2 days? Make that 5 days. Holding you to it, baby. Holding you to it. Chapter 1. You are cordially invited to attend the wedding of Mr. Luke Wyatt and Miss Alexis Wilder on September 17th, 2019, Whistle Cove, California. Please RSVP. If Jessie Wilder had to listen to one more argument between her mother, Kit, and Molly, she'd spontaneously combust. Then she'd make everyone else clean up the mess. Lexi loves red roses. Molly, owner of Mum's the Word, waved a single red-stemmed rose in the air. Don't you know your own daughter? I know that Lexi thinks roses are so overdone. Kit crossed her arms. And baby's breath. Don't even get me started. They're a classic for a reason. We're looking for something more modern, less kitschy. Roses are not kitschy. We gave you the contract for the flowers to help your business, but we could get a top-notch florist to do the celebrity wedding of the year, her mother continued. Not this late in the game. On and on it went, until Jessie's ears were about to bleed. Considering she'd spent half of her life playing drums for the Wilder sisters, the country pop band she'd been a part of with her 2 sisters, this said something. Her ears had taken a beating over the years in concert halls and crowded auditoriums. For two 50-somethings, these ladies who were supposedly friends sure could behave like children. Molly had just exclaimed, "How dare you?" when Jessie stood from behind the desk in her private office at the Wilder Sisters B&B. "Excuse me," she said, with the air of the born mediator she'd been all her life. "Surely you two can stop shouting and communicate like the two smart and powerful women that you are." "She's right," Molly said. "I had hoped she could talk some sense into you." "What do you think, Jessie?" her mother asked. "Roses, or something less predictable?" "What I think is that it's too late to change the flowers. Don't forget how important it is to impress Vera at Bride today if we ever want to go back to the glory days of being an actual wedding venue. So no detail is too small. And Lexi said she's fine no matter what we choose." She was far more interested in her upcoming marriage to Luke Wyatt than she was in the actual wedding. Though they were getting married in their hometown of Whistle Cove, she'd left all of the details to her family. She and Luke were in the studio recording, and would be until the day before they flew back home a few days before the wedding. "I know the last thing she'd want is roses." Her mother moved to the door of the office. "Maybe it's not too late to change if I pull in a favor or two. I think we should take this outside." "I don't like the sound of that," Jessie warned. Both women, lifelong friends and rivals, suddenly laughed. "She must think we're gangsters or something," Molly elbowed Kit. Jessie was always grateful when she could get these two to remember they were friends first. It wasn't unlike what she'd done in arguments between her two sisters, Lexi and Sabrina, all of her life. As the proverbial middle, Jessie had always been the peacemaker. She was happy in that role, but not when she was elbow deep in planning the Nashville celebrity wedding of the year. Oh, and had she mentioned trying to impress the single largest wedding social media influencer? If they could get us spread as one of the top 10 wedding venues in California, it would be a total game changer. "By outside, I meant your office," Kit said with a smirk. "I'm sure you have enough to do with those RSVPs all over your desk." Finally, some acknowledgement that Lexi's wedding was turning her previously orderly life into a three-ring circus, and these two were her clowns. The entire matter of the RSVPs was a real mess. These were guests who'd put it off until the last minute. She didn't care how many Grammys or CMA awards these people had won. It was rude to respond a mere 2 weeks before the event. They had a small venue to begin with, and all rooms were already spoken for. Luckily, many had chosen to stay in local 5-star hotels for the room service and other amenities they didn't have at the B&B. "And don't get mad about Reba's late RSVP," her mother said. "I heard it was coming. She's in the middle of a world tour and wasn't sure she could move shows around to be able to attend." "Reba will be here?" Molly's jaw dropped. "I adore her." Kit took on that snooty, superior look she always did when talking about the music industry. Jessie's father, John Wilder, had been the real power behind the Wilder sisters, but he died a few years ago unexpectedly, devastating their family. "Don't embarrass her by fangirling all over the place. This is about Lexi," Kit said. "And Luke," Molly added. Jessie finally managed to wave them out of her office and got back to opening late RSVPs. Yes, some of these people probably had to juggle intense schedules to make it to the wedding, but she'd sent a save the date 6 months in advance. There really was no excuse for such disorganization. Frankly, she was disgusted. When her Grandma Wilder had officially retired to Carmel by the Sea a few months ago after her marriage to Sir Clint, who was indeed British, but not literally knighted by the Queen, the running of the B&B had fallen to Jessie. Originally, all three sisters had been working at the B&B after the dismantling of their band. They'd been doing fine, or so Jessie thought. But then Lexi got restless. A born songwriter, she'd written all their chart-topping songs. But when their little sister Sabrina's minor sex scandal blew up the band, Lexi had chosen to stay in Whistle Cove with the family. It hadn't lasted. Now she and Luke, their former backup musician, were writing songs and touring together. Lexi now simply a part of Luke's band. Retirement hadn't worked for Sabrina either, who was a born entertainer. Damien D.C. Caldwell, a celebrity fixer, had breathed new life into her career. Now she was solo recording and touring again, newly engaged to the man who'd salvaged her career. They lived in Texas, on his cattle ranch, and Jessie hadn't seen her little sister in a few months. Damn, she missed the little drama queen. Every now and again, Jessie wondered why she didn't miss the music business. Probably because running the B&B indulged all of her best organizational qualities. And after Lexi announced her plans to wed at the B&B, it had given Jessie a grand idea. If she could pull off this celebrity wedding and bring attention to the Wilder sisters' B&B, she could bring another entire revenue stream back. In their glory days, the B&B had been a top-notch wedding venue, booked years in advance. If Jessie pulled this off, she could be responsible for an amazing comeback. She welcomed the challenge. Opening up another late RSVP, she noted the guest's name on the master list spreadsheet. Jessie was doing as much as any bride would, but she was fine with that. She loved organization and her spreadsheets and lists. She even had a list of her lists. Most importantly, she was never late to anything. Jessie ripped open the last RSVP. In barely readable scrawl, there was a signature below the marked, "Yes, I will attend." Squinting her eyes to make sense of it, Jessie read the name. Rhett Hunt. She had a visceral reaction to the sight of that name. Her stomach rolled and pitched. Rhett Hunt? She said out loud to her empty office. Rhett Hunt. Jessie crumpled the note in her hands. He had a room here, of course, because one had been reserved for the Hunt family. She felt sick. Her blood began to boil, and her stomach felt like it had been kicked by David Beckham. Rhett had probably been invited by Luke and Lexi's management team, considering that Rhett, only son of Levi and June Hunt, was country music royalty. The Wilder sisters had once opened for Rhett's band in front of a crowded stadium in Dallas, Texas. Jessie remembered him far better than she wanted to. He was movie star handsome, conceited, and treated women like sex objects. Jessie didn't even want to be in the same state with him, much less at the same wedding. Super. This ought to be fun. 4 days after Rhett had sent in his late RSVP to the country wedding of the century, he already regretted it. He'd been back and forth on the issue for months. There was only one reason he'd been invited, and it was the same reason he was invited to most everything. He was a Hunt, son of June and Levi, Grand Ole Opry legends. If you were anybody at all in country music, a Hunt would attend your event and lend it credence and star power. It had become the Nashville hallmark of fame somewhere along the line, even if he'd had nothing to do with it. With his parents currently touring Europe, the burden to attend the Wyatt Wilder wedding was left to him. In the end, the fact that his tour schedule would have to be rearranged to the point where he could have an entire month off had been the deciding factor. He needed the break. His road manager, Trent, stuck his head in Rhett's private room at the back of the tour bus. "Pretty lady in the front row tonight. Would like to make your acquaintance." Rhett stopped plucking at the strings of his guitar and stood when Trent led the young lady into the room. Rhett bent to kiss her hand. "Hello there, darling. This breaks my heart, but I've got a song to write. But I'll be thinking of you when I write it." "Oh, Rhett," the woman said. "I'm your biggest fan." "Thank you for the inspiration, sweetheart." He twirled her around as if on the dance floor and led her out the door. "Trent will show you the way out. Take real good care of her now." Muttering to himself, Trent walked away. Rhett realized he probably sounded like a crazy man, but he'd given up groupies long ago, and every now and again, Trent seemed to forget that. He had a difficult time believing that girl was even legal. Damn. Sex wasn't fun anymore when women were so easily available. That was just one of the many issues bothering him lately. His grueling tour schedule was another. The fact that he hadn't had a break in months wore on his body and his mind. But hell, yeah, it would be great to enjoy sex again with a beautiful woman. He missed that. Missed the thrill of the chase. Back in the early years, he'd been like a dog in a steakhouse. And then word had got out and his reputation suffered a hit, mortifying his parents, who were old-school country with matching values. Red had become far more discreet after that. He dated a sweet and wholesome actress for a year and further cleaned up his reputation when they parted amicably. Their careers had kept them apart more than they were together, and Rhett honestly didn't mind when she took up with the actor in her long-running series. She was a beautiful girl, smart and sweet, too. They'd never once argued. Rhett honestly didn't know what was wrong with him, and why he hadn't fallen for Melissa. She was perfect. Maybe he had a sensitivity gene missing. He hoped that this wedding and the short break he'd have might be what he needed to get back with the program. California wasn't exactly the mecca of country music, and he just might find a woman there who had no idea who he was. He'd go a few days early and give himself a little time before he had to put on the hunt hat. 1 week later, Rhett's limo pulled up to the Wilder Sisters B&B in Whistle Cove, California. Near the entrance, a sign read, "Closed for private wedding." Yeah, he should have figured that. No chance he'd meet any of the locals. He was shooting himself in the foot coming here. It would be more of the same at this wedding, people treating him like royalty because Lord forbid they piss off the only son of the powerful Hunt family. "Thanks," Rhett said as he got out. "I'll get my own bags." He only trusted his roadie with his axe. Rhett tipped both the driver and his Stetson and headed to the beach behind the B&B. The sun was just setting behind the fog bank, and only a few rays poked through. He set his lone bag and guitar case down and had a seat on the sandy beach. The quiet sounds of the waves and the seagulls soothed him, and he began to believe he'd made the right decision coming to the wedding, even if it had at first been out of obligation. This could be just the place to make some tough decisions that had been hounding him for the past year. He was exhausted of the hamster wheel that was life on the road. Though he loved the music itself, he'd never felt quite so separated from the heart of the business. He was only 32, but had spent nearly half his life on the road. The idea of giving up music was no different than one to stop breathing. But maybe, somehow, he could make his life work again. So many people were dependent on him to pay their bills that he didn't feel he could abandon the road, but neither did he think he could stay. He felt trapped. "Excuse me, but this is a private beach," a woman's voice called out from behind him. Out of habit, he tipped his Stetson. "I'm here for the wedding, darling." "You can't be." She walked in his direction, full of purpose, and he sensed a little indignation. "The wedding isn't for another week." "I'm early." He pointed to the sign. "You're closed for the wedding, so I'm guessing my room is available." He waited a beat for her to realize who he was and get all discombobulated. But if she remembered him, she gave no hint of it. She scowled. "Follow me." As they neared the B&B, The light from inside gave him more visibility. It was at that moment that he realized he was talking to none other than Jesse Wilder, and his stomach burned. Jesse hated his guts. The other two sisters had liked him just fine, but Jessie had a burr up her butt when it came to him, and made no secret of it. He followed her through the back entrance into the B&B, past a large canvas tent he assumed housed the wedding preparations. She led him to the empty front desk. Checking him in, she didn't smile once. He, on the other hand, was having a moment. It was in the way she walked, her behind wiggling and toned arms swinging, like he'd already pissed her off just by being alive. Desire spiked through him, making his dick twitch. He had a strange feeling of déjà vu, like this wasn't the first time he'd felt this way. Chapter 2. It was an emotional wedding. Even the cake was in tears. Meme. Naturally, Rhett would make himself at home on the beach without checking in first, because he owned the world and everything in it. The beach, the moon, and stars. The minute he turned his face to her, she had precisely the last reaction on Earth that she wanted to have. Because no matter what a conceited, full of himself celebrity Rhett was, facts were facts. He was tall, built like an athlete, with a full mop of gorgeous dark hair and a sexy beard. Most of the Nashville community grew out a beard in November to support cancer research, but apparently Rhett had decided to keep his year-round. He had shimmering dark eyes and a smirk of a smile that made a woman think naughty thoughts. She was having some of those thoughts at the moment and hated herself for it. Here's your room number and key fob. Yours is the mermaid's room. It's pink, and I don't want to hear any guff from you. You sent your RSVP in late, and you're a week early. I'm sorry about that, darling. I was just so tied up. He glanced around the empty lobby. Just you and me here? Not everyone that's coming to the wedding is staying here. Some had wanted a full-service hotel and not a quaint B&B. She could stay in one of the rooms, but instead of creating more work for their small hired staff before the guests arrived, she got up at 6 a.m. and worked until she fell asleep at her desk. Then she trudged home to her service cottage behind the B&B, where she slept until the next morning. Rinse and repeat. For now, you're here by yourself for a couple more nights, so I hope you brought protection. She coughed, realizing what that sounded like, and wouldn't look at him. I mean, in case your fans find out where you are. Oh God, that sounded worse. She sputtered, and thought she might be having a small stroke. What I mean is, hopefully you don't have a crazed fan who followed you here. You know, one of your fervent admirers. Although we have gone out of our way to ensure your privacy, as with all of our guests. She took a breath. Don't you have a bodyguard or anything? I think I'll do just fine on my own, sweetheart. Know how to protect myself. His deep, sexy southern drawl was perhaps the least annoying part of him. That and the fact that his parents were some of the warmest people Jessie had ever met. She wondered what happened there. Maybe Rhett was adopted. In the morning, there will be more people here. Olga, our cook, lives with her husband Tony in one of our cottages out back. She's always here early and she's been prepping for the banquet. We have a lot of food orders coming in. Tony will be here too, and people are going to be flitting in and out of here all day getting things ready for the wedding. Just stay out of our way. She held up a palm. Lexi and Luke arrive in a few more days. Did she sound rude? She didn't care. Whatever. Well, I sure look forward to seeing them again. She wished he'd stop with the aw shucks routine. It was beginning to wear thin, especially when she knew who he was at his core. A womanizer. He went through women like a grater went through cheese. He was everything wrong with an industry that rewarded performers for being extremely good-looking as well as talented. It was the same way with her soon-to-be brother-in-law, but fortunately, he was the last thing from a womanizer. She brought out the phone basket. Oh, she was prepared. People magazine demanded an exclusive photo shoot of the bride and groom, and early on Jessie had decided she didn't trust anyone not to take a photo with their phone and slap it all over social media. Not going to happen. I'll need your phone. She held out the palm of her hand. Now. My phone? He reached in his black leather jacket, pulling it out. Why? It's part of the agreement clearly stated in the non-disclosure every wedding guest had to fill out. Or did you not read it? Afraid I didn't, darling. I apologize. But you're welcome to my leash. I need the break anyway. He plopped it in her hand. His warm and big hand sent a zing through her that was entirely unwelcome. You know, you might have read the agreement before you came to the wedding. We expect this to be private in every way. It might be a celebrity wedding, but we don't want photos flashed all over social media. Jessie was thinking about some of the photos she'd seen of Rhett with beautiful women, one on each arm. To her, it seemed every moment of his life was documented. Already apologized, sweetheart. I don't care to take photos of the happy bride and groom. But seems like maybe I did something to piss you off, darling. Usually I have to be around a woman at least half a day to work up this kind of reaction. Really? That long? Maybe that's because you're not too discriminating about your women. On the contrary, I'm very picky. Just so you know, we pride ourselves on being hospitable, but it's still probably not what you're used to. I won't run around behind you, calling you master and asking if you'd like another Corona. Shows how much you know. I don't drink Corona. Domestic beers only. He signed for his room and gave her his one tipped smile. But a woman has to first like me a little before I show her how wrong she is about me. I will say this for you. At least you're honest about your faults. Not all of them. I like to give myself a little credit. I'm a feminist, and I love women. He slid her another easy smile. And I'll bet the women who love you back are not feminists. Wouldn't know. That's not what we usually talk about. You mean you actually talk to these women? Do you talk about how wonderful you are? Darling, when I'm in bed with a woman, we don't do a lot of talking. But it would be silly of me to talk about how great I am when that's all they're doing. Her blood boiled. That's because you date nothing but bimbos who wouldn't know the difference. He cocked his head. Sweetheart, I'm starting to think you're not a feminist like I am. You're the worst thing to happen to a woman, any woman. She tossed up her hands. No one's complained so far. He shrugged. She snorted. Well, you just wait. It's going to happen. With that last pathetic singer, she thought it was time to quit before she further embarrassed herself. He just winked and tipped his Stetson. Good night, Jessie Wilder. You have yourself a nice sleep. Jessie did not have herself a nice sleep. Instead, she fell asleep at her computer again and woke up around midnight. She hadn't heard another word out of Mr. Rhett Hunt, which was just as well. If she'd been rude, at least Gran hadn't been here to witness it. They were all supposed to be the soul of hospitality and welcome one and all to the Wilder B&B. It was the Wilder way. But the way Jessie looked at it, this wasn't their usual crowd. Normally they had couples coming from all over the U.S. and even the world to visit the Monterey Bay. But the next week would mean plenty of entitled celebrities and the beautiful people, not the least of them, Rhett. She'd been shocked at first to see him alone. In the past, he'd always had a gorgeous, model-thin woman clinging to each side. The memory of the night when he'd confirmed her own worst fears sliced through her, making her meaner. He'd confirmed she was the chubby Wilder sister, as the tabloids had once referred to her. They'd printed an ugly article with a horribly unflattering photo of her next to her two blonde and breathtakingly beautiful sisters. Lexi was classically beautiful, like a modern Grace Kelly. Sabrina was a sexpot, and Jessie was the homely sister. She'd never really cared much about her looks before everyone found it important to point out how far short she fell from her sisters. Because Rhett was Nashville royalty, a few years ago their parents had tried to fix him and Jessie up. The Wilder sisters were at one time Nashville's darlings, traveling with their wholesome family act, fiercely protected and managed by their father. Her father and Rhett's father, Levi, became friends, and once they'd had a wild hair about merging dynasties. Lexi was otherwise occupied with Luke, their backup guitarist with whom she'd carried on an affair for years. Sabrina was too young. "What about Jessie?" her mother had asked. Seemed she was always an afterthought, but that's what she'd gotten for being so quiet and cooperative. The proverbial middle, who was regularly ignored. Normally, she didn't mind. Thanks to their parents, for an award show night, Jessie had been paired with Rhett for the evening. Mortified, she feigned illness, but her mother could always tell when Jessie was lying. All her daddy had to do was give Jessie his disappointed look, and she'd do whatever he asked. A total daddy's girl. She'd adored him. It was pretty much how she'd come to play drums for the family band. Her daddy asked her, "If he's not a perfect gentleman, tell me, and I'll personally rearrange his face," her father had said the night of the show. Jessie had let her mother and sisters fuss over her, though Sabrina had mostly sulked that she couldn't be the one to go. Jessie borrowed Lexi's gold sequined evening gown. It had squished her boobs so tightly she thought she might pass out. Her wild hair was straightened, tamed, and arranged in a chignon. She didn't even look like herself. But it all seemed worth it once she was at the award show with Rhett. They walked down the red carpet together holding hands, the constant click of the camera overwhelming. He was even better looking in person, if that were possible. And he'd flirted with her, heavy on the compliments. She felt special, and for once, beautiful. It was only later that she realized Rhett did not discriminate. He made every woman feel as though she were the only woman in the room. Which meant, again, she was no one special. This was further proven when she'd accidentally overheard Rhett speaking to the actress of a popular TV show, who'd been asked to present an award. "I see you're here with Chubby," she'd said. "Now, sweetheart, we don't say chubby. We say curvy." They'd both had a nice laugh about Jessie, the cow. As soon as the award show was over, Jessie asked Rhett to take her back to the hotel where her family was staying. "Are you sure, darling? There's a party to get to." "I'm not going to any party with you." She could have lied about being ill or an early curfew, but she wanted Rhett to know she didn't want to be with him a minute longer. He looked puzzled, but did as she asked, even walking her to the hotel lobby where he thanked her for a nice evening. Jessie lied to her father and said Rhett had been a perfect gentleman. From that moment on, every time Jessie ran into Rhett, she was rude to him. He, for his part, continued to flirt and be friendly, at least to her face. Lord knew how he was making fun of her behind her back. He continued to date actresses and models and was never seen with anyone less than a 10. In the intervening years since she'd last been face-to-face with Rhett, Jessie had lost the extra weight. Getting off the grind of the road had helped with all that. She could now work out daily by running on the beach and eating healthy. But she'd never be model thin or as beautiful as her sisters. Stretching, Jessie stood and decided she could afford a midnight snack since she'd worked through dinner. She staggered to the kitchen and went through Olga's stash of goodies in the cupboards and found a covered tray. "Don't move." Suddenly and jarringly, she was tackled by someone large. She rolled to the floor, heart in her throat. This was it. She was going to die. Alone. Meanwhile, Rhett was probably upstairs getting his beauty sleep. She screamed anyway, hoping he'd hear and at least dial 911. With only ambient light from outdoor lighting, she had no idea who she was dealing with. A homeless person who wanted food or money? This had never happened before in quiet, peaceful Whistle Cove. I don't have anything of real value, but you can take whatever you find. Just please don't hurt me. I don't want to die. Jesse? She rolled and wound up on top of Rhett Hunt. He was beneath her, every one of his sinewy muscles taking all of her weight. Shock pulsed through her, combined with a heavy dose of unexplainable heady desire. Rhett Hunt, you are going to die. She pushed off him. What the hell? You're damn lucky I didn't have my shotgun with me. First you tell me I'm going to be here all night by myself, then you're mad when I think I hear an intruder and try to protect you? I didn't go back to my cottage because I fell asleep at my desk. He flipped on the light switch. Did it ever occur to you to turn on the light or give a person some kind of warning? No, it didn't. I had no idea you were a vigilante. He scoffed. You think I'm just going to sleep through someone breaking in? I honestly thought you'd be upstairs busy manscaping or something. Manscaping? Don't act like you don't know what that is. She gasped, then clutched her chest. Just let me catch my breath here. My life flashed before my eyes. How dare you scare me like that? I was trying to help. By tackling me to the ground? I didn't know it was you, he smirked. That part was just an added bonus. Ugh, just go to your room and leave me alone. Not until you tell me something. He stepped into her and got right in her line of vision. What did I ever do to royally piss you off? We went on one date. One. I never knew what I'd done to make you so mad. Shocked he could come right out with it, she considered telling him. But was it really his fault that she still thought of herself as chubby Jessie? She wasn't chubby anymore. Far from it. If he had eyes, he could see that. Nothing. He cocked his head. Try again, sweetheart. She pointed to him. That's it. Right there. He looked behind him. What's it? The way you call me sweetheart. The way you call me darling. I'm not your darling, and I'm not your sweetheart. You call every woman that. She drilled a finger into his chest. His hard as granite chest. Gulp. What's wrong with that? I mean, how do you tell us all apart? No need. He held out his arms to the side and shrugged. Told you, I love all women. Saying much more might come too close to revealing that she'd once wanted to be special. The only one he'd call sweetheart, if only for one night. What you don't realize is that tossing those terms around could be, well, demeaning. His eyes narrowed, and then he seemed to understand, smiling and shaking his head. Forgot. I'm in California. I travel so much I sometimes forget where I am. What's that supposed to mean? She narrowed her eyes and held up air quotes. I'm in California. It means that where I'm from, women don't mind being called sweetheart and darling. They realize it doesn't mean I want them to bake me some cookies and scrub my floor. She crossed her arms. And where are you from? The 1950s? He made a face, and she knew she had him. Ha ha. Satisfied with her zinger, she turned her back to go, but he grabbed her elbow. Wait a second. We're not done here. Oh, yes, we are. Unless you want me to break out my shotgun, I'm going to insist that we are. Done. He quirked a brow and let her go. And Jessie smiled all the way back to her cottage. Chapter 3. Good morning to everyone except guests that don't RSVP on time. Meme. The next morning, Rhett woke to the sounds of someone hammering inside his head. The hammering got louder, the pain at the back of his eyes stronger, and he pulled a pillow over his head to muffle the sound. It didn't help. The hammering continued. Finally, he gave up and climbed out of bed wearing nothing but his boxer briefs. At the window, he could see why the hammering hadn't stopped. Outside, a man was going at it with a hammer, constructing some kind of a gazebo right on the beach. He supposed this was more of the wedding preparations. Well, he'd asked for it, hadn't he, coming too early, for some peace and quiet. Ha! He closed his eyes against the hammering and wished for a caffeine infusion. Given that wasn't going to happen, he stumbled to the coffee machine and pushed the button. He proceeded to rub the sore spot where he'd fallen last night on the cold terracotta kitchen floor. Jesse didn't realize it, but the moment he felt he'd tackled someone soft and feminine, he'd spun them so that as they both fell to the ground, he took all the weight. And damn, not that he could have known it based on the unimaginative dress she'd worn last night, but Jessie Wilder was all soft curves and amazing ass. She smelled like something light and floral, and her hair was like silk. He'd remembered the last time he'd spent any serious amount of time around her. Her date from hell. His dad had talked him into it, said that as a hunt it was his duty to take out John Wilder's daughter. All the girls were wholesome and beautiful. Who knew, his father said? They might just get along, and really, what harm could there be? Some harm, it turned out, because Jesse had embarrassed him by refusing to attend the after-party with him. He didn't know what the hell he'd done, still didn't know, because calling her darlin' hadn't resulted in seeing devil's horns that evening. Instead, she'd smiled at him adoringly, and for the first time he'd noticed how much she looked like her older sister, Lexi. It was so long ago he'd let it go, but now here she was, all gorgeous and soft, bringing the faded memory up again. He'd gone to the after-party alone, and his father had wanted to know what had happened to his date. Not surprisingly, he'd disappointed his father again. He was talented that way. Rubbing his eyes before inhaling his first taste of coffee, he went to the window again. The fog had not yet rolled out, and the sky remained gunmetal gray. A jogger came from a short distance towards the private beach, and before long he could tell it was Jessie, her pale blonde hair flying wild in a ponytail. She was dressed in shorts and a blue pullover that said Monterey Bay Aquarium. She stopped at the gazebo, hands on hips, and talked to the middle-aged man with a hammer. Her hands then jerked around animatedly as she pointed to the gazebo, the tent, the building. And then she saw him. He fully expected a scowl, maybe even a one-finger salute, but she simply stared, jaw slack. Then she quickly looked away. At that moment, he remembered he was standing by the window in nothing but his boxers. He grinned, rather smug and self-satisfied at the glimmer of appreciation he'd found in her eyes. Contrary to popular opinion, and he'd obviously include Jessie's here, not many women got a look at this much of him. Sleep impossible at this point, he went ahead and showered and dressed. He took another look at the pink mermaid room. Pink sheets and walls. Porcelain mermaid figurines on the dresser. On one wall, a plaque read, "Be a mermaid and make waves." Yeah, right. He had a feeling Jessie had purposely put him in this room to piss him off, or to further emasculate him. And what was that crap comment last night about manscaping? He'd never manscaped in his life. Didn't matter. Jessie might not want to be attracted to him, but this morning's eyeful on her part proved that she was, at least physically. He couldn't say it was any different for him. She was a pain in his ass, and he had no use for her, but he couldn't seem to look away from that radiant skin, silky hair, and shimmering green eyes. She was every bit as beautiful as he remembered, and if he'd been an ass on their long-ago date, he couldn't remember. But hell, he'd been a stupid kid on his first recording contract. He should get a pass. Last night being the first night in months that he hadn't slept on a rolling vehicle, he'd actually had a decent night's sleep for a change. He looked forward to more solitude. But downstairs, activity was buzzing as Jesse had reported it would be. The man with the hammering introduced himself as Tony, the handyman, shook his hand and welcomed him warmly. Everyone else did too, from Olga the cook to every worker on the premises. Though he noted they didn't seem to recognize him as anyone special. The relief he felt at the anonymity spiked through him. This was what he wanted to have in his life. People treating him like anyone else. Not a hunt, just Rhett. The dining area downstairs was like a ghost town. He imagined this was normally filled with guests. He was staring out the floor-to-ceiling window at the cresting waves and the sun trying to break through on the horizon when he sensed the devil with green eyes behind him. "Olga insists on feeding you breakfast." He turned to face his nemesis. She changed from the shorts and wore another frumpy dress that did good work on concealing the curves he'd felt last night. "Thank you, darling. No need to go out of your way." "Like I said, Olga insists." She waved at an open table. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged woman with short salt and pepper hair pushed out a service cart. "My banana and macadamia nut coconut pancakes. I hope you will like them, Mr. Hunt." "Call me Red." He leaned back and checked out the spread. There weren't just pancakes, thick as a piece of cake. There were also fried potatoes, muffins, and eggs. He quickly took a bite while she was standing next to him. "I don't think I've ever tasted a better pancake in my whole life." Olga smiled and waved away the compliment. "You enjoy it." She walked back toward the kitchen, but Jesse still stood nearby. He tried a smile. "I apologize for this morning. Didn't mean to cause a commotion with your eyes." Those eyes squinted at him. "My eyes?" He pointed to his. "They seem to be discombobulated. Have you never seen a half-naked man before?" She snorted. "Yeah? Don't worry about it. I've seen plenty." "On TV?" She ignored that. "You were nothing special, if that's what you're asking. Just a man's bare chest. If you've seen one, you've seen 'em all." "That may be true, but I usually have my dates buy me dinner before they see mine." "Oh, lucky me," she said, heavy on the sarcasm. Rhett glowered and picked at his pancakes. He wasn't going to tell kind Olga that he didn't usually eat breakfast, but he was about 2 seconds from telling Jesse. He'd take great pleasure in it, too. "By the way, you might have noticed that our lobby isn't open 24/7, so if you're out and get locked out after midnight, just fish for a key in the little birdhouse outside. We leave one there for late arrivals." He quirked a brow. "No wonder you thought someone had broken in and attacked you last night. They wouldn't have had to break in. Just use the key you left for them." She huffed. "We have a safe community here. You just caught me by surprise last night. We've never had an issue." "Can never be too careful." He took a rough bite out of the muffin, imagining it was her neck. "Again, I'm sorry I didn't bring my shotgun." "I still have mine." She met his eyes. "So you said." "Oh, the chairs." He followed her gaze to a delivery truck outside. Then he watched what he could see of her sweet ass under that ridiculous dress as she ran out. Rhett thoroughly enjoyed the rest of his day completely alone for the first time in months. Nothing but the seagulls were his company, and they didn't demand anything at all from him. No hit song, no 48-city tour. He simply breathed in the salty, stinging air of the Pacific Ocean and that alone eased his mood. It wasn't like him to let anyone piss him off so easily. The problem was he knew Jessie was wrong about him, but proving it to her would be difficult. There was nothing wrong with complimenting every woman and calling them sweetheart. Nothing wrong with sincere male appreciation of the female species. How did Jessie manage to make him feel like a jerk every time he opened his mouth? More importantly, why the hell should he even care? He was here to figure out how to grow the guts to get off the hamster wheel of life on the road, once and for all, with the least number of ramifications for those who depended on him. For a long while now, he'd been interested in life on the other side of the recording studio. Producing and molding new up-and-coming country artists appealed to his sense of creativity. He already wrote songs for new artists. His occasional songwriting partner and friend Brian had made this work, and he did little traveling at all. This way, Rhett could still be near the music in Nashville and the heart of everything he loved. He mulled this over during the day while attempting once more to teach himself how to surf, a sport he'd never conquered, having grown up in Texas. The bed and breakfast had a small storage shed outside for guests to enjoy on their private beach. Rhett picked out a surfboard, and staring out into the bay, felt the stirrings of renewal. Somehow, he would create a different life, separate himself from the Hunt legacy, and be okay with it. Worn out hours later, but in a good way, he sat on the empty private beach on a blue Adirondack chair he'd found in a small cove. His phone buzzed. Yeah, he'd snuck back into Jessie's office and grabbed it right out of the basket where he'd deposited it. It wasn't that he didn't welcome the separation, but he refused to be Jessie's little drone. She couldn't tell him what to do. Damn, it was Hoyt Armstrong, his manager. He had demanded Rhett keep the leash on at all times, but promised to call only with something hugely important. Rhett sprawled out on the chair and put the phone to his ear. This had better be important. Dude, this may be the single best news I've had for you since I signed on to represent you. There was a long pause. Well, Shake It hit #1 on the country music charts this week. You did it, Rhett. How does it feel to hit #1 for the 5th time? And this may very well be a crossover hit, your first. Enjoy your time off, because as soon as you get back, we need to hit the road. The label wants to talk contracts, hit the ground running. They're thinking a 24-city tour, TV appearances, radio spots, maybe a 48-city tour. More of the same, of course, but with the novelty of Shake It fresh in everyone's ears. Rhett stopped listening. He'd just finished a year-long tour in case anyone had forgotten. He glanced at his wristwatch. A call from his father would be expected soon to assure Rhett that he'd made it on his own and not because he was a Hunt. And while Rhett appreciated that his parents were sensitive to his need to be a success on his own, there would never be any real way of knowing how much was actually earned from all his work. Contrary to other hard-working musicians, he'd had interest in his music from the start. His phone buzzed, indicating an incoming call. His father. Gotta go. That's the old man calling, no doubt to congratulate me. Tell him I said hello. With that, Rhett hung up and switched over. I just heard. Aw, knew that old buzzard would beat me to it. Congratulations, son. You did it, and this one is all you. I didn't much like Shake It, but you were right. Mother says to congratulate you as well. Rhett's dad hadn't liked the song because it was an up-tempo, heavily rock-influenced song about a man who liked to watch his woman shake her ass on the dance floor. Couched in better terms, naturally, and not-so-subtle metaphors. It was a sexy song, and Rhett had taken a chance with it. But he'd never dreamed it would deliver like this. The timing wasn't great. He saw his plans fading to black. No one quit on top. No one. Rhett spent the rest of the day alone on the beach and watched the sun set over the horizon in a burst of red, dipping lower and lower until it was gone. Fully intent on going straight up to bed, he saw the light on again and decided he would hand his phone over after all. This time it was his decision. He followed a strange sound between a scream and a sob. Jessie wasn't tricking him again. She'd be sitting behind her desk, maybe asleep and having a lousy nightmare. He ducked his head inside the open office door and caught Jessie breaking a pencil in half, a ruthless look on her face. "I'd sure hate to be that pencil." Her gaze shot up to meet his. "What are you doing here?" "Came to give you my phone." Her eyebrow quirked and she accepted it, then threw it in a drawer without another word. "Why don't you just go home?" She stood and waved her arms around. "Home? Why don't I go home? Because I have 1,000 tiny details and people working against me at every turn. My mother doesn't want the Smiths sitting with the Youngs, and she'd like you to sit at 5 different tables. So, if you could find a way to clone yourself, that would be awesome. And now Molly has canceled the order for roses because she's mad at my mother. So we have no flowers for a wedding that's happening in less than 5 days. And I need this wedding to be perfect." Been to a lot of weddings, and not one of them was perfect. My bass player's best man lost the ring. At another wedding, the flower girl had a tantrum in the middle of the aisle and had to be removed. It wasn't a good time to find out that she knew more 4-letter words than any 3-year-old should. I could go on, but have you ever been to a wedding that was covered by Bride Today? What's Bride Today? She closed her eyes as if praying for patience. It's the premier social media blog in the industry. Anything they recommend turns to gold. They're kind of like the Oprah of the bridal industry. And I want this wedding to put the B&B on the map. If what you need is fresh flowers, I'm your man. You're my man. I will need my phone back." He held out his hand. Reluctantly, she opened the drawer and handed it back to him. He started scrolling through his address book. "What do you need?" "It's impossible. Unless you have a magical florist. The order had to be in a week ago." "Huh. Magical florist. That's good. Leave it to me, sweetheart." He met her gaze. "What do you need?" "Red roses. For bouquets, for the gazebo." She let out a breath and slumped in her chair, cradling her head. "It's not happening. This is a disaster." But Rhett already had his cell phone to his ear. Chapter 4. Nothing like planning a wedding to make you want to punch every person you've ever met in the throat. Meme. Color Jessie amazed. "Bethany, sweetheart, how are you doing?" Rhett propped one arm in the doorway of her office and began to sweet-talk the woman on the other end of the line. Jessie didn't say another word, but just listened to Mr. Charming work his magic. "He doesn't deserve you, darling. Thought you were going to cut him loose." What in God's name? Was he now a counselor, too? Why would any woman unload on this man? Uh-huh. Well, sure. Uh-huh. Well, there was that. Apparently he was a good listener. Several minutes of silence passed. "Sweetheart, you're in the business of flowers and love. You deserve to be treated like a princess." Rhett suddenly looked up and winked at Jessie. Her heart gave a powerful tug. He was charming. She'd have to give him that. He suddenly seemed to arrive at the real reason he'd been calling poor and lovesick Bethany. "Here's the thing. We need red roses for a wedding out here in California pretty quick." "No, not for my wedding. Don't worry, darling. Still a free man in case it doesn't work out with old Ted." "Yeah. Anyway, the thing is, when I think of flowers, I always think of you." Jessie gagged. That's right. You're my girl. Can you do it? There were several interminable seconds, and then Rhett handed her the phone. Tell her what you need, and when. Really? Jessie whispered to him, taking the phone. She spoke to Bethany for several minutes and secured the order. The flowers would be delivered by a local florist in nearby Santa Cruz with whom Bethany had a connection. Jessie hung up, thanking Bethany profusely. Instead of handing him back the phone, she put it back in the desk drawer. Why would you have such a close connection with a florist? He quirked a brow. You know me, and you have to ask that question. Oh, right. Lots of flowers delivered over several years, smoothing over my bad boy ways. He crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. Or, trying to. But he'd never sent her flowers to apologize for being a jerk. Not for the first time. She wished she wasn't so drawn to him. She tried to tell herself that the attraction didn't make sense. But he was irresistible. Damn him. Charismatic, with a hard body which had melted her corneas earlier. Not that she would tell Prince Charming anytime soon. But a man's muscled chest happened to be her favorite part of the male anatomy. Naturally, she'd seen a man's naked chest before, but not like one like that. Thank you. You saved the day. She reached for the pencil she'd nearly decapitated and threw it in the trash. But you never sent me flowers. 4? He quirked a brow. Being a jerk on our date. Seems like someone isn't remembering things right. He pointed to her. You were the one who stood me up when you wouldn't go to the after party with me. Because you were a jerk. You want me to apologize for staring at your sweet ass? No, She blinked. Wait, what? You heard me. Don't make fun of me. She was thinking about 10 pounds overweight Jessie, and her ass wasn't sweet. It was big. You don't have to be cruel, but lies are also not welcome, particularly to women like me with an IQ higher than 48. Sweetheart, you really do have a problem, don't you? If you don't see yourself as the sexy, beautiful woman you are, I'm not sure that I can help you. But it does make me question the whole IQ thing. Ha! She stood and went hands on hips. And what makes you think I don't see myself as the, what was that you said? Sexy, beautiful woman that I am? For one thing, the dresses you wear. She held out her arms. What's wrong with my dress? Today she wore a floral halter dress that flared out at the skirt and paired it with flats because she had a lot of running around to do and preferred not to kill her feet in the process. She was always practical and level-headed. Not that Rhett would understand that kind of a woman. He seemed to favor the high-maintenance types who booked a spa date every other day. Nothing, but I can't really see much. He cocked his head. You can't see much. It's not supposed to be an X-ray dress. You don't need to see anything. It's too plain. Not like you. I can't see your... He cleared his throat, almost like he was uncomfortable with the flow of this conversation. Sweet ass. But I felt it, so I know it's there. He had the unnerving ability to both compliment her and also make her want to hit him over the head with her stapler. When did you... Never mind. When you landed on top of me. He smiled and winked. You mean when you were on top of me? Whatever. He turned as if to go. You let me know if there's anything else I can do to help, and I'll look into cloning myself. Surprising herself, she laughed. Knowing him, he'd probably manage to do it. 2 days later, guests began to arrive. Other than some of the Wilder family, like Gran and Sir Clint, and some of the Wilder cousins from Tennessee, and the Olsons from Los Angeles, they were all celebrities. For years, all their friends had been celebrities. Today, Jessie had no trouble talking her mother into helping with check-ins. Instead of wearing the B&B uniform of casual jeans and shirt that she usually wore, Kit Wilder was back to her classic and elegant sophistication. Her mother resembled the actress who played Samantha on Sex and the City. Blonde, tall, and beautiful, slender with impeccable taste in high fashion. But instead of a single woman on the prowl, Kit Wilder was a former stage mother. The mother of 3 daughters and the widow of John Wilder, a man who had made the Wilder sisters a household name for many years. Possibly to honor her late husband, she hadn't stopped trying to get her daughters' careers back on track after the sex scandal that had broken up their clean and wholesome act. Sabrina, always the wild card, had been caught sending a nude photo to a man she thought she could trust. But said man had sold it to a tabloid. Jessie had always believed none of this would have happened had their father still been alive. The resulting plummeting of their record sales and inability to recover from the ugly rumors meant that the Wilder sisters were no longer relevant. They disbanded and returned to their hometown of Whistle Cove, their grandmother Wilder, and the original family business, the Wilder Sisters B&B, which Gran had once operated with her sisters. Now Jessie helped as Kit Wilder became the face and voice that welcomed one and all. This was her crowd, after all, her people. They had never felt like Jessie's people. Instead, she became the one to gather cell phones and receive mildly irritated looks. She reiterated over and over again that there was a landline for emergencies and that all would receive their phones back after the wedding. "Mark, so wonderful to see you again." Kit welcomed a man Jessie did not recognize. He was dressed impeccably in a pinstriped suit, and his face was vaguely familiar, so Jessie guessed he could be the label's owner. "And how are the kids?" Then she was on to the next guest. "Oh my goodness, Linda, I didn't even recognize you. You look at least 10 years younger." "Congratulations on that new artist you signed. I see great things ahead." "Yes, Sabrina is also performing again. You did hear that she's engaged and living in Texas. My baby girl is so happy." On and on it went. Kit laughing, chatting, and making the guests feel right at ease. Jessie thought she was pretty good at this herself, but her mother was exemplary. Shame Jessie had only recently noticed this talent of her mother's. It would come in handy from this point forward. Later, Jessie had the freedom to take care of some other minor details. They'd hired extra staff for the event, considering who they were dealing with. Jessie had hired Olga's niece, a valet, and 2 local men to be porters. This was something they didn't have for their usual crowd, most of whom would take care of their own luggage without a second thought. But Jessie felt the extra layer of care would be expected by this jet-setting crowd. She didn't want anything to feel second-rate at Lexi's wedding. Just because they were a modest B&B in a small beach community didn't mean her sister wouldn't have the best they could provide. She'd hired all the best vendors for the decorations, the music, the photographs. She watched as another limo pulled up and the driver hopped out. One solitary long leg appeared, and then the slender arm, accepting the help of the driver. The woman who emerged was instantly recognizable to Jessie. She might not know or care much about the business part of show business, but Jessie loved the music. Kayla Lisa was a new artist with the label and already had a hit song climbing the charts. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her long dark hair was styled impeccably, and she walked, no, glided, on 4-inch heels as if she was a gazelle. She wore a tight bodice-fitting red dress that showed off every inch of her and the fact that she was probably a size -5. Jessie had promised not to make a fool out of herself when all the beautiful people showed up. In the past, she'd been just as guilty as Molly over ogling her favorite celebrities. Even though she'd grown up with them all around, Some artists were still special and set apart in her opinion. She regularly told herself, in daily affirmations, that she was just as good or better than any of these gorgeous people who dined on perfection and feasted on superiority. I am beautiful, and people adore me. I move easily through life, and no one intimidates me. That's right. A few years ago, she'd been around celebrities on a regular basis. She'd managed somehow to hold her own, with her gorgeous sisters, flanking her. Okay, so maybe not entirely on her own, but she had changed since getting off the road. Found herself. She wasn't meant to be on the stage, though she'd enjoyed that time of her life. But she didn't miss life on a bus, and liked her life now, living by the beach and using her true skills at organization. Eventually, those skills were going to turn their quaint family B&B into a world-class destination. Kayla Lisa continued to move as if on a cloud, or in a hair commercial, while the porters and the valet nearly knocked each other out in an effort to be the first to help with her luggage. Awkwardly, Jessie moved into her line of sight. She wanted to tell her that, among other things, she adored the anthem to the people she'd recorded that was climbing the charts. A song about how we are all equal, despite race or socioeconomic status or fame. As long as we're united by the beat of the music, or as the song put it, the drums, the bass, and the treble. She especially liked that it mentioned the drums. Not 2 seconds from moving into her line of sight and smiling like what she was sure had to be a hyena, Kayla Lisa looked right past Jessie. It was as if she wasn't even there. Oh my God, there he is! Kayla Lisa ran right past Jessie and toward the lobby, and yes, she also ran like a gazelle. Jessie turned, and there was Rhett, already charming his way through the new arrivals. Smiling, shaking hands, clapping backs, kissing hands. Jessie followed Kayla Lisa inside and watched as she launched herself into Rhett's arms. Hey there, sweetheart. Don't you look amazing? Rhett smiled and hugged her back. Kayla Lisa didn't show any signs of letting the simple embrace be enough as she clung to his neck. Congratulations on hitting #1 with Shake It. To his credit, Rhett almost looked embarrassed. He gave a small smile, and hands on her shoulders, carefully sat Kayla Lisa aside. Thank you. I'm hoping the same will happen with my song. Wouldn't that be something for you to have written 2 songs that hit #1? I'm already in the top 10. Wait, Rhett had written both Shake It and When We Meet? The 2 songs were radically different. One of them sounded like a booty call and was ideal for Rhett's sultry deep sound. The other song was an anthem to the people. Happy for you, darling. He gently patted Kayla Lisa on the back like one might a small child. Happy for us, you mean? You're a hell of a songwriter, Rhett Hunt. Just lucky, he shrugged. And modest, Kayla Lisa continued to gush. Unlike Jessie, she seemed to have no filter when it came to meeting celebrities. Despite all of it, Jessie still waited to welcome her to the B&B. She was supposed to be a gracious hostess, and to be fair, Kayla Lisa might not have noticed Jessie. Rhett had a way of commanding a woman's attention. She cleared her throat and held out her hand. Hi, Kayla Lisa. I'm glad to meet you. Kayla Lisa stared at Jessie, then back to Rhett. I thought this was a private event. Rhett winced. Kayla Lisa, this is Jessie Wilder, Lexi's sister. She and her family own this B&B. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you. Kayla Lisa held out her perfectly manicured hand. It was soft and silky. Jessie reminded herself yet again to schedule a mani-pedi before the wedding. She was running out of time. Thank you all for having me, Kayla Lisa said. I'm a big fan of your latest song. She glanced at Rhett. I had no idea Rhett wrote it. Kayla Lisa grabbed onto his arm. He's just the best. Without him, I'd still be a nobody. Clearly, now she was a somebody. Now come on, darling. You made that song what it is. You're too kind, handsome. I don't deserve that. Of course you do. Look at you. You're knocking 'em dead. Not sure I'll survive another second surrounded by all this beauty. What about you? You're... The compliment fest continued until Jessie thought she would throw up. Instead, disappointed by a celebrity who hadn't lived up to her down-to-earth expectations of them, she went for a little truth. My sister is the best songwriter I've ever known, she blurted out. I agree with that. Rhett met Jessie's eyes. Lexi is by far the best songwriter I've ever known, too. Oh? Kayla Lisa looked confused at that statement, as if he'd just given up his man card. I'll have to check her out. Falling for You, Dixietown, Love is a four-letter word, Belts and Buckles, Rhinestone-Studded Love. Jessie started rattling them off. Falling for You went to #1 a year ago. Kayla Lisa was openly staring, jaw-gaping, making Jessie feel self-conscious. She didn't often brag on her sister, but this moment called for it. Rhett, for his part, was barely containing a smile. Jessie finished numbering all the songs she could remember off the top of her head, not counting the ones Lexi had written when she was in the 5th grade. As if Jessie had just recited the alphabet instead, Kayla Lisa turned to Rhett. If your dance card isn't full, babe, I'd sure like to fill it up this week. Dance card? Babe? Sweetheart, you have to know I would love nothing more than that. Spending the week with you would be like a dream come true. Really? Where was a trash can when you needed one? But I'm going to be so busy, I'm afraid I won't be much company. He waggled his finger at her. Now you save a dance for me, or I'll be a jealous man and pitch a fit. Kayla Lisa giggled. You're so funny. Of course you get a dance. And if you change your mind, come and find me. I know we could make some beautiful music together. And I don't just mean on the dance floor, if you know what I mean. A 2-year-old would know what she meant. Rhett clutched his chest and feigned an arrow having pierced his heart. Sweetheart, you do know how to tempt a man. And Rhett was a man, a good decade older than Kayla Lisa. Jessie had read she was a 21-year-old fresh out of college when she'd been discovered in a national singing contest. Rhett was even older than Jessie. Not that she hadn't seen the May-December romance play itself over and over again. Her parents had been one of those couples. But as a mere observer, Kayla Lisa, being so young, had an ick factor Jessie couldn't ignore. She sincerely hoped that Rhett was putting her off because of her age. Even so, he couldn't seem to help being his own charming self even while turning down the most beautiful young woman in country music. Chapter 5. Ask me again how the wedding planning is going, and I will beat you to death with my guest list. Meme. The next day, Rhett did his best to fend off Kayla Lisa's advances, but staying in his room wasn't going to work for him. He wasn't there to hide. She'd been after him since the day she'd arrived, and no amount of redirecting her helped. He feared he might have to be extremely direct with her. Rude. Might even have to use the words, Sweetheart, you're a child. Hell, might even drop the sweetheart, which was almost unthinkable to him. He didn't want to hurt her tender feelings. Most of the women he flirted with understood that it wouldn't go any further. Flirting was fun, and he wasn't going to stop just because someone younger didn't understand the rules. That, he supposed, was the real difference. But she would have to understand. He wasn't interested in Kayla Lisa, and that was final. She was beautiful, and he wasn't too jaded to notice that. But for crying out loud, she was young. No, not for him. He wasn't interested in taking on a student in the bedroom or anywhere else. Then there was the fact that He already felt he'd done enough for the girl's career. He'd given her a good start. Her hit song was supposed to be his, but he'd been sweet-talked out of it in a very generous deal. He couldn't complain because the royalties would probably fund his grandchildren's education someday. Kayla Lisa only wanted him because he was a hunt and could do a lot more for her career than the ex-fiancé she supposedly left behind in Georgia. He didn't fault a young artist, female or male, for being ambitious, but they weren't going to ride on his shoulders anymore. He was tired of being used. They needed more songwriters in the business anyway, and fewer performers. He smiled when he thought of how Jesse had blurted out Lexi's accomplishments. He wasn't lying when he'd agreed. One of the things he most admired about the Wilder sisters' act was the fact they'd never recorded a song that Lexi hadn't written, either alone or with a co-writer. Kayla Lisa could learn a thing or two from the Wilders. They'd worked hard for many years before achieving their success. He admired that a hell of a lot. As he walked down the hallway, Jessie suddenly went running out of her office, right past him, blonde hair sticking out every which way and flying with the wind. It was just like the day the chairs had been delivered. Girl got excited easily. He wondered if it could be the flowers. Not quite sure why he cared. His gaze followed her outside. A limo door opened, and a tall, stern man wearing a pearl gray Stetson he recognized as D.C. Caldwell emerged first. He held his hand out, and out came the beautiful and wild Sabrina Wilder. By the protective stance he'd taken, no one was getting by this man. No one, that is, other than Jessie. He skillfully stepped aside just in time to allow the two sisters to collide in a huge hug. "Is that Sabrina Wilder?" a voice at his elbow said. Kayla Lisa. He didn't turn to face her, but kept his eyes on the amazing display of affection. The sisters were walking and hugging, DC following. The one and the same. After what she pulled, I'm surprised she ever got to work again. Red hated the way that whole ordeal had gone down. The sisters had a squeaky clean image with their fans, always worrisome when a person was also human. Sabrina hadn't deserved what happened to her or taking on the full blame. He was sick of the shaming and saw too much of it in the business. I should probably meet her, Kayla Lisa said in the next breath. He simply nodded, trying for silence as a method to discourage her from talking to him. I don't know why you won't just come up to my room tonight, Kayla Lisa said, her hand gliding up and down his forearm. You're not with anyone else. I'm not with anyone else. His spine tensed. I'm not going to visit your room. Why? What's wrong with me? Dear Lord, help him. He turned, smiled, and took her hand to brush a kiss across her knuckles. Sweetheart, you're too much woman for me. I'm an old guy, and I can't handle all of you. You're not old, Rhett, she giggled. No, he certainly wasn't. And she wouldn't come close to being too much of a woman for him either. But this was better than telling her the truth in reverse. You're too young, too annoying, too cruel. She wouldn't handle that well, going on his previous experiences with honesty. Jessie and Sabrina moved together through the lobby as if one cohesive unit. Not for the first time, Rhett found himself envying that kind of family closeness, wondering what it would have been like had he not been an only child. For one thing, he would share the Hunt legacy and not carry it all on his shoulders. He'd never know. The trio were stopped several times by some of the industry pros here, and Sabrina was graceful with each one of them. She was also gracious enough not to walk past Rhett and Kayla Lisa. She stopped and smiled. Hey, y'all! Jessie made the introduction to Kayla Lisa and reminded Sabrina that they'd already met Rhett. Rhett lifted Sabrina's arm to spin her around. Sabrina Wilder, sweetheart, don't you look magnificent? Thank you. I'm having so much fun with these new songs. Really awesome up-tempo one written by Lexi and Luke, and even one that I attempted. It's a love song, of course. She threw a smitten look at DC. None of us are surprised the first song she ever wrote is a love song, Jessie elbowed Sabrina. At least I didn't call it I Love You, DC. Because let's face it, DC, You're the One for Me is a lyric just waiting to be written. Everyone laughed. Sabrina managed to extricate herself from Jessie's embrace, and the deeply intimate kiss she shared with DC made Rhett feel like he was a peeping Tom. He made himself look away, which meant his eyes went to Jessie, and the look of pure longing in her shimmering green eyes. It pulled a tug of sympathy for her out of him. Baby, we need to get to our room so you can rest, DC said, breaking the kiss. You're right, she said, and said goodnight. Jessie walked on with Sabrina, but something told him she wouldn't be staying too long. Those two had business. Did you get enough sleep, Sleeping Beauty? Jessie teased her sister the next day. She'd waited for Sabrina downstairs in the lobby that morning, but she didn't come down until noon. Jessie was going to talk her sister into a mani-pedi downtown. If she got recognized anywhere in town, the residents always minded their own business and left them alone for the most part. They were the town's oddity, but no one special anymore. I'm so tired lately, Sabrina said. I swear, we went to bed early and everything. Sure, but did you actually sleep? Yes, Jessie, we slept. Sabrina seemed snippier than her normal cheerful self, and Jessie wondered what was going on. They hopped in Jessie's sedan and made the short drive to Cloud 9, the bridal boutique. While Lexi had purchased her dress in Nashville, both Jessie and Sabrina had ordered their bridesmaids' dresses locally for ease. Angela met them at the door and was excited to see them both. The wedding of the year! I'm so glad you got your bridesmaid dresses here. I'm just sorry Lexi went with someone else. She would have come here, but she's been too busy recording, Jessie explained. Angela brought out both emerald green dresses, beautiful satin evening gowns. Jessie had been a bit worried about the sleek cut of the bodice, the reason she'd upped her jogs to 5 times a week. This cut would not be very forgiving to her butt. Oh my Lord, Sabrina said. Why did Lexi choose these dresses? Why? What's wrong? Angela froze. Tell me and I'll fix it. I don't remember it being so small. Angela laughed. Let's just get these dresses on and we can make whatever alterations are needed. Since when did Sabrina worry about something being too small for her? They went into their respective changing rooms, and Jessie came out first. You still in there? She called out to Sabrina. Yeah, you go on ahead and I'll be out in a minute. Don't get shy on me, Jessie said on a laugh. Never gonna happen, Sabrina muttered from inside the changing room. Her dress fit like a glove, and Jessie could only hope it looked as good as it felt. She walked out to the pedestal in front of the display of 4 four-length mirrors, prepared for the worst. Her mind flashed back to previous designer fittings in which her dresses always had to be taken out. Lovely! Angela clapped her hands. Jessie allowed herself to look and saw that the dress looked as good as it felt. What size is this? A 6? Angela said. I went by the measurements, but it sure looks like someone's been dieting for the wedding. We can take it in a little at the hips. Take it in? Yes, it's supposed to be a tighter fit for the design, and it's perfect over the rest of you, but just a little too loose in the hips. The laughter that bubbled up inside Jessie felt a little too close to hysterical, and she covered her mouth, then lowered it. Too loose. Too loose. That's right. It wasn't like Jessie had been starving herself before the wedding. She'd just increased her exercise and stopped drinking soda. The knowledge that she'd left her fat self behind slammed into her. Why hadn't she noticed that she could wear clothes that felt less like her old fat clothes? Everything Rhett had said to her made more sense. She used to disguise her figure under flowing, roomy clothes, but there was no need to do that any longer. Jessie! Sabrina's wail could be heard loud and clear. The girl had never been quiet. What is it? Jessie flew off the pedestal and ran to the changing room. I can't get this zipper up. We'll just do a few alterations, Angela, who had followed and was right behind Jessie, said. That's what I'm here for. Come on out, Jessie said. No, you come in. Sabrina opened the door and Jessie walked in. Let me see that zipper. Jessie had never met a zipper she couldn't conquer. There were days when she'd stretched a zipper to its outer limits and still not broken it. Never mind, Sabrina said, staying Jessie's hand. This isn't happening. Why not? Sabrina's lower lip quivered, and Jessie's stomach sank to her toes. Her little sister had never been self-conscious about her weight, nor had she ever had cause to be. And besides, as far as Jessie could see, the dress was only tight around the... Oh, my God. Jessie covered her mouth. Are you pregnant? Shh. She waved her hands. Do you want everyone to know? Why not? She went hands on hips. I don't want to upstage Lexi's big moment. Because you're pregnant? What does that have to do with... Sabrina lowered her gaze. I'm not just pregnant. I'm married. You are? Since when? Since Damien dragged me to the courthouse last week. We were getting hitched anyway. I told him we should at least wait until after Lexi's wedding, but he couldn't stand for any more gossip to start up about me. She bit her lower lip. You know how sensitive he is about all that. Right. Getting knocked up by the man who repaired your image might not be such good press. I got knocked up by my fiancé. But you know how he is. He wouldn't listen. And we were getting married anyway, so off we went to the courthouse. We're keeping it secret until after Lexi and Luke's wedding. And we'll have a private family wedding in Texas after the baby is born. Oh, honey. Jessie pulled her little sister into a big hug. I'm so happy for you. Now help me fix this mess. She pulled on the zipper of the dress. I didn't think I'd get big this early. I'm only 3 months along. How am I going to hide this from Lexi and Mom? You know, it wouldn't even be noticeable, except for the tight fit of this dress. But I'm sure Angela will work her magic. We'll just explain that you gained weight by being on the road and eating so much junk. That's what we'll tell everyone. Sabrina scrunched up her nose. You think that'll work? Leave it all to me. Chapter 6. Wedding of the year? Yes, please. Meme. By the next afternoon, Rhett noticed guests roaming through the common area downstairs and spilling out onto the private beach. He'd been congratulated on his recent hit song, asked to collaborate on projects, asked for an opinion on a song choice, and propositioned. Twice. This time not just by Kayla Lisa, who wouldn't quit, but by the newly divorced VP of Rise Up Records. She'd suggested they get away from the wedding guests and find a quiet spot on the beach. Yeah, not going to happen. Mackenzie Mac Kelly was a barracuda who was great at her job, and he respected her as a professional. He'd never cross that line. Not drunk or sober. Unfortunately, he knew from Gossip Central that Mac wouldn't take rejection well. So he didn't have just one woman to avoid now, but two. Fortunately, tonight they'd all be staying in for a special catered dinner provided by the local Italian restaurant, Maurizio's. Kit had explained earlier to a small group of them that though they normally didn't provide lunch or dinner, they'd made special arrangements for tonight. Italian food is my favorite, Kayla Lisa said. Damn, she'd snuck up on him. Yeah? Maybe we can sit together, she said, gently caressing his arm. It might be sensual with another woman, but Kayla Lisa was giving him the wrong kind of shiver. Sorry, darling. I'm sitting with me, Mac said from just behind Rhett. We have business to discuss. Rhett turned to see that Mackenzie had also snuck up on him. Holy shit. Now don't fight over me. You'll make me feel bad. I can't sit with either one of you. I'm sitting with Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Jessie walking through the large living area, greeting guests. She smiled, shook hands, chatted for what seemed to be just the right amount of time, and went on to the next. No matter what she had to say about him, she could also schmooze her way through a crowd. He imagined she'd been primed for this kind of thing since she was a kid. Jessie Wilder, he finished, a wicked thought materializing. I promised I'd sit with her, and you know I can't offend our lovely host. She has a huge crush on me. I've been trying to avoid her since I got here, but it's been difficult. Both women gave each other the stink eye, but there wasn't much they could say about sitting with the bride's sister and their host. Fine, Max said. We'll talk later. She walked away, taking her scent of flowers and power with her. How ridiculous, Kayla Lisa said, glancing in Jessie's direction. She's not even close to your type. She's pretty, Rhett couldn't stop himself from saying. He didn't usually pit women against each other, but Kayla Lisa was beginning to seriously piss him off. Tell me you see that, sweetheart. Kayla Lisa snorted. In a very simple way, I guess. She used to be fat, and she'll be fat again. It's just a matter of time before she lets herself go. Anger burned in his gut. Kayla Lisa was way out of line, and he felt dangerously close to snapping. She was never fat. Everyone, attention please. Dinner is served in the dining room. Kit Wilder clapped her hands. Right this way, please. No assigned seating tonight. Well, I'll see ya when I see ya, Rhett said, and made his way toward Jessie. She was walking toward the dining room when he stopped her. I need to sit with you tonight. I'm sitting with my sister. Her upper lip curled in a half snarl. Man, she really hated him, didn't she? Sooner or later, he'd fix that. Even better. I'll sit between you two and you can share me. She rolled her eyes. I'm not sitting with you, Rhett. Jessie started to walk past him, but he grabbed her elbow. Even after I helped you with the flower order? Her eyes softened for a second. That was kind of you, and I appreciate it, but... And also, I need for certain people to think it was your idea to sit with me. Excuse me? There's a rumor going around that you have a massive crush on me. Was it wrong to be enjoying the way her cheeks turned rosy pink? What rumor? She said this between gritted teeth. He shrugged. Probably the one I started. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked like she would hang him by his balls. You started it? There had to be a reason you wanted to sit with me. Her hands were in fists at her side. And it couldn't be because I admire your music or because our fathers used to be friends? You think on your feet a lot faster than I do, sweetheart. That would have been perfect. He took her arm and began to lead her. We better get to our seats. I love Italian food, and I don't want to miss out. For a second, he wondered if he'd get slapped. Jessie would do it, too. Of this he had no doubt. He didn't think he'd ever been slapped, at least not since 3rd grade. But when all eyes were on them as they entered the dining room, he figured she was far too polite to make a scene. Something else they had in common. I'll kill you later, she hissed near his ear. Long as it's after dinner. They took their places at one of the long rectangular tables that he'd noticed had been brought in the day the chairs arrived. There were several tables arranged much like they would be at a wedding reception, which he figured would also happen in this room. He was a bit disappointed to find that he was seated at a table with Kayla Lisa. Dinner progressed uneventfully, even if he was feeling far too aware of Jessie. She smelled damn good, and looked even better. Tonight she actually wore a dress that showed off that amazing figure of hers. She was just how he preferred a woman, with some flesh he could hold on to. Curvy was a good way to describe her. When he was younger, he'd believed he preferred thin women. But when an actual protruding hip bone had painfully dug into him, he'd changed his mind. For a while, he'd felt like a blind man who'd regained his sight. A woman was meant to have curves, flesh on her bones. That's sort of the way Jessie made him feel tonight. And he wished he hadn't done whatever the hell he'd done for her to think of him as an asshole on their long-ago date. He would have loved to have left her with a better memory. He kept bumping into Jessie's elbow all night, hoping to get her to give him more than a snarl. It was only when he'd struck up a conversation with DC, who Rhett had thankfully never required a consult with, that she sent him a friendly smile. He and DC talked about ranches, because Rhett had one as well. One in Texas and one in Nashville. He didn't much know how they were doing, as he hadn't had time to visit either of the places he actually called home. But it was a relief to talk about something else. A relief not to be congratulated every 2 seconds on his hit song and asked when the next world tour would start. Never, if he could work that into his contract. Sabrina had a hit song climbing the charts as well, and so did Lexi and Luke. Sabrina treated him like her equal, and not like he held the magical keys into superstardom. Like him, the Wilders had been there, done that. Even if they'd had a fall from grace that he'd somehow so far avoided, he could relate to all of them. Even Jessie, or maybe especially her. In her, he saw a tiny glimmer of who he hoped to become one day. Someone who'd once been a performer but was now pursuing other options. Someone who seemed free of any of the pressures of this cutthroat industry. He finished his pasta and turned once more to get Jessie's attention. This time it was easy, as Sabrina was currently in a lip lock with DC. "You ever think about playing music again?" She blinked. "No one but my mother has ever asked me that." "And what did you tell her?" She smirked. "I love my life the way it is right now." "You're lucky." She cocked her head and studied him. "You almost sound envious." He cleared his throat, unwilling to let her know she was right. "You were a great drummer. That's why I asked." "Thank you. I still love country music, but now I can love and appreciate it from a distance. And I still get to have one foot in the door with my sisters. I love their success. Neither one of them deserved what happened to their careers." "Neither did you." He met her gaze, hoping to let her see he wasn't one of the ones to judge any of them. She didn't have any trouble holding his gaze, and didn't look away for several seconds. "That's kind of you. I was the one least hurt by it, and now I still get to meet interesting people." "You three have always been close?" "Well, we grew up together in the business. I miss seeing them every day, even on those days when we woke up on a rolling bus not sure what town we were in. I miss not knowing they have my back." She looked wistful for a second, but then her gaze zeroed in on Kayla Lisa. "No one has your back?" "Oh, they do. It's just from a distance now. But to be fair, I don't usually have to deal with this crap." She looked as stricken as if she'd insulted the Pope. "I mean, I'm sorry. I know exactly what you mean." "Yeah? Don't like dealing with these events either. It's a happy occasion, don't get me wrong. But it's also the biggest celebrity wedding to come out of Nashville in some time." At an undisclosed location, she rolled her eyes. "Everyone in town knows what's going on, but they have always been respectful of our privacy. It's the great part of being home." When dinner was over, some people lingered, talking and drinking. Jessie was nearby talking to Sabrina. DC was not far, nursing a scotch and looking out the window at the cresting waves. Rhett thought this might be a good time to take a walk on the beach alone, or with Jessie if he could pull her away from Sabrina. He wanted to talk to her more, now that she might believe he wasn't a complete asshole. At least, tonight she'd talked to him, and he'd opened up to her in a way he hadn't expected to. Talking to her was like commiserating with a friend who understood and didn't judge. One who didn't shame him for not appreciating all the fame and fortune he'd lucked into. Kayla Lisa appeared at his side again. She tossed her hair. Here's the thing I don't understand. I know that I'm beautiful, and I know that you want me. I'm not asking for a lifetime commitment, Rhett. Just want the rest of this week to pass with a little bit of fun times for both of us. Sweetheart, I'm afraid it's a no again. What's wrong with you? Who turns down an offer like this? Are you gay or something? She jutted her bony hip out. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Sure, because there was no other reason on God's green earth he would be turning her down. It couldn't be because she was too young, too skinny, and too damn mean. He resisted the urge to snarl the way Jessie had, because he hadn't been brought up that way. He was a Hunt through and through, and had been raised to be kind and welcoming to all. But it had become exhausting. Jessie appeared in his line of vision again, with her beautiful pale blonde hair and luminous eyes. When she turned her soft gaze on him mid-laugh with Sabrina, unexplainable things happened to him. He felt gobsmacked with lust, like the kind he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Here was a woman he wanted, and she was keeping her distance because of some real or imagined slight on his part, years ago. If he had more time with her, he was sure he could straighten her out. And if he were going to spend any time with a woman, this was the only one he wanted. The thought that occurred to him was sudden and a little unexpected even for him. He was creative, however, and this went right along with writing a song. Sometimes he had to step outside himself and write about something he didn't know anything about. Like, for instance, falling in love. He'd written and recorded a dozen love songs and faked it every time. He was so damn good at faking. I'm sorry, darling. I really should have said something sooner, but the thing is, I'm engaged. You're engaged? Kayla Lisa said this so loudly that Sabrina and Jessie turned in their direction. Even DC turned, holding his glass of scotch, looking mildly interested. To who? Rhett took a few steps toward Jessie and put his arm around her. Jessie Wilder. Chapter 7. And do you solemnly swear to protect me from spiders as long as we both shall live? Meme. Jessie Wilder had just been hit by the equivalent of a meteor crashing 2 feet from her in a huge explosion of blinding light and deafening sound. She was so shocked. For once, she had no words. She'd gone from a sharp and unwelcome tingle of anticipation when he touched her, straight into angry ex-girlfriend territory. Why didn't you say something earlier? Kayla Lisa accused. We've been keeping this whole thing a secret, so as not to take any attention away from the current bride and groom. Right, sweetheart? Rhett tugged her in close, and she barely resisted the urge to haul off and slug him. Stupid tingle be damned. How dare he? An engagement was something special, sacred, and he'd just turned hers into a joke. And now Sabrina stared, jaw gaping, like she couldn't believe Jessie had kept this from her. Why did he have to do this when he just started to seem human? He'd been so kind at dinner, and she felt like someone other than her sisters understood what she'd been through. Now he had to ruin it all by being Rhett Hunt. Why didn't he just hook up with Kayla Lisa, who'd been following him around for days? She was more his type than Jessie ever had been. Kayla Lisa was ready to jump him at the slightest chance. Weren't guys attracted to that sort of thing? Easy, uncomplicated, and skinny? I don't understand, Sabrina said, in such a distraught tone that DC was at her side in an instant. Why wouldn't you tell me? Calm down, baby. DC stroked Sabrina's arm. I will not calm down. We had been talking about our situation, and that would have been the perfect time to tell me. Rhett intervened. My fault. I specifically asked her not to, Sabrina. I am sorry about that. She was just trying to be a good fiancé. At that moment, Jessie elbowed him in the ribs. He was close enough for it to be quite effective. She thought she heard a little oof come out of him. Jessie couldn't stand the hurt look on Sabrina's face, and she refused to make her own engagement a farce, so she was 2 seconds from telling everyone the truth when she got a good long look at Kayla Lisa. Nothing less than pure envy and deep longing crossed her features and settled into her gaze, making her appear even younger than she was. Jessie now had something that the most beautiful woman in Nashville wanted. Well, she had a fake something that she wanted, and she just couldn't bring herself to admit that it had all been a big practical joke. Not in front of Kayla, anyway, who'd been nothing but rude to Jessie since she'd arrived. She'd been nicer to Sabrina, seeing as she believed they were now on equal footing. But not Jessie. She couldn't do anything for Kayla Lisa's career other than buy her music. Apparently, that wasn't what she was here for. She turned to Rhett. Can we talk, sweetheart? Absolutely. Rhett took her hand and pulled her in so tight Jessie had trouble walking. Excuse us, guys. She can't keep her hands off me most days. This whole secret has been pretty difficult to keep. Sabrina faced Jessie, arms crossed. And after you two lovebirds talk, it's my turn. Jessie led the way to her private office, where she then locked the door. I'm sorry, but Rhett didn't get a chance to finish that sentence. Jessie swung her right hook to that handsome face, but he was so damn fast he ducked. She tried again. He ducked again, resembling a young Muhammad Ali, with swift feet and amazing reflexes. Calm down, he said. I can explain. She finally managed to graze him. That's for making my sister sad. As he waltzed around the room, ducking and sliding, she continued to chase him, swinging. She ran into her desk, a potted plant, the lamp. You're destroying your office. I don't care. Why won't you just stand still so I can hit you? She huffed. It's the least you can do. Shockingly, he did just that, stopping on a dime. He turned his cheek. Sorry, it's instinct. All right, go ahead and hit me, but you get one shot, so make it a good one. She stood, a little breathless now, and took a good look at Rhett's face as she aimed. It was a good face. It was, some would say, irresistible. He was still so boyishly handsome it was practically sinful. It wasn't just one feature on Rhett Hunt, but the whole damn package. He had a sexy beard covering an impressive jawline, full mouth, and hazel gold eyes that shimmered with intelligence. And he was so damn alluring. Sexy. Hit me. He gave her his half smile, and a dimple flashed. You know you want to. She did, damn it, and then she didn't. Now she was worn out from chasing him around her office. She lowered her fist. I'm not going to hit you, but you sure deserve it. She took a deep breath. Why did you do this? I'm sorry to drag you into it, but I'm tired of making excuses. Kayla Lisa wasn't going to stop. She's not taking no for an answer, and then there's Mac. Mac? Mackenzie Kelly, VP of Rise Up Records. She made a pass at me. Jessie almost choked. Does any woman alive not make a pass at you? Yeah. He cocked his head and his forehead creased. That has happened. Why did we have to be engaged? That's the only way Kayla Lisa will stop. If she simply thought we were dating, that wouldn't stop her. He quirked a brow. You could just tell her that you're not interested. I did, many times. He took a step toward her. I was going to have to be rude, and that's not how I was raised. But believe me, I was tempted. Sometimes you're a little too damn charming for your own good. He crossed his arms. True enough. Listen, everyone here has had their phones taken away. No one is going to be able to post it to social media. We're safe that it stays here until after the wedding. Then you'll be rid of me. What makes you think I'll go along with this? You don't have to. Right now, you could go out there and tell everyone the truth. I really should, you know. You blindsided me. I know I did, and I'm truly sorry for that. He nudged his chin toward the door. I'll go out there right now and tell everyone I was lying. Wait, that's not necessary. She'd been thinking in between all the swinging. This might be Jesse's only chance to prove to women like Kayla Lisa that looks weren't everything. The look on her face moments ago. She'd been shocked to her core that Rhett would have chosen Jesse. Yeah? I have to admit, Kayla Lisa is mean. Like a viper. I'd love to tell her where to stick it, but she is a guest here. Okay, I'll go along with this insanity for now, but I'm going to have to tell Sabrina the truth. I don't like her being this upset. No, she couldn't tell Rhett about Sabrina's condition. She'd promised. She's what? Never mind. She's not happy, as you could plainly see. I don't keep anything from my sisters. Unless, of course, you counted what she and Sabrina were going to both be keeping from Lexi. Oh boy. You're going to have to tell her the truth, I get it. I'd appreciate if you didn't tell anyone else. For how long? Until after their wedding? It makes sense, right? And then what? He shrugged. We have a big fight on the beach after the reception. I don't pay you enough attention, etc. I smiled at another woman, whatever. We can make it a big scene. Anything you want. You don't make scenes. That's why you're in this mess. Could say the same about you, darling. Are you going to keep calling every woman sweetheart and darling while I stand by? The little woman? She made air quotes. Why? Want me to rein it in a bit? She snorted. You can't do it. You're telling me I can't stop calling other women sweetheart and darling? That's what you're saying to me? She drilled a finger into his chest. You can't do it. But this is what I propose. You stop calling every woman sweetheart and darling, and I won't tell everyone here that you lied about being engaged because you have a raging crush on me. He grinned. That's all you want out of this arrangement? She considered this carefully, because she had the oh-so-charming Mr. Rhett Hunt in a precarious position. He needed her, so he wouldn't look like a damn fool for lying about all this. She didn't know that he could do anything for her. He'd resolved her +1 problem, and she'd certainly have someone to dance with at the wedding now. Kayla Lisa would be cross-eyed with jealousy, a nice perk. And Rhett wasn't all that horrible once you got over all the conceit. And if he wasn't going to go for it with Kayla Lisa, maybe he wasn't who she'd thought. I'm asking for 2 more favors. She held up 2 fingers. To be determined. His lips twitched, and he rubbed at his beard. You drive a hard bargain. Oh, he had no idea. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Sure you don't want to think about it? Nah, I trust you. He met her eyes and winked. A ridiculous heat pulsed through her. He turned to go and unlocked the door. Then he stopped in his tracks. Can I at least call you sweetheart and darling? She huffed. I'll allow it. Deal. This should be easy. Then he turned and was out the door. I don't think so, Jessie whispered in the empty room. Not easy at all. Chapter 8. A wedding marks the first day of the rest of your life. You have been dead until now. Did you know that? Meme. I don't understand. How is someone fake engaged? Jessie and Sabrina were sitting on the bed in her and DC's room, the Moby Dick. It was one of their most spacious rooms, with a jacuzzi spa in the bathroom and a small kitchen area. Decorated in pale blue sea colors, the bed was a king with an ornate, dark wood bed frame. Have you ever seen a rom-com before, or read a romance novel? It happens all the time. In books and movies. Jessie understood. Not in real life. Not normally. Then again, when had any of their lives been normal? Apparently, it happens in real life too. She patted Sabrina's hand. So, see, I didn't keep this from you. I'm not engaged. Jessie thought Sabrina would be happy at this news, but she didn't appear to be. She frowned. I was mad that you kept it from me, but I was also kind of happy for you. Me and Rhett Hunt? Why not? He's so sweet and talented, and Daddy loved him. Jessie got quiet at that, thinking of her father. He was a big bear of a man and crazy about his family. They'd all been lost without him for a while. I'm not exactly Rhett's type. Who is? Sabrina played with the starfish-embroidered bedspread. Not Kayla Lisa. Jessie would have thought so. I don't know, but she's coming on too strong. And you know Red, ever the Southern gentleman. He's never going to make a scene or insult a woman. Unless you counted laughing at her years ago, when he thought she wasn't listening. I remember you felt pretty insulted after your date with him, but I never understood why. He laughed at my being fat, called me curvy, behind my back. She leaned back against the pillows. Screw him. What's wrong with curvy? Damien loves that about me. She patted her stomach. Of course, now I'm actually fat. You're pregnant, Jessie sighed. And don't you know that curvy is usually just another word for fat? Especially when laughter follows the word. Sabrina scrunched up her nose. Jess, don't get me wrong, but sometimes I think you forget you're not fat. I'm not sure you ever were. I was overweight because I ate junk and rarely exercised. We all did that. Yes, but you and Lexi have a different shape than I do. It works. You can carry extra weight and still look good. Sabrina looked down at her belly. Let's hope. Either way, DC is going to love you, fat belly and all. He better. It's his baby in there. She leaned back and relaxed on the fluffy down pillows. Let's get our stories straight before Lexi shows up tomorrow. Stories? Yes, our secrets. We have them. I'm not sure mine is a secret. I'm not trying to upstage Lexi by announcing I'm hitched and knocked up, but you're going to go ahead and be engaged? Fake engaged. Jessie leaned back on the pillows next to Sabrina. And I'll tell her the truth. I can't lie to either one of you. This way everyone else believes you're upstaging her, but she'll know you're not. That's all that matters. Okay. What about Mom? Will you tell her too? You better, or she'll start picking out china patterns. She always loved the Hunts. This whole thing was already getting so complicated. Not to mention snowballing. Of course she'd need to tell her mother too. I'll tell her. She was not looking forward to this. By the way, Sabrina said, what are you getting out of this arrangement? Tell me you got something too. Something that's going to kill him, Jessie grinned. And the whole arrangement is over if he can't hold up his end. When Jessie explained Rhett's challenge, the sound of Sabrina's deep belly laugh echoed through the room. When DC got back from his run, Jessie excused herself and left the two lovebirds alone. Determined not to fall asleep at her desk again, she crossed the parking lot and headed to her service cottage. It was one of 3 cottages surrounding the B&B, built decades ago to house some of the staff and service overflow when needed. She took her time on the short walk, appreciating the night sky even if tonight the stars were socked in by the fog so prevalent on Monterey Bay. Waves crashed over the shimmering dark sea. If things went well with Bride today, and they became a recommended location for weddings, it could change everything. She had plans for the B&B, one she hadn't shared with the family yet. Expanding, for one, and renovating some of the rooms so they wouldn't be so cheesy. Especially the pink room, because really, mermaids? They were near the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and Jessie wanted to expand on the sea theme and make their room names at least more educational. I don't think this is funny. Jessie whipped around to see Kayla Lisa, standing with her arms crossed, giving Jessie the stink eye. She looked so pissed that Jessie wanted to laugh. Had something for once not worked out well for Kayla Lisa? Instead, Jessie smiled. Whatever your concerns are about your stay, I want to make it right. You know what I mean. She went hand on hip. You and Rhett? Is this some kind of a joke? You're not even his type. I don't get it. Is this a publicity stunt or what? Now that really pissed Jessie off. It had to be a huge publicity stunt, because why else would Rhett want her? Jessie bit her lower lip and tried her best to look like an ingenue. Isn't a publicity stunt something you want to advertise to the world? Exactly. Now everyone here knows. And they've all signed a non-disclosure agreement about anything that happens at my sister's wedding. We thought ahead. So you don't want this getting out? We sort of ruined that tonight, didn't we? Yes, you did. She shook her finger, like she'd had an aha moment. And where is he, by the way? If you two are so in love, shouldn't you be attached at the hip? Jessie hadn't thought of that, and she'd bet he hadn't either. Rhett had his own room. Shouldn't she pretend she was staying with him or that he was staying with her? She chewed on her lower lip while she considered how best to put this entitled young woman in her place. Kayla Lisa was really beginning to tick her off. Yesterday she'd caught her yelling at the temporary maid Jessie had hired, which happened to be Olga's niece, Esperanza. It took everything not to yell at Kayla Lisa that they were all doing the best they could. But this wasn't a full-service hotel. If she wanted that, she should have stayed elsewhere in Monterey Bay. Not that it's any of your business, but he's waiting for me. From now on, we're going to spend every night together. Jessie nearly choked on the lie. No need to hide any longer. Lord, she was in deep. Speaking of a tangled web, Kayla Lisa's eyes nearly popped out of their eye sockets. You two are trying to pull something, and I know it. I don't know what you're talking about. Jessie made her hands into fists, and her nails dug into her palms. You have a nice night now. Kayla Lisa stomped off. Temporarily satisfied, but wondering why she was letting Kayla Lisa irk her, Jessie continued on to her cottage when she'd seen Kayla Lisa far enough away to know she wasn't following. She passed by Olga and Tony's cottage and caught them spooning on the couch watching TV. She smiled and kept walking. Those two were so cute together. Someday, Jessie hoped to be living in her own cottage with her husband. She assumed one day she'd find a man who would appreciate her and love her for who she was. Who'd love her as DC loved Sabrina and Luke loved Lexi. Without conditions. Too late, she realized that the light was on in her mother's cottage. Picking up her pace, she skipped quickly by the window facing the walkway. She couldn't deal with her mother tonight. The Rose catastrophe had been avoided thanks to Rhett, and no thanks to Mom and her crazy competition with Molly. Jessie would need a discussion with her about putting someone else's needs ahead of her own. Not having flowers at a wedding would have destroyed any chances of impressing Bride today. Jessie? Kit flew out the front door of her cottage and grabbed Jessie in a hug. I just heard the news. Oh, God. Jessie should have figured news would travel fast. Her mother had been feet away from them in the kitchen, so it was a wonder she hadn't heard the moment it happened. Mom, let me explain. No need to explain, honey. I understand why you kept it from me. Yes, it's sudden. Yes, I'm shocked. But I, above all people, should know how true love just happens. Remember, your father and I were engaged after 3 dates. She pulled on Jessie's hands and squeezed them. Yes, Jessie had heard that story, and thought her parents were Looney Tunes to have done that. And lucky that in the end, they'd been a perfect match. Yes, but Jessie stopped, because for the love of God, her mother was crying. Mom, what's wrong? I've been so worried about you. Your sisters are so happy now, and you deserve to be too. You've always been the peacemaker, our rock, the one who held us all together. And when I think how John, her voice broke. I know he's in heaven right now, just swing dancing because you'll be married to Rhett Hunt. Jessie swallowed hard. She felt as though the wind had literally been knocked out of her. She thought of the night several years ago when she'd been on a date with Rhett just to please her dad. Sabrina might have been a mommy's girl, but both Jessie and Lexi were daddy's girls. Jessie still missed him. This engagement with Rhett wasn't real, and up in heaven her daddy knew this better than anyone. But Jessie couldn't bring herself to tell her mother. Not yet. Jessie just held her mother and rubbed her back. She was going to need a schedule to keep this lie straight. Good thing she was organized. She'd just start another spreadsheet. Chapter 9. One does not simply plan a wedding without having a mental breakdown. Meme. Red enjoyed a peaceful night on the beach. He sat on one of the blue Adirondack chairs he'd found in a small cove on the private beach and stretched out his legs. Strumming his guitar, he listened to the crashing waves making their own kind of music. Ignoring his management's orders to stay connected, his phone was still in Jessie's office. He was literally unplugged. This event had worked out better than he could have hoped. Tonight, Jessie had gone along with his ruse, inserting a condition which he could easily slay. Mac had heard the news and was completely ignoring him. No questions asked. He had no idea where Kayla Lisa had gone off to. A huge relief. He'd managed to squeak by this intense week with a group of women he couldn't get away from. The only trouble was Jessie. He could say he regretted dragging her into this game with him, but that wasn't exactly true. Not really. And he'd given her an out, but she hadn't taken it. He intended to make good use of his short time as her fake fiancé and get to know her. She was the most interesting woman he'd met, and now he regretted more than ever whatever he'd done to piss her off all those years ago. Rhett thought he understood women pretty well, or at least his track record with them would indicate that. But he didn't understand Jessie Wilder. At all. Had he suggested this arrangement to any other woman, they would have jumped at the chance. Even though fake, some would make the arrangement work to further their career. Not Jessie, who, unlike her sisters, didn't seem at all interested in returning to show business. She seemed to have no use for him at all, which he admitted puzzled him a little, at the same time as it reached a place he didn't like to acknowledge. All women wanted from him was a connection to the Hunt legacy. It wasn't him they wanted. He'd just been born into the right family. Just for once, it would be nice to know that he couldn't do a thing to help someone's career, even if he wasn't sure he had much to offer a woman anymore. Certainly not his heart. Rhett? He heard Jessie's soft voice and turned to see her pale blonde hair caught by the ray of a moonbeam. God, she was beautiful. How had he never noticed that before? Hey, future bride. He didn't stop strumming, but with his chin nudged in the direction of the second chair. You found me. She took a seat and skillfully gathered the flowing skirt of her floral print dress around her long legs. You don't have to do that here. It's just us. Just practicing. He winked. Is this fun for you? Hell yeah. A beautiful woman pretending to be my fiancé? What's not to love about that? The beautiful woman comment seemed to sail right past her. Either that or she really didn't care what he thought. You should know something. While I plan on telling my mother the truth, tonight I couldn't do it. She was just so happy. He stopped strumming and froze. The words hit him in the gut. For the first time in a long while, he really wanted to get to know a woman, and he'd already screwed it up by hurting her family. And this was just day one. Maybe because of his expression, she snorted a little. It doesn't have all that much to do with you. She's just worried I'm the lonely old spinster now that both of my sisters are married. Or I mean, getting married. Okay. He put his guitar aside and stood. I'll fix this. What are you going to do? You're right. I got myself into this mess with Kayla Lisa. She just needs to hear the cold, harsh truth. I won't hook up with her because she's entitled, mean, spiteful, and stupid skinny. Jessie laughed. Stupid skinny. I admit, I was pissed at you for the way you were treating me. But tonight, all I was thinking about were my own needs. I should have cleared it with you first. A fake engagement should help both sides. You're not getting anything out of this. I wasn't aware there were rules to this. I mean, not in real life anyway. Makes sense, doesn't it? I wouldn't say that I'm not getting anything out of this. He quirked a brow, wondering what in hell she could possibly mean. Look, after I talk to Kayla Lisa, I'll tell everyone I have this ridiculous crush on you, and I forced you to go along with the idea just to make myself look good. Her eyes narrowed. To make yourself look good. Obviously. She shook her head. Sometimes you really confuse me. Look, please let's not pretend that being engaged to you isn't the real prize. Not for you, anyway. He was aware that she could barely stand the sight of him, and he'd been having fun with that until now. Poking the bear, riling her, like he was a third grader pulling on her pigtails. She stood to join him, crossed her arms, and wouldn't look at him. I don't mind the arrangement. I'll go along with it, but my family needs to know the truth. I hate to disappoint them, and I don't want them to get invested in a lie. I didn't mean to hurt you or your family, Jessie. Please let me make this right. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, while she squinted at something over his shoulder. Beyond him was the bluff and a smattering of beach weeds. The only light came from the full moon and some ambient light spilling out from the B&B and from a few sailboats launched in the distance. He turned back and didn't see much of anything, but heard a rustling sound. What? He didn't get to finish that sentence because Jessie launched herself into his arms and rendered him speechless. Kiss me, she hissed. Quick, do it. Struck dumb, he lowered his hands to the small of her back and tugged her close. She smelled so good, like something floral and sweet. And he noticed once more that Jessie Wilder was absolutely breathtaking. Her beauty was quiet and understated, something you might not catch if you weren't paying close attention. Her lips were full and sensual and parting for him, and soft. Damn, every inch of her was so soft. When he apparently didn't kiss her fast enough, still staring at her like a teenage virgin, she kissed him. That single kiss, though tender and tentative, knocked him for a loop. It stirred him and woke something inside he thought was dead. He deepened the kiss, palming her neck, and she responded with a fierce passion that thoroughly unnerved him. When she broke the kiss, their lips still inches from each other, he met her gaze. He had the strange sensation of being caught wearing his shirt inside out, surprised he'd somehow missed that tiny detail, and a little embarrassed, too. But he was going to let all that go for one more kiss. This time it was his idea, and he kissed her warm, wet, and deep, without reservations. He was exploring and hoped it was the kind of kiss that promised her things, because were this entirely up to him, his dry spell was over. Tonight. Just then, something or someone landed at his feet. Oof! He stepped back from Jessie. Kayla Lisa lay on the ground, rubbing at the sand on her arms. His instinct, born and bred and so much a part of him that it was like a breath, was to help. He held out his hand and she shook it. Are you all right, Doc? Jessie shot him a warning look, and he stopped himself in time. Of course I'm not all right. Kayla Lisa rubbed her back. I fell. I might need medical attention. You look fine, Jessie said, a little breathlessly. Well, I'm not. Let's get you some first aid. Jessie took Kayla Lisa's arm and led her away. I've got a kit in my office. I want Rhett to take me, she whined. He stood as unmovable as a rock on this shore. Rhett isn't a part of the staff. He's... Jessie gave him a glance and cleared her throat. My fiancé is a guest here, just as you are. Kayla Lisa wrestled her elbow from Jessie, but went with her. And he was left with his guitar, the waves, and the moonlight, while he silently wondered what the hell had just happened to him. Chapter 10. Brace yourself. The wedding is coming. Meme. The next morning, Jessie woke up in her cottage after a very real dream in which Rhett had done a lot more than kiss her. She was still reeling with the way he'd made everything inside her spin and twist like a roller coaster on the boardwalk. His kisses didn't mess around. They were foreplay, and she could state with 100% certainty that she'd never in her life been kissed like that. Not surprisingly, last night Kayla Lisa chose to part ways with Jessie before they ever got to the first aid kit. She had watched as Kayla Lisa swung her angry hips upstairs to her room, reassured for the moment that she wouldn't go back to find Rhett. That girl was not going to let a little thing like an engagement, fake or not, stop her. The thought infuriated Jessie. Cheaters were lower than dirt. She wondered how Rhett felt about cheating, because despite all the tawdry stories tabloids had written about him and women, none were ever about him being caught two-timing. Actually, she wanted to know how he felt about a lot of things. She'd had no idea he dreaded these types of celebrity events, just as she normally did. And the fact that he'd turned Kayla Lisa down, when she'd literally thrown herself at him, puzzled her. He had lied about being engaged to chase her away. He was an enigma. She'd already heard all the congratulations on his #1 hit song, a bit of an anthem to a woman's posterior. And the way his hands had been all over her ass the previous night, she'd guessed that could be his favorite part of the female anatomy. Getting ready for the day, Jessie wondered what they were going to do about that kiss. Ignore it, she guessed. She hadn't thought Rhett was interested in her in any other way but using her to avoid Kayla Lisa and Mackenzie. Knowing that he didn't like turning a woman away and risking insulting her made it difficult to know how he really felt about her. But that was beside the point. She didn't have to know how he felt because this was all pretend. If she got a few kisses in there or copped a feel or two, she'd count it as extra. A fun time, as Sabrina would say. And why not? She was single. He was single. It had been a long time for her, and even longer since a man had kissed her like he meant it. Today, she had to put all those thoughts out of her mind because Lexi and Luke were arriving. Excitement bubbled up inside Jessie to see the third musketeer. She hadn't seen Lexi in months since she moved back to Nashville with Luke and they went into the recording studio. Then there had been a short tour. Here in Whistle Cove, there had been many FaceTime calls and late-night texts. But Jessie hadn't hugged her big sister in months, and she was dying for a king-sized hug. Despite what Mom had said about Jessie being the glue that held them together, Jessie always thought that person had been Lexi. Maybe Jessie had been the mediator between her smart and conservative older sister and her wild child younger sister, but Lexi had been the voice of calm to Jessie. Many nights she'd assured Jessie that she wasn't the ugly sister, that she was just as much a part of the Wilder sisters as any of them. It didn't matter that it hadn't been true. Jessie didn't care about performing or being famous. She only cared that somehow she was indispensable to her sisters, and she was also a musketeer. And of that, she'd never had a doubt. She belonged. In her office, Jessie made a few phone calls, the most important to Vera Amaya, the editor-in-chief of Bride Today. The importance of the blog could not be underestimated. The blog was a huge social media influencer. After first clearing it with Lexi, Jessie had invited them to attend the ceremony so they could get an idea of what their wedding package would look like for future brides. Given that Jessie didn't have a room for Vera available at the B&B, she'd hoped that wouldn't stop her from attending for the day. The blog was headquartered in San Francisco, a 2-hour drive from Whistle Cove. After exchanging a few pleasantries over the phone, Vera got down to business. "You know I can't guarantee a favorable review." "Of course, I don't expect anything other than your honest opinion." "Good, because you'd be surprised at what some people will do to get noticed. I've been bribed, propositioned, you name it. But fair is fair. I will only recommend your venue to my readers if it's top-notch. You understand?" Jessie swallowed while she wondered at the fairness of one person having so much control over an entire industry. "I completely understand." "Good. Then I'll see you in a couple of days. I look forward to this." It had been a huge leap of faith on Jessie's part to consider asking them to see their first wedding in decades. But she'd learned the hard way. Go big or go home. While she very much liked going home, she understood the saying. It so happened to be John Wilder's saying as well, and her father was the person she'd admired the most, the one who'd had the most influence on Jessie growing up. She'd watched as with hard work and determination he'd turned a little family garage band into a multi-million-dollar act. Jessie's dreams might be different, but she had every bit of persistence in them that her father did in his. It was the reason she'd pulled out all the stops and hired the best vendors. Realizing she couldn't be in 2 places at one time, she'd hired the best wedding coordinator in the area. On wedding day, she'd show up and make sure everything ran the way it should. Perfect. After hanging up with Vera, Jessie met with Olga in the kitchen to finalize some of the details of both the rehearsal night's dinner and the reception dinner. They were still serving their bountiful breakfast each morning with Olga's award-winning scones, but they didn't normally serve lunch or dinner since they weren't a full-service hotel. The whole execution had meant that Olga had been elbow-deep in prep work for weeks. If she didn't seem to enjoy it so much, Jessie might feel guilty. Jessie checked in with Esperanza, and when she was having trouble delivering all the towels to the rooms, Jessie stepped in to help out. It meant she delivered towels to the CEO of Rise Up Records, a very nice, true Southern gentleman, then someone from Luke's current band, and finally, Kayla Lisa. She came to the door in nothing but a towel, her shoulders still damp. "Oh, sorry, I was a little busy in here." "Fresh towels." Jessie shoved them in Kayla Lisa's hands, not feeling terribly hospitable. "Have a nice day." Jessie forced her attitude toward bright and cheery, not at all questioning and concerned. She had to admit one moment of wondering who was in there with Kayla Lisa, if anyone at all. It couldn't be Rhett, considering what he'd done to avoid that kind of complication. But it did occur to her that maybe, in a moment of weakness last night, because she'd just left him. But no. This was psychological warfare Kayla Lisa was engaging in, and Jessie was no stranger to it. I won't be intimidated, Jessie said to herself as she delivered the rest of the towels. She's trying to force me off my game. It won't happen. A few hours later, done with maid service and helping some of the guests with directions to Cannery Row and other attractions, Jessie went back to her office to consult with her head list of lists. She found Rhett seated inside. He'd made himself at home on the love seat she kept in her office, long jean-clad legs stretched out, relaxed. Jessie froze. She'd been avoiding him and didn't know what to say to him now. The kiss. She'd started it. But he'd kissed her, too. They'd both done it to cover with Kayla Lisa. Hi, she said, and went behind her desk. Lexi arrives today. Great. He simply smiled at her from under hooded eyes. Oh, good. This wasn't awkward at all. Actually, I'm glad you're here, she sat behind her desk. I don't think we've thought this arrangement of ours all the way through. He quirked a brow. Yeah? She found a pen out of place and put it with the others. I mean, in case we're asked, we should get our stories straight. Where and when we started dating, how many dates we had before you asked me. There obviously can't have been many. I'll let you make those decisions, darling. Thanks, but you're the songwriter. Why not get a little creative? You did fine the other night. You're right. Let me give it a go. He cleared his throat. You and I met in Nashville at a bar. Oh, hell no. I'm sorry, I won't be meeting my future husband at a bar. Okay. He rubbed his beard. Take two. We met at the home of a mutual friend in Nashville. Better. I saw you that night and asked you out. You said yes, and we went to a bar. Try again. He slid her an easy smile. I meant we went to a movie. Sounds good. We kissed that night, and after that one kiss, I wanted more. So, we decided we'd see each other at the wedding back in Whistle Cove. The first night I got here, we didn't leave the bedroom. A tingle ran down her spine. You don't have to go into that much deep. The next night, I decided you had to be my wife because I wanted a lot more nights like that one. Jessie simply stared at him, spellbound. He definitely could weave a story. She half believed him. She straightened the stack of papers on her desk. I think I can live with that version. And there's no ring because I'm waiting for the one my mother has that belonged to Grandmother Hunt. You've thought of everything. She bit her lower lip. Rhett, I kissed you because I saw Kayla Lisa hiding and spying on us. She thinks we're faking this for, get this, publicity. Of course, because that's how she thinks. And it would make sense. The Wilder family and the Hunt family. If I cared about any of that, I do see how it would be a publicity person's dream. You kissed me because you were trying not to blow our cover. He stated this, as if mulling it over. Same way you did when you kissed me back. That's where you're wrong, sweetheart, because I had no idea Kayla Lisa was hiding. You didn't? Because she'd known and urged him to kiss her, so assumed he'd also figured it out. I heard rustling, but that's it. I just thought you. He quirked a brow. No, you're obviously a lot better at this faking thing than I am. But that means you kissed you just because. He stood and came behind her desk, crowding her. Yeah. What are you? But he held out his hand. She took it, and he pulled her to standing. Doing this again? Because I want to. He kissed her, and maybe because of the close quarters and the certainty that no one was watching, this time felt incredibly intimate. She leaned into him, gliding her hands up his strong arms and down again. When she heard a soft moan, she was shocked to learn it came out of her. He broke the kiss to tweak her chin. You decide on anything else that you want out of this arrangement? There were two things to be determined. You've got me worried. Delight rushed through her and she smiled. Oh, I like that. Worrying you. You'd like something else even better. He slid her a wicked grin while still holding the nape of her neck, keeping her close. The way he smiled at her made her feel as if she should reach for a robe and cover her naked body. I don't have my two things yet, so I guess you'll just have to sweat it out a bit longer. Not that much longer. What do we have? 2 days before the wedding? Maybe I'll just make you owe me. Indefinitely. Rhett brought out a bold side of her she didn't even know she had. Ah, you're playing hardball. The problem was, it had begun to feel like she wasn't playing at all. Chapter 11. If I cry at the wedding, it's only because I'm overjoyed that the planning is finally over. Meme. Rhett didn't know what he was doing. For the first time in his life, he didn't have a rock-steady assurance about a woman. The way Jessie had responded to his kisses last night led him to believe she was feeling some of what he was. There was an unexpected pull, a red-hot chemistry he hadn't expected, and she probably hadn't either. He didn't think it was wishful thinking on his part that she had felt some attraction too. But today he wanted to test that theory because he wasn't just going to gloss over what happened last night. He might have with someone else, but this was too important to him. She was too important, even if he didn't quite understand why. Wanting a moment alone with Jessie, he'd snuck into her office and waited. Too respectful to snoop, he simply studied the orderly desk. Every single paper was stacked without a single one jutting out of place. Pens were lined up and sorted according to color. Unable to resist, he took a pen and moved it out of order to see if she'd notice. His eyes went to a framed photo of the sisters when they'd been much younger, in a prominent place on the desk. They looked to be around 10 or so, Lexi in the middle, pulling each sister in close, each of them smiling easily into the camera. A familiar-looking beach was their background. Now, as he held on to her after another amazing kiss, unable to let go, he understood one thing clearly. They had a real connection. Despite that, there was a problem. She wasn't ready for him. For this. He was moving fast, at least in his own mind, and wanted her in his bed now. Or this desk would do, were he willing to make a cheesy move and clear it of its precise order. But he had to be patient with her. She wasn't going to simply give in to his magnetism. That much was certain. He had to slow down, because this was Jessie, and she was unlike any woman he'd ever met. And he hadn't started things off well with her, pulling her into a fake engagement that was obviously only going to benefit him. What are you thinking right now? He asked, tracing her bottom lip and resisting the sudden urge to nibble on it. I think that I like kissing you. She stared at his mouth. He leaned in so close only a thin piece of paper could get between them. Then do it. She closed the distance and kissed him. When her tongue met his, a fire burned in him, and he took over. Before long, they were both hot and heavy, her hands fisting his shirt, his dropping to her ass to squeeze. He was in this office, making out with the girl who hated him, with his fake fiancé. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way about anyone. He forced himself to pull back and pressed his forehead to hers. Sorry, I'm getting a little carried away. You're not alone. I'll slow down. She met his gaze. Should we keep doing this? You don't even like me. What? That did nothing less than rock his world. You're the one who doesn't like me. I never said I didn't like you. No, you just threatened to come after me with your shotgun. Well, that was implied, and it was because you threw me to the ground. And also, I don't actually have a shotgun. He grinned. And you said I was the worst thing to happen to women everywhere. I can certainly exaggerate, can I? She sighed. But you were right to call me out. I'm stuck in old ways of thinking. I know I'm not fat anymore, but he cocked his head. When were you ever fat? Don't act like you don't remember. We went on that date, and I overheard you laughing with that beautiful actress about my being fat. You said the word was curvy. She held up finger quotes. Then you both laughed. He winced, remembering that night and the words he'd exchanged with the actress who'd been a former runway model and stick thin. The idea that he'd hurt Jessie pierced him. I'll remember now. That woman was a bitch. Well, you were very nice to her for someone who thought that. I'm nice to everyone. He was beginning to wonder why, except that he'd been raised that way. Not being discriminating enough was costing him. It's hard to argue with that. My grandmother Wilder's mantra is to welcome one and all. That's the hospitality business. I try to do the same. For the record, I meant it when I said you were curvy, not chubby. And the F word was never mentioned because that would have been crazy. She insulted you because she wasn't half as beautiful as you were. You intimidated her, and so she had to put you down. Jessie snorted. Yeah, sure. I have it on good authority that she was in a perpetually bad mood. Lack of pizza can do that to a person. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions about you. Or you could have just told me what I'd done to piss you off. You make it sound so easy. I was embarrassed to be at the event with you in the first place. It wasn't my idea. Lexi was supposed to attend, but she didn't want Luke to feel slighted or jealous. That dress they tugged me into was Lexi's, and it barely fit me. I recall it fit you extremely well. He grinned, remembering how voluptuous she'd looked, like a modern Marilyn Monroe. You can't be serious. She flattened a palm on his chest and pushed him back. It was too tight. Sometimes tight really works. She rolled her eyes. And sometimes it means you need a bigger size. Look, sweetheart, I'm going to apologize retroactively right here and now for my jackass ways. I wasn't raised to have a woman feel anything less than precious when she's around me. That night I failed. Don't do that. I don't want to be treated like I'm precious because I'm not. I'm strong and capable, and I changed my mind. Don't call me sweetheart or darlin' again. Not until you actually mean it. You mad at me? She crossed her arms. No, I'm just trying to tell you what I'm feeling, just like I should have done that night. Can't argue with that. That's very mature. She plopped back down in her seat and stared up at him. I'm a work in progress. Your fake fiancé hasn't ever been in a real relationship. That's something else we have in common. You? How is that possible? Most of the time you have a beautiful woman on each arm. I thought we were talking about relationships. And all those women might have been on my arm, but that doesn't mean they're in my bed. Time for some truth-telling. It had been that way for years now, since he got over all the attention he'd received from the opposite sex in the beginning. Since he'd finally understood that the sex he'd had with virtual strangers left him feeling empty. He'd wanted something more. But until he'd met Jessie Wilder again, he wasn't sure what that meant. Later, Rhett made his way to the temporary bar they'd set up for the reception, wondering what Jessie had against bars. It seemed perfectly logical to meet someone special there. They were a great place to unwind and meet new people. Because it was afternoon and a tour had been arranged to take some guests through a private viewing of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, there were only a few guests downstairs. He took a seat at the bar and ordered a beer while he hatched a plan. Number 1. He had to take time off before he burned out and had nothing left to write, or write about. He needed a life. Number 2. He had to convince Jessie that he wasn't the image, no longer a player. He would have thought she, of all people, would understand that an artist's image and actual personality weren't always one and the same. Maybe he'd bought into it himself in the beginning, but things had changed. Number 3. He had to somehow prepare for the other 2 things Jessie might ask him out of this arrangement. He didn't like being blindsided. Scotch, neat. DC sat next to Rhett. Hey. Out of habit, Rhett glanced around for Sabrina. He'd rarely seen those 2 apart since they'd arrived. Trying to get my fiancé some space. She's about to levitate with excitement. Rhett sent him a knowing look. Lexi? DC nodded. She texted from the airport. Any minute now, Rhett expected to see Jessie fly out that door with the excitement of the day the chairs had been delivered, times 1,000. Sure enough, the minute a limo pulled up outside, Jessie was a streak as she ran past them and straight out the door to join Sabrina, who was already outside. Together, the 2 girls ran to the limo, and when another instantly recognizable blonde emerged, Jessie and Sabrina nearly knocked her over. They gave obligatory hugs to Luke before they went back to their hug fest. As the entourage followed them, the girls walked together like a school of fish. Halfway to the entrance, Kit joined them, throwing her arms around Lexi. How do you compete with that? Rhett said, taking another swig of his beer. I don't, DC said, because that would be stupid. When we're home, Sabrina and I come first with each other. That's our life 98% of the time. But when it comes to her sisters, there's a history there that's powerful. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm an only child, too, DC said with a nod. Rhett set his beer down and changed the subject. Hey, I heard you're retired. If you mean as an image consultant, yes. Sabrina was my last job. Any advice for someone looking to get out of this business? You? DC's brow creased in concern. Why? Tired of waking up in a different city every night? Rhett leaned toward DC. That's got to be tough for you, too. I don't always travel with Sabrina. We make it work. When you love someone, you figure it out. He broke out in a smile. I actually bought a plane. That way I can go meet her if we want to spend some quality time together. But she's about to take some serious time off from the road. Again. Rhett was fascinated by the way the sisters had taken an entire year off. Some said they'd quit the business altogether. Then Luke Wyatt, their former backup musician, had emerged as the next big thing after the hit song he'd co-written with Lexi. But over a year since they'd all but vanished from the airwaves, Lexi was touring again with Luke, and Sabrina was on her own, doing well, too. Despite what his management and his parents believed, it appeared possible to walk away from it all for a while. He'd been raised to work hard, and he actually felt guilty whenever he had too much time off. The Hunts wouldn't be where they were without their fans. Honestly, I never had a real scandal, but I almost wish I had. No, you don't. DC leveled him with a serious gaze. It can kill a career. For good. One way or another, I need to take some time off. I get it. Having a song hit #1 is probably not the best time to do that. Exactly. Well, listen. If you'd like some free advice, hell yeah, I'll even pay. DC held up a palm. I'm retired. You want to take some time off to live your life, but you're worried what might happen to your career? I have 2 words for you. Garth Brooks. Yeah, but I'm not Garth Brooks. No, you're Rhett Hunt. Any momentum you lose can be regained if you decide that's what you want after taking time off. Rhett bristled at that. He didn't like taking advantage of his last name. Didn't like knowing that he'd been given privileges that wouldn't be given to others in the same position. But he'd never fault his family. Despite their dedication to the Nashville music scene, his parents had managed to also be devoted to each other and to family. They'd raised him to be kind, loyal, and hardworking. Rhett didn't want to disappoint them or his fans. But there had to be a way he could be his own man. I have a lot to think about. That's kind of why I'm here. There's no better place on earth to evaluate your life choices. With that, Rhett turned on his stool to watch the cascading waves through the picture window. DC was right, of course. Rhett wasn't leaving Whistle Cove without making some major decisions about his future. Chapter 12. Planning your wedding without a checklist? Cheers to that. And tell me how it goes. Meme. After getting Lexi and Luke situated in their guest room, unsinkable, the only wedding suite, Jessie and her sisters headed to her cottage. Luke had just kissed Lexi on the lips and asked Jessie and Sabrina to bring her back before midnight or she'd turn into a pumpkin. Tonight was their version of a bachelorette party since Lexi hadn't wanted to go all out. According to Lexi, Luke was throwing away time-honored traditions and not even bothering with a bachelor party. Jessie had been prepping weeks for this night and had a stash of saltwater taffy, Ghirardelli chocolate squares, and gourmet cupcakes from Olga. She had an assortment of the best chilled Chardonnay wine from the area's vineyards. This should all make the evening go smoothly, but she didn't kid herself. Nothing would be the same tonight. No all-night slumber party. Lexi and Sabrina had men waiting for them. One of her sisters was already secretly married, and the other one would be in 2 days. Jessie? She was fake engaged. She had no man waiting for her. After those kisses with Rhett, she'd had no idea what to believe. Was the man really that good at faking it, or could any of this be real? They all settled on Jessie's bed while she prepared the snacks and brought them in. The cottages were so small that only French doors separated the bedroom from the living room. Toward the back was the kitchen and the only bathroom. After they'd caught up on all the latest Nashville gossip from Lexi, Jessie broke out the sugar stash. Hand it over! Sabrina reached for the entire tray of red velvet cupcakes. I'm eating for 2. I'm eating for tomorrow and today, both days. Tomorrow? Lexi laughed. You goofball. God, I've missed you guys so much. Here's Sabrina. Jessie stuffed a cupcake in Sabrina's mouth before she ruined her own secret. Jessie gave her a harsh look. Tomorrow? Seriously? How's Gran doing? Lexi asked. Any new updates? What else? Spending her retirement years on the golf course? Jessie took a bite of salted caramel taffy. She and Sir Clint will drive over for the wedding. Has Mom been behaving herself around all these celebrities? Lexi asked. I've been worried about that. Sabrina finished chewing and threw a wicked smile in Jessie's direction. Jessie wouldn't know. She's sort of been busy with her own celebrity. Between bites of a square of chocolate, Lexi went brows up. Which one? Red Hunt. Red Hunt? I thought you didn't like him. Lexi turned to Jessie. He's not so bad, Jessie said, once you get to know him. But the jury was still out on whether or not Jessie was getting to know the real Rhett. Not so bad at all, Sabrina said, inching closer to Jessie on the bed. And there's something else Jessie has to tell you? This time Lexi's eyes widened. Really? They're engaged, Sabrina laughed. Fake engaged. Jessie wanted to wring her little sister's neck for blurting it out like that, before she had a chance to soften and prep the idea first. Lexi just froze. She'd been about to take another bite of chocolate, and her hand stopped midway to her mouth. It's true, Jessie said, biting on her lower lip. Why? Why not? Sabrina asked. It's Rhett Hunt. If I didn't have Damien, I'd be fake engaged to him too. It sounds like fun. Jessie waved Sabrina away in a be quiet and let me handle this gesture. You know Rhett. He's got Kayla Lisa after him, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. So he proposed that we pretend to be engaged while he's here. That way he doesn't have to offend her when he keeps shooting her down. He keeps shooting Kayla Lisa down? Lexi said. Usually the guys fall all over her. Seriously, Sabrina said, although I really don't see why. And how is this all supposed to end? Lexi said. We agreed that I'll break up with him and we just tell everyone it didn't work out. No biggie. Jessie left out the part where Rhett had just sprung it on her, because she'd come to a point where she might admit a few things. She could have easily refused to go along with his outlandish scheme. She could have made him look like a liar, or worse. Instead, she was going to have a little fun, pretending to be fake engaged and watching as he got tongue-tied trying to avoid using sweetheart or darlin'. And come on, all of the kissing wasn't a hardship either. But Rhett, Lexi blinked. He's such a player. Maybe not so much if he's not interested in Kayla Lisa, Sabrina volunteered. I mean, she's after him and he's fending her off to be with Jessie. What are you saying? Lexi said. That he's actually interested in Jessie? Jessie tried not to take offense. She understood that Lexi was simply being protective. But leave it to her little sister to jump to Jessie's defense. If it meant challenging Lexi, Sabrina was all over it. She loved Lexi as much as she liked to argue with her. Is that so crazy? Sabrina said. That he would be interested in Jessie? I didn't say that, Lexi said. I just worry. Listen, Jessie started before these two started World War III. Jessie can handle him. Sabrina tried to roll off the bed, and due to her engorged middle, which was nicely camouflaged by a blousy top, she nearly fell off. Oof! Right, Jessie? It isn't about whether she can handle him or not, Lexi said. I don't want her to get hurt. Rhett has a reputation. I don't like this, Sabrina said, and her eyes filled with tears. I had a bad reputation for a while, too. And here's Jessie trying to be honest with you, and you shot her down. I didn't, Lexi said, now looking concerned. Sabrina, she didn't say, Jessie began. She didn't mean to upstage your wedding. Sabrina wiped a tear away. It's not real, so it doesn't count. Are you kidding me? Lexi jumped off the bed. I don't care about any of that. Jessie, of course, knew what this was all about. Sabrina had gone hormonal, and it was no wonder. The amount of baby hormones coursing through her body had her acting like a teenager again. It was clear that she wanted to tell Lexi the truth, too. It was killing her to keep this secret. You mean if Jessie were really engaged, you wouldn't care? Sabrina choked back a sob. Of course not,
Lexi held out her arms. Do you know me at all? Since when have I cared about being upstaged? She's right, Jessie felt compelled to add. That's you, Sabrina. But it's Lexi's wedding day, Sabrina protested. Jessie understood that, too. Curse her ability to see both sides. She's got a point, Lexi. It's all about the bride. For me, it's become all about a celebrity wedding of the year. We didn't sign up for this. Lexi plopped down again. All I wanted was me and Luke on a beach somewhere, alone except for the wedding officiant. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, Jessie said. I thought that's what you wanted. Me too, Sabrina sniffed. This isn't fair to either of you. Please don't kill me. Lexi took a deep breath. But that's why we're already married. What? Jessie and Sabrina said at once. For a moment there was dead silence while Lexi nodded silently. I just wanted to have the real ceremony be a moment between the two of us. I've always had to share so much of my private life. The wedding was getting out of control with our publicist seeing it as just one more opportunity. So last week, Luke surprised me. He flew us on a private plane to a beach in Kauai. He planned the whole thing. We were married and spent a week on our honeymoon before we came here. Lexi, like all of them, had shared so much of each other's lives that there had rarely been private moments. Life on the road didn't allow for them when you traveled with your sisters. With your family. Jessie simply stared from Lexi to Sabrina, whose jaw was nearly unhinged. But only a moment later, a bubble of delight rushed up and she burst into giggles. A hysterical fit of laughter followed, Jessie having a hard time catching her breath. Guess what? Sabrina said, launching herself into Lexi's arms, their small disagreement forgotten. Damien and I are already married too, because I'm pregnant. She then pulled up her shirt and showed off her rapidly expanding belly. Oh, Sabrina, Lexi laughed and hugged Sabrina. You were keeping that from me? That's why she was so upset, Jessie explained. Wow, Lexi said. Aren't we a trio? Keeping secrets from each other for whatever dumb reason? We're sisters, guys. No more secrets between us, okay? Okay, Sabrina said. I promise. Jessie nodded, then groaned. There was someone else they were all conveniently forgetting. Oh man, we are all in such trouble with Mom. Chapter 13. Trying to figure out when I can schedule that meltdown I'm entitled to. Meme. The next morning, Jessie was trying to work up her nerve to tell her mother the truth when she caught sight of Rhett eating breakfast. Alone. There were couples all around him, groups of people seated together. Mac was nearby, staring holes into his back. Jessie headed to his table to play the part of doting but busy Beyoncé, when from out of the blue, Rhett rose and pulled her into his arms. There you are, sweetheart. Don't you have a minute to sit with me? Jessie felt all eyes on her as she sat next to him. Of course. I'm sorry if I've been ignoring you. I didn't mean to. All's forgiven. Aren't you sweet? She squeezed his hand. Well, I try to be. He made little circles on her back that had her body buzzing with pleasure. Several guests turned away from them, Kayla Lisa included. As attracted as Jessie was to Rhett, the part of doting fiancé didn't come naturally to her, because she wasn't an actress. And maybe because they'd missed a few steps in there, like, dating. Last night, Jessie had hatched a plan with her lying, conniving sisters. She'd be the first to come clean with their mother, because her lie would be the least offensive. After that, Sabrina would follow, but only with the marriage and not the baby. None of them was sure how their 50-something mother would take being a grandmother for the first time. Best to save that bomb for later. Much later. Finally, Lexi would tell their mother the truth, though she maintained valiantly that she didn't quite see why she had to anyway. She'd be married in Whistle Cove as planned. Their mother would get the celebrity wedding she'd wanted. Lexi had a point, but neither sister liked the idea of Lexi getting a pass. So they insisted she tell their mother the truth too. Eventually. Kit headed in their direction now, looking as happy as a flying unicorn. "There you are!" Ever the dutiful fake son-in-law to be, Rhett stood. "Kit Wilder, don't you look beautiful this morning? Did you do something special to your hair?" "Leave it to you to notice. Yes, I did. Some lowlights to give me some depth." She tossed her hair. No matter what anyone said about her mother, she'd never let herself go. At 54, she still passed for a 40-something. "I wanted to congratulate you, Rhett. I love all my daughters, but my Jessie is special." "Mom, please." Kit waved her away. No, you never sing your own praises. But Jessie is the giver in our little family. Always has been. My John used to say about her, Jessie is the heart of her sisters. And of course I agree. Jessie's eyes got misty. "Mom, we have to talk." "Oh, Lord, not now, sweetie. So much on my plate." Molly said she wanted to talk about the flowers. Apparently, the fool canceled the order because she was mad at me and is now scrambling. We've got ourselves a 911 wedding emergency. Don't worry, Jessie, I'll take care of this. She started to walk away. Jessie stood. "Mom, the flowers have been ordered. They'll be here for the wedding." She spun around. "Already?" "Yes, it was all Rhett's doing." Rhett winked. "It was my pleasure. Anything else you need, just tell me." "I should have known. You're already like family. Guess I'm off to yell at Molly for canceling the order in the first place." With that, she turned with a wave and left them alone. "I promise I'll tell her later." Jessie picked up a piece of flatware and set it down again. She glanced around the room and lighted on Kayla Lisa. Though she was now sitting with a man Jessie didn't recognize, she still threw suspicious looks in Jessie's direction. "Or maybe you don't have to tell her. Let her hate me when you break up with me." "No, I have to tell her. My sisters made me promise." Rhett quirked a brow. "You don't want to know. They have their own secrets to tell our mother, and they voted me to go first." She sighed. "My sisters and I have more in common than I would have ever imagined. We worry too much about hurt feelings, so we keep important life-changing stuff a secret." "Like?" "I can't tell you." "Lots of secrets at this wedding. Starting not to feel special." He smirked. "Are we not going to talk about it?" She squirmed, knowing exactly what he meant, but avoiding the subject. "I told you. I can't tell you." He met her eyes. "About the kiss. In your office." "Oh, that." She looked away and moved the salt shaker closer to the pepper. "I don't know what we can talk about." He studied her from under hooded lids. "We can talk about how we have a connection." So this wasn't all just coming from her. He felt it too. She didn't speak, her throat clogged with too many battling emotions. Desire and lust, affection, disappointment. Because he was conceited. He might be a player, or maybe he'd changed. The jury was still out on that. But still, damn it, she liked him. She liked that he made everyone he met feel welcome and at ease within the first 2 seconds. Appreciated his light and easy charming Southern ways. He was friendly to all, even mean people. The staff, no one was below him. Everyone was special. "Am I wrong?" he pressed. "No, of course you're not wrong." She straightened the cloth napkin. I'm obviously not going to be the only woman on Earth who can entirely resist your charms. I'm talking about you and me. This is different. It was different because they were both involved in a deception, and maybe they'd been drawn together because of that, at least temporarily. Rhett, she said, trying to choose her words carefully. He had inspired her to be more thoughtful, less hurtful. I don't want to be another conquest. He blinked as if this had never occurred to him, as if no woman had ever said this to him. Really? Hey, you two. Kayla Lisa appeared at Jessie's elbow, startling her. Have y'all met Thomas Mellencamp? He's a debut artist. Rhett stood, and in his classic fashion, he clapped Thomas on the back, then shook his hand. Good to know you, man. I'm a huge fan, Thomas gushed. Been listening to you since I was a kid. He still looked to be a kid. Jessie would peg him around late teens or early 20s. One more person she'd never even seen before, but he had an invite to her sister's wedding. For the first time, Jessie was grateful that Lexi and Luke were already married. Until the other night, she'd been too crazy busy wrangling details to focus on the big picture. This celebrity wedding was out of control. Though it had started small, before long it seemed that everyone who was anyone in Nashville had been invited. She supposed that was the way fame rolled. At least her sisters had already had their weddings privately, the way it should be for all couples who were truly in love. One thing Jessie would never have to worry about was getting married in this kind of fishbowl. She was never going back into the music business. Other than to support her sisters and attend concerts and shows, she never saw herself in this life. She craved her privacy too much and didn't know how her sisters managed. Jessie guessed that their love for the music and performing had to outweigh everything they would continue to sacrifice. All right if we sit with you two lovebirds, Kayla Lisa said. Sweet, you'll offend me if you don't. Still standing, Rhett waved to the empty chairs and pulled one out for Kayla Lisa. Of course he did, Jessie smirked. She was beginning to think her challenge was a stroke of genius. How much longer could he keep this up? Either way, she would have her fun watching him tongue-tied. Thomas sat between Rhett and Kayla Lisa. This might sound stupid, but would you sign my guitar later? Rhett didn't even blink. I'd be honored. It was probably always this way for him. Women flirting, men admiring. No wonder he was conceited. Tell us how you two met, Kayla Lisa said, a little gleam in her eye. I'd love to hear this story. She met Rhett's eyes, and again they were drawn together into their little game of deceit. Okay if I take this, sweet Jessie, Rhett said, reaching to squeeze her hand. Please do, sweetheart. The agreement was for him to stop throwing around terms of endearment with others, not her. He quirked a brow at Jessie, then told the story he'd crafted, adding in some quite amusing and over-the-top details about pierced hearts and quaking boots. By the time Rhett finished weaving his story, he'd captured the attention of everyone at the table, including, most unfortunately, Jessie. She wished only half of it were true. Kayla Lisa's mouth gaped. That's all very interesting. I think the word you're looking for is sexy. Thomas leaned forward. Got a girl back home that makes me feel that way? Kayla Lisa huffed. You never told me that. Jessie had a feeling she knew who'd been in Kayla Lisa's suite the morning she'd answered the door in her towel. A relief she hadn't anticipated flooded through her. Thomas had the decency to look apologetic and shrugged. I haven't seen her for a couple of years. That's how you know it's real. Rhett nodded. Distance won't change it. Jessie was tempted to ask Thomas what was so special about this woman that he couldn't forget her, even after a night with Kayla Lisa, when he stood. Going to have to excuse myself, folks. Got a song to write while I'm inspired. With that, he was off in the direction of the upstairs suites. I'm going to help him. Kayla Lisa rose and followed him like her panties were on fire. Alone at last, Rhett said, leaning back, arms crossed. Jessie supposed that the guy wasn't technically cheating because he hadn't seen this so-called special girl in years, but she still hated the way Kayla Lisa went after him. You think she's going to help him? I think she's going to try. He slid her a slow smile. Seriously, I don't understand. He's obviously got someone special back home, but I'm sure he's going to take Kayla Lisa up on that help. Why do men do that? Loneliness, mostly. Also, it isn't just men. You're right. Poor Sabrina had had her own scandal when she'd foolishly texted a man a naked photo of herself. Sabrina, who craved attention but was away from her hometown boyfriend so much that he finally broke up with her. Jessie should not judge Kayla Lisa if she wasn't judging Sabrina, although the texting was the worst of it in Sabrina's case. Kayla Lisa was beautiful and famous, but that wasn't enough. She was after someone whose heart was obviously taken. Jessie almost felt sorry for her. Having had a front row seat, Jessie understood the loneliness of the road. Living out of a suitcase, waking up in a different town every day, not knowing who around you could be trusted. At least she'd been in a family band and knew her sisters always had her back. But Rhett was practically music royalty. He had famous parents, but he was on his own. From what she'd seen, everyone wanted something from Rhett. She wondered if anyone had his back. Chapter 14. All non-RSVP guests will be set on fire. That is all. Meme. On the day of Lexi and Luke's wedding, Jessie woke with a start and picked up her phone. 5 a.m. She'd fallen asleep again with her lists. One eye open and the other at half-mast, she blinked and saw that she'd fallen asleep in the middle of writing a note. The words, "Remember to," were written next to an undecipherable scribble. Great. What was she supposed to remember? She scrubbed a hand down her face. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to be a bridesmaid and also help coordinate the wedding of the year, she mumbled to no one. Not to mention invite the editor-in-chief of Bride Today to attend. What if something went wrong? She'd already overextended herself. She and Sabrina had drawn straws to see who the maid of honor would be. It was the only fair way to do it. Sabrina had won, so Jessie was the bridesmaid. And it was unthinkable not to be a bridesmaid in her sister's wedding. It was also crazy not to want to pull off the biggest event of the year. This could put the B&B on the map for weddings again. It had been a popular venue during Grand's time, but then she'd mortgaged it to help seed the Wilder sisters' family band. They'd required instruments, costumes, contest entry fees, and a bus for touring. Even though they'd paid back what they owed Gran with interest over the years, the B&B lost its footing in the crowded marketplace and fell into disrepair. It was only in the past year they'd been back home to Whistle Cove that all three of them had been working to restore the B&B. But there was so much to do, and once their resources had dried up, little money. Then Luke Wyatt had returned home, and when the word got out, their bookings had skyrocketed. Now that they were in a good position, Jessie also wanted to get a loan to refinance and use the money to redecorate every room. Olga wanted 2 new industrial-sized double ovens, and Jessie wanted badly to give them to her. First, though, get the B&B to be a respectable venue for weddings again. All this planning had almost worn her out. Well, at least she only had a few hours left to go. After the wedding, Jessie planned to sleep for a week. Lexi and Luke were going to honeymoon in San Francisco, or so she thought. Now she guessed they were technically just vacationing. She wondered if Rhett was taking a flight out the next day. If she recalled, he'd booked his room for another week, which made her wonder why. But then again, who would ever want to leave Monterey Bay on purpose? She certainly didn't envy anyone who had to leave. But she refused to spend any more of her waking hours mooning over Rhett's plans. Maybe he'd go, or maybe he'd stay another week, whatever. He'd already invaded her dreams, over which she had no control. And that was quite enough. Thank you very much. She went for the coffee machine and heard a knock on the front door. Then a piece of paper was slipped under. She picked it up. Save a dance for me tonight, sweetheart. Clearly this was Rhett messing with her. Again. It was funny to be writing notes like she'd heard the old folks did back in the day before cell phones. Her parents had been strict about cell phones, and she hadn't had one till she was in 8th grade, so she'd done her share of note passing. She quickly scribbled on the paper and slipped it back under the door. Jessie, did you just blow our agreement? The note came back with, there was nothing in our agreement that included the written word. I'm a songwriter, and words are my jam. Open the door, darling. She snorted, then peeked through the window, and there he stood, wearing a backwards baseball cap and sweats. He had 2 cups of gourmet coffee from Bright Coffee in his hands and a smirk on his face. Oh my God, she wanted that coffee. They made the best dark roast in Monterey Bay. But she was still dressed in yesterday's clothes because she'd fallen asleep with a list. And he had no idea of the time. 5 in the morning, still dark outside. What was he doing up so early? Jessie scribbled back furiously. No, I will not open the door, sweet baby cakes. Hey, if you want me to take this coffee somewhere else, just say the word. Now that was playing hardball. She swung open the door and took the coffee from him. He waltzed inside, carrying the paper bag and a second coffee. Thank you. I'm sorry to be rude, but it is 5 a.m. And you're awake, Rhett grinned. True, but I just woke up. He quirked a brow, his gaze doing a slide over her fully clothed body. Okay, so I slept in my clothes. Do you want to make something out of it? You've been working too hard. Enjoy your coffee, sweet baby cakes. She ignored that. What are you doing here? Couldn't sleep. I woke up, went for a run, and wound up at the coffee place. This donut has your name on it. He drew it out of the bag, and, what do you know? He had her favorite glazed chocolate donut. Oh, okay then. Thank you. She took a bite. The sweet, soft dough and silky smooth chocolate icing nearly made her moan. This donut was a little like a religious experience. And no way she would lose her religion. She caught him studying her and got defensive. I can eat this donut if I work it off later. I was more or less distracted by your, moans of pleasure. His eyes heated. She smiled but just pointed to the bag. You just eat your own donut over there, big guy. He dug in and came out with a cruller. I'm not much of a breakfast person. She went to the morning when Olga had presented him a feast. He had mentioned that and had acted very grateful. Cradling his coffee, he removed his ball cap with one hand and took a seat on her couch, legs spread in a relaxing pose. I want you to use me today. She stared blankly. I'm sorry. Jessie tried not to pay attention to the fact that he looked yummy this morning. He'd removed the cap to reveal his full head of dark hair. He usually had every hair in place, but this morning the hair was tousled like he'd just rolled out of bed. Then she shook her head and had to stop imagining him getting out of bed. Probably a lot like he had that day she'd seen him in the window, looking absolutely lickable. You're overextended. Face it. He stared at her from under hooded eyes. You need me. Ha! I do not need you. She picked up her lists and waved them in the air. Do you see here? This is a step-by-step plan of how this wedding will go off without a hitch. You mean because it's right there in black and white? Exactly. I'm totally 100% prepared, baby cakes. He slid her an easy smile. You're allowed to use endearments, but I'm not. That was the deal you signed up for. She threw her lists on the couch. And you still haven't given me your other 2 conditions. He picked up one list and eyed it with a small smile tugging at his lips.
I propose one of them should be that I help you pull off the wedding of the year.
Do I look like I need your help?
How do I put this? He set down his coffee cup. Yes.
I can't argue that this wedding is important to me. It's my sister's wedding to the man she's loved for half her life. I don't want a thing to go wrong.
There was a bit more to it than that, but she wasn't sure Rhett needed to know that the editor of a highly influential blog would be attending. It was one of many reasons nothing could go wrong. And you seriously think you can control the weather? He pointed to her list. Number 2, great weather with little cloud cover. Okay, so she'd gone a little overboard.
That's more or less an affirmation.
Good to know. 'Cause I wondered if my fiancé had gone to Crazy Town on a one-day pass.
She huffed. Fake fiancé. And I still haven't told my mother. Jessie hated to disrupt the work ethic Mom had recently acquired. Every time Jessie went to talk to her, she had another task she was on her way to do to help Olga. Less for Jessie to manage, so she couldn't complain. And how are you going to help? Besides cloning yourself?
That's already done. I'll be making my way between 5 different tables. I'll set a timer.
Seriously. She didn't see how he could enjoy the party that way. He shrugged.
It's not like I haven't done this before.
She had a twinge of sympathy for Rhett. He seemed to have a great deal of demands on his time. That's very, very
kind.
Sure, yeah. That is kind of you. She set her coffee cup down when he stood and closed the distance between them.
Don't get me wrong. It's not all selfless.
She smiled. I'm already your fake fiancé. What more do you want from me? He reached out and tweaked her chin.
Another kiss.
Oh, yeah. That. We haven't talked about the kissing.
There've been a few things that happened between then and now.
Sabrina and Lexi had arrived. For one, Jessie had spent every free moment with her sisters, and there hadn't been all that many free moments. Rhett came even closer, and now he was crowding her space, her personal space. He was bigger than life. If she were being honest with herself, she'd always enjoyed watching him perform. There was something intriguing about the way he commanded a stage, his baritone voice smooth, sexy, and deeply emotional, no matter what he sang. I did enjoy the kiss.
Kisses. Plural. I enjoyed them too. At first I wondered what the hell had happened.
Yeah, what did happen?
Don't know, but I have to see if it happens again.
His gaze fixated on her lips.
What are you thinking?
She was thinking that of course she wanted to kiss him again, but he wanted to kiss her, and she hadn't even brushed her teeth. Was he kidding? Now she probably had coffee and chocolate-flavored morning breath. No way. Not going to happen. She took a step back and ran her tongue over her teeth. Let me brush my teeth first.
Sure.
He slid her an easy smile and cocked his head.
I'll wait.
Jessie almost skipped to the small bathroom. She quickly brushed her teeth, but since she was there, she went ahead and fixed her hair. Because, well, she was already in the bathroom. Might as well. She washed her face and put on a little mascara to make her eyes pop. This was Rhett Hunt, by the way. By the time she left the bathroom a few minutes later, Jessie was ready for the day. And a kiss. Or 2. Maybe even 3. What the hell, why count? They should see where this went. Or something. She waltzed to the front room where she found Rhett, asleep on the couch. Sorry I'm late, she whispered to the quiet room. She considered waking him, but instead, like a voyeur, watched him sleep. Eyes closed, his normally animated face looked peaceful, vulnerable. She wondered what Rhett Hunt wanted out of his life. Surely the attention of all women and demands on his time would take their toll on him at some point. But the pull of fame and adulation was too difficult for some to walk away from. She understood that, too, because she'd never forget the thrill of being on stage before thousands of adoring fans. Heady, intoxicating. And in her case, they hadn't even been there for her. Their audience had come to watch Sabrina command the stage the way she'd been born to do, to listen to the inspiring songs that Lexi wrote. Jessie saw a little of each of her sisters in Rhett, but she saw very little of herself in him. On the other hand, she'd always seen hints that the man was overextending himself. That part she understood. She saw signs of the burnout she'd first witnessed in Lexi after the family band's implosion. His flirtations, his annoying endearments and unending compliments were all a polished act. She wondered how, when, and why that had started with him. Over the years, she'd met plenty of superstars, but not one of them was as approachable as Rhett Hunt. Most closed themselves off, kept others at a distance, and guarded their time and personal space. She'd been told this was done to reduce demands by both colleagues and fans. At times, that gave them the appearance of arrogance. Not Rhett. The man had to be exhausted. In what she told herself was purely hospitality mode, Jessie wondered what else she could do to make Rhett's stay a more pleasant one. Because she had a few ideas. Chapter 15. Keep calm. I'm the sister of the bride. Meme. When Rhett woke with a start, he was alone, in Jessie's cottage. Alone. Shit. He rubbed his eyes and blinked. Possibly not such a good idea to come over here at 5 a.m. to see Jessie. Then again, she'd been in the bathroom so long he'd started to nod off. Must have fallen asleep and she didn't bother to wake him up. He supposed he deserved that. Standing, he slammed the rest of his cold coffee. Disgusting. He noticed a note taped to the French double doors that separated the living room from the only bedroom. I let you sleep, sweetheart, because you looked like you needed it. It was signed, Baby Cakes, with a smiley face. That made him smile. He'd never been in her cottage before today and noticed immediately that, like her office, Jessie kept her home neat and orderly. Everything was in its place. Books were neatly lined up on shelves with many framed family photos, more of her sisters when they were younger, only a few of them on stage. There were bridal magazines stacked on the coffee table and notebooks with trusty pens lined up. They were opposites in many ways, but they had one thing in common. He hated to hurt or disappoint anyone, but she only seemed to care what her sisters thought. She'd never hurt them. He figured his life might indeed be easier if there was just one person in his life to please, instead of roughly a million. He held up his wristwatch and saw that he'd been out for 2 hours. Super. Though he could have used another 2 hours of sleep. Rhett made fast work of heading back to his suite to change. Outside, fog still hung heavy and blocked the rays of the sun. The tent he'd first seen on his arrival had been taken down to reveal an open white gazebo. Green garland and white lights were strung around the railing. Folding chairs were lined up in rows facing the ocean. No red roses anywhere in sight, and for a moment Rhett panicked. Why the hell he should care this much he had no idea, except that he'd promised Jessie. He'd delivered many promises before that had fallen through, but none had been as important to him as this one. Making his way to Jessie's office, which was empty, he reached for the landline and dialed Bethany. Hi, Rhett. Hey, sweet. Rhett stopped himself, wondering why Jessie wasn't here to call him on it. But he would know. He cleared his throat. Just wondering when the flowers were due. She laughed. What's this? Since when are you so interested in flowers for a wedding? I thought this wasn't your wedding. It isn't. It's a good friend's wedding day. I'd hate for anything to go wrong. Uh-huh. Rhett heard clicking sounds in the background. They'll be delivered late morning, in transit. Thanks. He wondered about something and decided there would be no harm in asking Bethany. "Hey, do you like it when I call you sweetheart?" She giggled. "What's not to like? Flirting is fun." "Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So you're not offended?" "When you call me sweetheart? No, honey, that's just your way. And I appreciate it when someone remembers I'm a woman and not just the owner of a flower shop." "Kind of what I'm thinking. Bethany, go ahead and send me the bill for those flowers. I want it to be a gift to the happy bride and groom." "That's nothing less than what I'd expect from you. You're far too generous." "Who is she?" "The bride?" "No, silly. I know very well who the bride is. Who is this woman that's got you ordering emergency flowers and wondering if you should stop flirting with other women?" "Busted. She's someone who drives me crazy half the time. Except for that kiss." "Sounds like fun," Bethany said on a laugh. Fun indeed. He'd forgotten how to have some, apparently. Rhett hung up and walked back to his suite, satisfied. He felt relieved to know that Jessie was wrong. He wasn't offending women by calling them sweet names. Just her. He only offended her. After showering and changing, Rhett headed down to see how he could help. Frankly, he needed a distraction anyway that didn't involve schmoozing it up. But he didn't find Jessie in her office. No sign of her in the dining area, which had been transformed into a banquet hall for the reception. A band was setting up in the back. He recognized a few of the players, but hightailed it out of there before anyone wanted to chat. A man on a mission. He had to locate his fake fiancée. "Rhett," said a female voice from behind him. Kayla Lisa, of course. "Hey, He stopped himself. Kayla Lisa didn't play fair. She read too much into his flirtatious ways. That had to stop. There was kind, and then there was misleading. If that's what Jessie meant, yeah, he got it. "Have you seen my fiancé?" he asked. "For someone who has a fiancé, you never seem to know where she is." "We don't like to crowd each other." "Really? Because if I had a fiancé, I'd want to be with him every possible minute." "No doubt. You'd probably put a collar and leash on him." He immediately regretted the snarky comment. She stared at him blankly. "Why are you being so rude to me?" He shoved a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry, I must be in a bad mood." "You know what I don't get?" Kayla Lisa slid him a menacing grin. "Why you and your fiancé are in separate rooms. Maybe that's why you're in a terrible mood." Shit. Rhett hadn't even thought of that. Why would he, since no one in their right mind would doubt him? It was almost as if Kayla Lisa knew he was lying. "We're not. I woke up this morning and she wasn't in bed." How about that? Not even lying. "I thought you were staying in the mermaid room." She narrowed her eyes. "We split our time between my room and her cottage." "I would think Jessie would have you in her cottage so she could squeeze in one more guest into this tiny place." "If you're done now, I'd like to find Jessie." He turned and ran right into her. "Ooh," she said, her clipboard driving into his gut. "I'm sorry." "That's all right." Rhett winced and righted her with two hands around her waist. "I was looking for you. It's hard to be apart for even a few minutes, let alone hours." "Goodness, baby cakes, I promise to make it up to you later." Fully on board, Jessie wrapped her free hand around his neck and gave him a quick kiss on the lips, then turned as if she'd just noticed Kayla Lisa. "Oh, hey there, Kayla Lisa. Anything I can do for you? Tell me where I can get a bottle of antacids." Her upper lip curled. "I guess we can make someone feel like they need to see the dentist after running into us. Don't we, sweetheart?" "Guilty," he said, tugging Jessie close. "Oh, brother." Kayla Lisa threw her hands up and stormed off. Still in a clinch with Jessie, Rhett didn't move. He simply lowered his hands to rest on the small of her back and smiled.
Do you always smell this good? She gazed at him from under lowered lashes. You don't have to say that. She's gone. What if I mean it? You fell asleep. Her tone was accusatory. And you took roughly a century to brush your teeth. She huffed. I also did my hair and put on a little makeup. Why? Are you serious? I just rolled out of bed. What did you have to do to your hair? It was perfect. She laughed. It was crazy bed hair. I love your bed hair. She blinked, and Rhett realized he'd used the word love. He almost methodically avoided the use of the word unless he was making broad and general statements. He loved all women, for instance. Except that he didn't. But without a second thought, he'd used the word with Jessie. He could tell himself that it didn't mean anything, but he knew better. Jessie Wilder was getting under his skin. The strange sensation prickled and shook him because he didn't do love, not anymore. I'll find you later, okay? Jessie smiled. Right now, I have to meet the People magazine photographers. Lexi and Luke agreed to sell them the exclusive photo rights to their only public wedding photos. How romantic. I know, right? See you later. He watched Jessie walk away, wondering why he felt the need to follow her. No, he hated photographers. He shook his head to clear it. He simply had a natural curiosity about Jessie. The way she kissed had sent a sharp pull of lust to hijack his brain. It had happened once before. He'd confused love for lust and had thought he'd been in love with his first manager. She'd been older than him, far more experienced sexually, and when she dropped him for the next young singer she'd signed, he'd been heartbroken. He then made the decision to keep relationships light and shallow so no one would get badly hurt when it was all over. A few hours later, Jessie lowered the hand that had just covered her gaping mouth. Tears clouded her vision. Oh my God, Lexi, you look gorgeous. She wore a designer gown with a plunging back. It showed off her perfect waistline, her perfect skin, her perfect everything. Lexi was beautiful, always had been, and Jessie hadn't been jealous or envious of that beauty a day in her life. It helped to know that the beauty went deeper than her looks. Thank you. I'm so nervous. She picked up the rose and baby's breath bouquet and turned to Jessie. Please don't cry. You'll make me cry. Mom was in here earlier blubbering. Lexi was getting ready in their mother's cottage. The People photographers were waiting outside in the designated area Jessie had set up for them. They'd take photos inside the B&B and on the deck. Great pains had been taken with privacy covers because this was the deal. These were the only exclusive public photos to be taken, and they owned the rights. No chance of someone outside using a telescopic lens to get an unauthorized shot. This was the crazy life Lexi and Luke currently lived. Did you tell Mom? Jessie said. Not yet. Why, did you? She didn't mention it. No, but I will, after the wedding reception. She's giving you away, and I don't want her in a snit when she does that. Lexi fluffed the roses on her bouquet. It makes no sense that I'm nervous. We've already done this. We're married. Think of this as a party and nothing more. You had your moment with Luke privately, and that's all that matters. Jessie was reminded once more that much like her, Lexi had never preferred being front and center. She'd done her part as their lead guitar player, but her wheelhouse had always been the songwriting. She'd let Sabrina command the stage. I hope I don't trip when everyone is watching, she sighed. The bride has to do all the work. Luke just has to stand there, look handsome, and wait for me. But waiting isn't always that easy, Jessie wanted to say. She hadn't thought of her ex in a few years, but for a while Jessie had waited for him. Waited while he went through his issues with being the boyfriend of a drummer when he couldn't get a gig to save his life. Waited while he figured out what to do with his life, working at coffee shops and as a pet store manager. Thinking of studying nursing, but never making a single move in that direction.
They'd been on and off, him breaking up with her every time he couldn't take the long separations and resulting insecurity that happened when she toured. Though Jessie had been warned again and again that Donnie wasn't right for her, she wouldn't listen. She'd had no time to meet anyone else anyway, and she was a loyal person who didn't easily give up on those she loved. And she'd loved Donnie dearly, or at least thought she had, until she returned home to Whistle Cove for good and found he'd married one of Jessie's few friends. Heartbroken, Jessie hadn't dated much since. She knew there were better men out there, and she had to make an effort to meet them. But it was too easy to wrap herself up in her work and forget there was something or someone missing. Until Rhett. She didn't know how it had happened, but she knew when. It was the moment he'd stood still in her office and offered her a shot at his perfect face. His one-tipped smile, his shimmering dark eyes, the way he tripped over sweetheart and darling, trying to keep up his end of the deal. He made her laugh, but his kisses had her blazing hot in seconds. He turned her around and upside down, inside out. Knowing it would be over soon had her resisting every tender feeling she had for him. Rhett Hunt wasn't right for her. She hated to disappoint everyone, especially Daddy up in heaven, but she and Rhett were too different. Unlike Donnie, Rhett had a plan for his life, but similar to Donnie, it didn't include her. A couple of hours later, the people sitting done, Jessie had lost track of time. The wedding was... Alert! Alert! Jessie's phone buzzed with her alarm to get ready for the wedding. Rushing to her cottage, Jessie changed into her bridesmaid's evening gown. Her makeup already done, she took a little extra time with her hair, and then realized she'd run out of time. It would have to do. Earlier, she'd fished her own phone out of where she'd hid it with all the others. She glanced at her phone, which, due to the unforgiving nature of this dress, wouldn't be coming along with her unless she hid it in her bouquet. No messages or calls of regret, which meant that Vera would be arriving now, along with all the other guests. It was Jessie's job to make her feel extra welcome. She rushed to the lobby where guests were filing out and down along the paved walkway to the folding chairs on the beach. Georgiana Morrow, the wedding event coordinator Jessie had hired for the day, stood nearby wearing a headset. "Wedding party," she said. "Fall in line." "I'm here," Jessie said, and smiled at Harry Hill, her groomsman and a member of Luke's band. "Didn't mean to keep you waiting." "No problem," Harry said with a grin. "Used to waiting for women." "Guests are beginning to file out now," Georgiana said next to Jessie. "Keep in mind, many are being dropped off by limousines." "I know," Jessie said. Georgiana waved her away. Oh, she wasn't talking to Jessie. Georgiana wasn't particularly warm and fuzzy, but she was known to be the best in the Bay, which was why Jessie had hired her. "Sorry." "Yes, left side bride, right side groom. Look, I don't care if they're here for both. How many times do I have to say it? We need them spread out." Georgiana walked away, pressing her right ear, her high heels clicking. "She's a little tightly wound," Harry said. "That's kind of why I hired her," Jessie admitted, and then froze. Just outside the glass doors, and to the side, not yet seated, Rhett spoke to Vera Amaya. Dressed in black slacks, shiny Western boots, and a blue dress shirt, he looked every bit the superstar. Her pulse raced, wondering what he could be saying to Vera. By the look on her face, it was classic Rhett Hunt charming. She tossed her long red hair and put a hand to Rhett's shoulder. No, he wasn't trying to help Jessie, was he? "I want you to use me," he'd said. Classic Rhett. Everyone was asking him to help them get ahead in their career. Whether he'd clued himself into it or not, he resented that. She told herself he was trying to help because she hadn't yet asked him for anything in return for agreeing to keep up their ruse. But despite their agreement, she wanted to be someone who never asked for his help. Someone who liked him for who he was because, damn it, she did. And she wanted him to know it. She would never ask him to pull in a favor. And she could pull this off with no one's help. She would impress the obviously designer black dress, right off Vera Amaya. The gazebo itself would make a grown man cry. The flowers that had arrived, thanks to Rhett, were utter perfection. As for the venue, they had been blessed with an uncharacteristically gorgeous late summer day. The wedding had been timed perfectly to occur between the hours of noon and 4, after the fog rolled out and before it rolled back in. And the ocean needed no one's help. You couldn't mess with the classics. What did Rhett think he was doing? He had zero influence with the social media blog, unless he knew something she didn't. Chapter 16. We are not your typical bridesmaids. We are women of awesomeness. Meme. Finally, all the months of planning and anticipation were done in a matter of minutes. Lexi and Luke exchanged their own written vows, which not surprisingly sounded like the lyrics to a love song. Tears formed in Jessie's eyes, and she puckered her lips to hold them back. Finally, the minister pronounced them man and wife. A long kiss, applause and cheers. Then it was done. Over. The Wilder sisters B&B had pulled off the wedding of the year. After they'd all filed down the aisle and Lexi and Luke were in a reception line to greet guests, Jessie found Gran and hugged her tightly. She didn't see her grandmother enough. "Jessie, you've outdone yourself," Gran said. "I can see that we're back to our glory days." "Thank you, but not quite. Though maybe we're on our way. Today was a good start." "It's a different world, that's for sure. We had no idea someday there would be the Facebook and the Tweety Bird, and all these logs popping up that control everything but the weather." "You mean blogs?" "Isn't it vlogs?" Sir Clint piped in with his heavy British accent. "That, too," Jessie sighed. Both looked thoroughly confused, shaking their heads. Jessie changed the subject. "Are you staying for the reception?" "Of course we are," Gran said. "Wouldn't miss it." "Okay, I'll see you then. I have to go find someone." But Jessie didn't need to find Vera. She found Jessie. "I have to hand it to you," Vera said. "Beach weddings are not easy to pull off, but you did it." "We had a lot of help to make this happen." Jessie rattled off some of the vendors and suppliers she'd used, all first-rate people. "But it takes a good organizer and leader to recognize who to hire and how to make it all fit together." Vera seemed impressed, nodding and smiling. "I'll be happy to stay for the reception since you were kind enough to invite me. But I'm already leaning towards a hard A for this venue. But I can't promise you anything." Excitement pulsed through Jessie. "I understand. But if we could be listed on your top 10 venues list next year, it would be like a dream come true." "Yes, you're right. It would." She smiled, and with a little wave, Vera made her way with the other guests towards the building. "Okay, then." Jessie excused herself and went to join the wedding party. Speaking of cloning, she should have looked into that. The guests had now all moved into the reception area. Some were finding their tables, others congregated in front of the window with a generous view of the ocean. Jessie flitted around welcoming and spending time with family she hadn't seen in years. Wilder cousins, aunts, and uncles. Her mother's side of the family, the Olsons. The last time she'd seen any of them was at her daddy's funeral. Weddings and funerals always seemed to bring everyone together. Jessie headed for the wedding party table, but was intercepted by none other than Rhett. She hadn't seen him since before the wedding, and suddenly just the sight of him had her breaths coming sparse and her heart rate spiking. What was it about him anyway? She had resisted being another one of his many groupies, but at the moment she felt like a sinking ship ready to join the rest at the bottom of the sea. Going down for the count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damn. She was under. "Hey, Jessie." He stepped into her. "Promise me a dance." You're my fiancé. If I don't dance with you, that will seem weird. I don't want you to feel obligated. Don't worry. I want to dance with you. He smiled at her from under hooded eyes. First, guess I've got to visit a few tables. Please don't feel that you have to do that. Thank you for being so cooperative, but my mother will just get over herself. So will the Smiths and the Youngs. I want you to enjoy your dinner. She was almost afraid to ask the question. What were you and Vera talking about? You saw that. Do you know her? Now I do. Turns out she's a fan. She didn't know if there was anyone who wasn't a fan of Rhett's, but she'd have thought Monterey Bay would be different. They weren't exactly a country music mecca. Don't worry, didn't call her sweetheart or darling. I hoped that she'd give us a favorable plug on her website. They do a top 10 list of venues every year before the summer wedding season. It could mean everything to us. I'll see what I can do. She stiffened. Absolutely not. I don't want your help with this. I didn't ask for it. I know you didn't. I'm offering. Why are you always resisting any of my help? Because I don't want to be like all the others. There she was again, trying to be special. What kind of hold did this impossible man have on her anyway? Why did her feelings for him run so deep when she didn't want them to? He shook his head. Not much I could do anyway. You pulled this off, Jessie. You know you did. With all of your hard work and extensive lists. What do you know about my lists? I know that you have a master list of your lists. He tipped back on his heels. Right, he'd probably seen that in her office. It's how I keep organized. Bet you never met a spreadsheet you didn't like. He grinned. You know me so well. Did you know they have an app for that? Sometimes I need the paper in my hand, okay? Jessie. Sabrina came up behind her. Let's go sit. Lexi will be here any minute. Sabrina's dress had been altered around the waist to give her expanding belly room, and it looked natural. It simply looked as though she'd gained weight. See you later, ladies, Rhett said, walking toward the Smiths' table. I've been offered 3 different healthy diet plans and the name of a trainer tonight, Sabrina said. I'm dying to tell these people I'm not fat, I'm pregnant. Rude. I never understood just how bad it must have been for you to see that photo of you in the tabloid saying you needed a fat camp. I was mad then, but I'm furious now. It's okay. It wasn't at the time, no, but she was past it. No, it wasn't. I got in trouble because I was naive, but you never did anything wrong. I hate all those people who said those ugly things about you. Thank you. But you and Lexi always had my back. It was just tough being the homely sister. You have got to be kidding me. Sabrina stopped midway to the table and went hands on hips. If you're homely, then so is Lexi. You look just like her. What? No, I don't. Lexi was classically beautiful, and Jessie did the best with what she had. She didn't mind. Getting out of a business which rewarded someone's appearance like it was something they'd accomplished and not the gift of exceptional DNA made life easier. Looks weren't everything, and Jessie had developed her mind instead. Her other talents and skills. Look in the mirror sometime, Jess. Sabrina elbowed her. You're hot. Jessie and Sabrina were seated at the wedding party table, and dinner was served. An amazing buffet with a menu that Olga had planned for months. There were vegan options and vegetarian options, their classic bay seafood cuts, beef tenderloins in an amazing sauce, and Olga's award-winning desserts. Harry sat next to Jessie and pulled her into conversation easily. He talked about how much he enjoyed working with Luke and having a chance to play in his band. I'd ask you to dance, but I don't want to make Rhett jealous. Just like that, Jessie was snapped back into her act. If this was a play, it would be near the end, the 4th act. She was supposed to work up enough anger to break up with Rhett on the beach right after the reception. No way was she that good of an actress. And she wasn't angry with him the way she'd been in the beginning. I appreciate that, Jessie said, a guilt she hadn't been prepared to feel squeezing her lungs. He's the jealous type. When the music started, Rhett was making his way toward her from the young table. Poor man. Dance? He held out his hand. Did you even have time to eat? She accepted his hand and went into his arms. Absolutely. But thanks for worrying about me. Nothing that a good fiancé wouldn't do. Rhett pulled her even closer, and suddenly it seemed the playful mood between them had shifted and changed. She quietly studied him, and he seemed to be doing the same. The silence between them became unnerving. They'd always had something to say to each other, even if most of it had been bad, at least on her part. They're good. He nudged his chin in the direction of the band, now playing a rendition of Perfect by Ed Sheeran. For a cover band. Luke wanted this to be kind of an audition for them. There are a lot of record producers here tonight. Did I ever mention how much I like Luke? Because I do. You two aren't all that different, you know, both trying to help younger artists succeed. Except for that, we're completely different. Luke made his own way in this business. He didn't have a name to ride. Made his own name. He had such a wistful look on his face that she felt a sudden rush of protectiveness for him. Surely he didn't think, your songs hold their own, Rhett. You wouldn't have needed the Hunt name to be a success. Guess we'll never know. He shrugged. Yes, we will. You're a wonderful performer. But more than that, you're also a gifted songwriter. I love all your songs. He narrowed his eyes. Even Shake It. Yes, even that one. It's an upbeat tune, and who doesn't want to shake it every now and then? She did a small shoulder shimmy to prove her point. Who doesn't? His smile went full tilt, and her heart gave a powerful tug. Jessie closed her eyes and listened to the lyrics of Perfect, one of the most beautiful love songs she'd ever heard outside of country music. I'd change the lyrics to this song a little bit for us, Rhett said, his hand lowering to the small of her back as he softly sang, We were just kids when we met. Us. He'd changed the line for us. And a little bit? The song was a love song. Her entire body buzzed at the idea of the two of them being a real couple. That's true, but we sure didn't know each other long enough to fall in love. You wouldn't have fallen for me then, given all the time in the world. Now, how do you know that? Because I do. I was an idiot. Well, he admitted it, at least. I wasn't exactly a prize. If I was upset, I should have told you why. That was a passive-aggressive move on my part. Okay. We both made mistakes. Maybe it was the nature of the day, or the song about a man having met his soulmate a long time ago but never realizing what he'd had. Or maybe it was in the way Rhett gazed at her, a heat mixed with tenderness that she didn't quite understand. Either way, Jessie feared she was getting caught up in this romance when it wouldn't end well for her. But at this point, it was too late. She was all in. I never thought I'd say this, but I've enjoyed every minute of being your fake fiancé. His dark eyes heated. There's one thing between us that is not fake, and that's this connection we have. Jessie swallowed hard. Connection? I know which connection he means. It's the reason I think about him before I go to bed. It's in the way my body thrums when he's around, the way my heart kicks up when I see him walk into a room. She was head over heels infatuated with Rhett Hunt, and hadn't even seen that coming. He cocked his head. Is it just me? It's not just you. I feel it too. She met his eyes, but I don't know what we can do about it. One corner of his mouth quirked in a smile. Like the song says, follow my lead, Jessie Wilder. I'm trying. She pressed her face to his broad chest and allowed herself to breathe for a minute. I am.
The hardest part of the last few months was finally over. It would now be up to Vera to decide if their efforts had made the cut and Jessie couldn't do much more. Now maybe she could relax and unwind, if she even remembered how to do that. She could admit to a few facts. Rhett made it easy. His hands moved up and down her back in a soft motion that tantalized. He kept her close enough that she felt every move he made, his hard, muscular thighs moving in a perfect rhythm against her legs. They were belly to belly, heart to heart. She hadn't planned on any of this. The pretending shouldn't feel this real. This should have remained a game, a lark. But everything had changed for her. She had feelings for Rhett, real and deep feelings that weren't going away. He was the kind of man she could fall for. Someone who was the complete opposite of the man she'd previously believed him to be. She'd been the one to allow this silly game to go on long enough that now she didn't want it to end. When she tipped her chin to meet his gaze again, the back of his big hand lightly grazed her cheek. This night is almost over, and you have a decision to make. What decision? We could go our separate ways. He slid her a slow smile. Or we could both go to my room, because it has a pretty big bed. Chapter 17. Bridesmaids, the other loves of your life. Meme. Rhett palmed the nape of Jessie's neck and pulled her close. She hadn't said a word in several long and interminable seconds. He'd likely pushed too hard, too soon. Scared? It's not like I haven't been propositioned before. Her luminous green eyes met his, sparkling with humor. This is different. Rhett hoped like hell it was different for her, too, because Jessie made him feel alive. He hadn't known this until he'd arrived in Whistle Cove for a wedding he hadn't actually wanted to attend. But he'd been dead inside for months, walking around going through the motions of his public persona, his job. But he hadn't allowed anyone or anything to touch his heart in years. He'd been a playboy and then burned himself out. No woman had interested him, no matter how beautiful or alluring, because he'd wanted more, and he knew he wouldn't get that in casual sex. He needed a real connection, but had met no one who could reach him. After a while, he'd given up trying. Until Jessie. She'd turned him inside out, upside down. He could tell himself it was because she was a challenge, and he needed one. That didn't ring true. She was capable and intelligent. She could spar with him and never back down. Plus, he appreciated that Jessie was loyal to those she loved. He'd count himself a lucky man to be in her orbit. Like a faraway star in a galaxy full of them. He hadn't noticed Jessie until she was up close and personal. Then he wondered how he could have missed her when she shone brighter than any of the others. She bent her head. I know it's different, but the truth is, that's what scares me. Look at me. He cupped her face. What do you want? Because I'll do it. Anything you need. If you want me to walk away, I will. I don't want to, but you call the shots. All of them. She didn't speak, but the spark in her eyes kick-started his heart. He wasn't alone in this. She pressed her hand over his, and just like that, the spark grew into a fire. The song stopped, and the band switched the pace to an up-tempo and a Luke Bryan song. While everyone else continued to dance around them, Rhett took Jessie by the hand and led her out of the banquet room. With this crowd, the party would go on all night. He'd accomplished his Hunt family duties. Table hopped from the Smiths and the Youngs so that Kit would be happy. Talked to a lot of family members, both the Wilders and the Olsons. Made sure to check in with Kit and compliment the mother of the bride. He'd pretty much ignored the industry people, other than a few polite waves. Because he'd finally made a decision about his future. and he wasn't quite ready to announce it to the people it would most affect. He knew the next few days would be difficult, but he had prepared himself for that. Softly, he pulled her to him. "I need an answer. I want you to kiss me. I want to drive you crazy, and I want you to hold me all night. That's what I want." Something snapped inside of him, and he pressed her up against the wall in the hallway, kissing her deeply, unwilling to wait the few seconds it would take to walk upstairs to his room. But a moment later, he found himself tugging her along behind him in the biggest hurry of his life. He behaved like a man whose pants were on fire. As he unlocked the door, he told himself to slow down. They had time, all night. He unbuttoned his shirt as soon as the door shut behind him. But then he reconsidered, because his clothes would come off easily. Jessie wore an evening gown it looked like she'd been poured into. Skin tight, it showed off every one of her many delectable curves. She turned her back to him, and he unzipped her. Pulling the dress down from the top, she turned and revealed a sexy black strapless bra. He bent to kiss one puckered nipple through the silky material, then tugged it aside, and his tongue rolled over the nipple. She moaned, but then froze. I have something to say, and it's kind of embarrassing." Concerned at her tone, he locked gazes with hers. "Tell me." "This dress is tight, and Don't worry, I'll get you out of it." She chuckled. "I have full faith that you will, but the thing is, I'm not wearing any panties. The lines were going to show through, even the thongs would, so I decided not to wear any." He nearly swallowed his tongue. "And you wanted to warn me why?" Unwilling to lose contact, he stroked her naked back, the zipper low on her dress. She looked vulnerable, standing in front of him half naked, even shorter since she'd kicked off her high heels. He towered over her, but he'd never felt that size difference until this moment. Her spunk made up for her stature, and he loved that about her. A whole hell of a lot. It struck him that what he'd been missing all along was a woman with her own mind, someone who would challenge him. He just never expected to find it in Jessie. "Because I didn't want to shock you, and I didn't want you to think." She shook her head. "Look, I don't do this. I don't hook up." "Me either. Not anymore." It struck him how important it had become for her to know that. She wasn't a conquest, and he wanted her to feel safe with him, desired. "I meant it when I said this is different." "Then hurry up and help me out of this dress." She wiggled, and the top of the dress came down to her waist. He tugged it past her hips and eased it off her. She stood before him, naked except for the strapless bra. He reached behind to unsnap it, and her beautiful rosy pink breasts spilled out like a gift. "Please don't ever be too shy to tell me you're not wearing any underwear." She smiled and crossed her arms self-consciously. "I'm extremely naked here, and you might want to join me." He caught himself staring, jaw probably gaping at her plump and perfectly shaped breasts, long and shapely legs. "Fuck, Jessie, you're so beautiful." Unable to take his eyes off her creamy, smooth skin, he ripped his shirt off, losing a few buttons in the process. Overcome with lust, he tossed it aside, then went for his pants and boxers, joining her as quickly as humanly possible. He backed her up against the bed, and she went down. Covering her body with his, he kissed each nipple reverently, one at a time, forcing himself to take it slow. He licked and suckled until she bucked and writhed under him. Not shy any longer, she reached for him and stroked him several times, stoking the fire until he was about to burst. He pulled her hand off him, not ready for this to end too quickly. It had been a long time for him. If this was his only night with Jessie, he wanted to make it count. She would remember him, this time in a much more positive light. Red, please, I want you now. She wrapped her legs around his waist, and just the soft feel of her skin pressing against him was nearly enough to make him come, which would have been embarrassing. Be patient, baby. We have all night. Jessie listened to the words Rhett had said. All night. After the reception, she'd planned on going back to her room and binge-watching Jane the Virgin. But now she had all night, with the finest male specimen she'd ever seen naked. A man who brought out every deep and dirty desire she'd ever suppressed. Normally, she was reserved. At least, she'd been that way with the only man she'd ever had sex with. Because it had been so long since she'd been with a man, she expected to feel shy, to hold back, to let him take the lead. But she was some kind of wild woman with Rhett. He had her behaving bold and assertive in bed. She'd reached for him and stroked, feeling the hard length of him in her hands and not wanting to let go. She'd begged him to get inside her, fearless with him, but he'd pulled her hand away. No idea why. He was clearly ready. He groaned when she licked and kissed his neck, when her fingers curled through the light hairs on his chest down to his abs, his muscles tensed. God, Jessie, he moaned. Then he slid down her body, kissing her breasts, her abs, his warm hands gliding down her legs. Her body buzzed and throbbed with desire. He slowly opened her legs, kissing the inside of her thighs and then in the middle of all her wet heat. When his tongue and lips were on her, licking and tasting, she nearly went out of her mind. She bucked and moaned when his wicked tongue probed and licked her core. His beard tickled in a way that she hadn't anticipated. An unexpectedly new sensation ground into her body and revved her into a frenzy. Her hips undulated and rocked with the sensation of his tongue and his lips and the soft bristle of his beard. Within a few minutes, she came hard against his lips, shuddering, nipples rock hard. Get in me now. Her nails dug into his biceps because she wanted him inside her yesterday. Please, I'm ready. He braced himself above her with his powerful arms. When he bent to kiss her, it was tender, soft, and lingering. Sweet. So good, baby. She tugged on his neck. Now, please. I won't make you wait anymore. Rhett reached for his pants and pulled out a condom. Jessie heard it rip open and watched, completely enthralled as he skillfully slipped it on. He was just as comfortable in his skin with this as he was with everything he did. The sexy shimmer in his gaze told her he was not done with her, not by a long shot. A moment later, he thrust into her, making her gasp. He moved inside her slowly then, stretching her. Am I hurting you? No, she moaned softly. Not at all. You feel like a virgin, baby, he said in a husky voice. It's been a long time, she whispered. His hard length filled her completely. She clung to his shoulders, fingernails sticking in, feeling a delicious friction rise inside of her like the tide. Before long, she climaxed, pulsating in long waves and crying out. With one last stroke, Rhett groaned and followed her over. But even while her body still quivered, he stayed braced above her and kissed her deeply. Then he rolled onto his back and took her with him, tucking her into his side. You wrecked me. She giggled, wanting to believe it, but realizing she wasn't anywhere in the ballpark with him when it came to experience. But she was ready to learn. I want to do that to you, she said into his warm neck. What you did to me, before. And I want you to. It's just that. I'm not very good at it. I doubt that's true. He kissed her temple, and his arms tightened around her. I mean, I was told that. Seriously? What kind of an asshole said that to you? The kind I don't date anymore. She thought of Donnie and his arrogance. He'd put her down in the only way he could. Not able to attack her career or success, he went for her looks and her skills in the bedroom. He'd give her affection, then cruelly take it away. It had been horribly unhealthy, toxic. She still couldn't believe she'd let him treat her the way he had. It went back to how poorly she'd felt about herself. She'd bought into all the mean-spirited comments from the press about fat camps and swallowed the party line that looks were everything. Good riddance. But the thing is, I don't think I've ever been in a real relationship. My last serious relationship was like the date that never ended. Granted, I was gone a lot, and I know that made it difficult. I was far more successful than him, and he was a punk who couldn't handle being with a woman who made more money than he did. She winced at the truth behind that statement. The point is that I'm not just inexperienced in bed. I don't know how to be in a relationship. You're not alone in that. His warm, calloused hands slid up and down her spine, leaving tingles in their wake. My only real relationship was a lie. It's like we both talked ourselves into being together because it seemed like a good idea at the time. She never argued with me. I didn't realize how much I hated that until I met you. What? You liked fighting with me? She laughed and flicked his chest with her finger. Hell yeah. Maybe I didn't like it when you hated me, but I enjoyed being your verbal sparring partner. You can't be serious. I don't think you realize how many women and men bow down to me. Everything I say is witty. I'm always right. Oh my, poor Red. That's got to be so hard. She smirked. You always get to be right? Wait, let me get a violin. He rolled on top of her, pinning her under him. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I love the way you call me out. That would make the second time he'd used the word love with her. He loved her crazy bed hair and the way she gave him shit. It doesn't mean anything. Don't get ahead of yourself. This is just for now. Good, because there's no danger of me stopping anytime soon. The point is, sweet baby cakes, none of that flattery is real. It's fake. They all want something from me. A hit song, a photo op, an endorsement, chance to be my opening act. Not me. They don't want me. An unexpected ache hit her at hearing those words. Handsome and sexy Rhett Hunt was lonely. And she knew what it was like to be lonely, though for different reasons. She'd just never imagined that Rhett, but she was supposed no one did. And that was the point. I'm sure your family loves you for who you are. And so do I, she wanted to say. But it wasn't love. No, it couldn't be. It was a powerful attraction that had settled deep into her bones, making her think crazy thoughts. Yeah, he said, but not very convincingly. I think being on the road has taken every last piece of me. You're burnt out. I need a long break. Talk to your management company and see what can be done. It's going to be hard after hitting #1. But nothing is impossible. You're right about that, he said, braced above her, his powerful forearms hard as granite. A wicked smile played across his lips. She then felt something else that was incredibly hard again, and right between her thighs. Boldly, she bucked against him, trying to move him off. He did, easily, a questioning look in his eyes. Now it's my turn, she said, and proceeded to rock his world. Chapter 18.
You're one of the few people I actually like, so will you be my bridesmaid? Meme. When Jessie woke up the next morning, she automatically reached for Rhett, but her hand met air. The side of the bed next to her was empty, cold. Damn. Way to make me feel special, Rhett. Did you run out of here, check out, and grab an Uber to the airport? No, that wasn't right. She couldn't have gotten it so wrong. They'd really connected last night. He'd called her baby, not sweetheart or darling. Baby. She blinked and looked around the room. There was still evidence of him everywhere. So why had he just left her here without so much as a note? He was a songwriter, for the love of coffee. It wasn't like words didn't come easily to him. Oh no. Words came easily to him. Sweet words like the ones he'd whispered to her last night. And a player, after all, was good at this. They were so good at it, they made a woman feel like they were special. Hence the word player. Facepalm. Okay. She'd gone to bed with him because she wanted to, and no other reason. Gone into it with zero expectations. She couldn't get upset about this now. He hadn't exactly written her a love song last night, just stated the facts. This is different, he'd said. Different how, she didn't know. Maybe it was because they had such history in common. Their fathers knew and liked each other. Jessie understood the business far more than some other women. But he'd also said this wasn't a hookup. It wasn't to her either. But it also didn't necessarily mean happily ever after. She didn't know what it meant. Was it all going to be weird now between them? She didn't want to lose the new friendship they'd formed in this short time, and last night had changed everything. Stop overthinking everything. Just stop. She climbed out from underneath the covers and turned in a circle, searching for her clothes. The dress was in a pile on the floor. She really should hang it up. Her bra was next to the dress. No panties, of course. Jeez, that had been embarrassing. She seriously hadn't meant to have sex with him or anyone else last night. Had meant to take that dress off the same way she'd put it on. Alone. Stark naked, Jessie walked to the dress. She supposed she'd have to walk back to her cottage wearing her bridesmaid's dress. Classy. She heard the door opening and hit the floor on all fours behind the bed, not wanting to give anyone walking by a free show. She heard the door close, then Rhett's deep drawl. Jessie? Where'd you go? She slowly rose, peeking over the edge of the bed that separated them. She saw Rhett, wearing his backward baseball cap, windbreaker, boots, dark jeans, and an easy smile. He carried 2 to-go cups from Bright Coffee and a pink box. Hope of a sugar rush sprang inside her, fully formed. You had to love a man who brought coffee and donuts without being asked, even if once had been at 5 a.m. Are those donuts? You gave Olga the day off. No breakfast spread today at the bed and breakfast. Gotta love the irony. He handed her a cup and set the box down on the nightstand. Hilarious. She smirked. She deserved the day after what we pulled off. The wedding of the year. His gaze slid over her, filled with heat. She crawled back under the sheets, self-conscious. I didn't think last night through very well. Am I supposed to slink back to my cottage still wearing my bridesmaid's dress? Like a walk of shame? He blinked. Nothing to be ashamed of. You're supposed to be my fiancé. Right. She took a sip of the magic beans potion and relaxed back on the pillows. He removed his windbreaker and set it on the back of the chair. Underneath, he wore a skin-tight, long-sleeved navy blue t-shirt that emphasized his sculpted physique. I meant what I said. I know my reputation precedes me, but this thing between you and me is different. I'm not messing around. Okay, I believe you. She wanted to believe him. Did that count? In fact, you've helped me make a big decision, one that I didn't come to lightly.
Jessie's skin got prickly with anticipation. Maybe everything last night had gone better than she'd imagined. She pictured trips to Nashville to visit Lexi and Rhett both. Weekends away with him here and there. A real relationship. It could happen. What kind of a decision? She said on a shaky breath. I'm quitting show business. Excuse me? Jessie came up on her elbows. What do you mean by that? Rhett kicked off his boots and plopped down on the bed, juggling his coffee cup. Simple. I'm done. Jessie laughed. That's a good one. I'm not kidding, baby. You're looking at a new man. I'm going to be free, just like you are. He leaned back on the pillows and crossed his legs at the ankles. Baby, there was that word again. Not just in the heat of the moment. Jessie realized that among all the endearments he'd spread around like butter on toast, she'd never heard him use that one on a woman. Probably a word he reserved for his lover, and she suddenly felt like a rodent for judging him. He was obviously discriminating after all. Now her head was spinning with the bomb he'd dropped on her. He was Rhett Hunt. He couldn't just quit. But you can't do that. You're at the top of your game. Didn't your song just hit #1 on the country charts? I've been thinking about slowing down for a while, and I can't let that stop me. You were right. There has to be a way. I'm going to find it. At those words, Jessie was sure her jaw gaped. Rhett, I'm very naked here and very confused. When did you decide this? Last night after I fell asleep? No. He casually laid a hand on her knee. It's been coming for a while. I didn't mean to encourage you to do this. How can you just quit? She imagined there were people depending on him for their jobs, their livelihood. It had been one of the worst parts of the Wilder Sisters band imploding. So many staff suddenly unemployed. It happened, but in their case they hadn't chosen to give up their careers, more or less done so when sales declined and the label dropped them. Baby, last night I watched you sleep. You sleep like someone without a care in the world. I envy that kind of peace knowing you call the shots. It's what I want. Freedom. Honestly, y'all inspired me. Lexi and Sabrina took a year off and are back like they never left. We didn't make that choice. I know, baby. His hand glided up and down her leg, and even with his touch over the covers, warmth grew between her thighs. But I also know that I can't keep up this pace. I'll burn myself out if I don't quit now. The road is a grind, and I start to lose all perspective. I'd even lost the desire to be with anyone for a while. Until you. Even though those words spiked a genuine tenderness through her, she was worried. She set her cup down and laid her head on his chest. His arms came around her tight. What are you going to do? I've obviously got some calls to make. He rubbed her back. But you don't need to worry about me. I certainly don't need the money. Fortunately, I wrote a lot of songs for myself and others. But you're not done with that too, are you? Songwriting? His fans, not to mention the fans of every other artist he'd written for, would be despondent. I won't be done writing until I'm done breathing. But that doesn't mean I have to let this business kill me. Kill you? Jessie thought of the burnout they'd all experienced on the road, particularly her since she hadn't nearly received as much out of the experience as her sisters had. Is it that bad? Don't want it to get there. Everyone will just have to understand. I'll find my staff other work. Kayla Lisa owes me, so do a lot of up-and-coming artists. Some might even be now forming their crews. Anyway, it can just be temporary. For how long? A year seemed to work. He played with her hair, winding strands around his fingers. Obviously, I'm still working this out. Sorry to spring it on you like this. It's a shock. What about the record label, your management, and I worry about what your fans will think. The true ones will hang in there. They're all I care about. I'll issue a statement. Due to health reasons involving the sincere pursuit of my sanity, I've decided to take a sabbatical. She propped her chin on his chest. Where will you live? Still in Nashville? I might go to Texas, where I own a ranch. That's what my accountant tells me anyway. He tugged on a lock of her hair. But for now, I'm staying right here, if you'll have me. Oh, I'll have you. She smiled. But you don't like the mermaid room. It's growing on me. He leaned in for a kiss that started tender and then quickly grew not so tender. One-handed, he ripped off his tee and threw it to the side. Then he went for his pants, and they were suddenly both in such a hurry that she helped him. She climbed on top of him, and they were skin on skin, her straddling his hips. He smiled, and a hand on the nape of her neck brought her down for a long kiss. Warm, wet, and deep. A promise of more to come. A sudden random thought occurred to her, and Jessie broke the kiss. Am I going to be thought of as the Yoko Ono of country western music? He slowly grinned, and his hands settled on her hips. I'll make sure that never happens. But I will say, you really know how to distract a man. Baby, I'm just getting started. After a long and exhausting, for all the best reasons, morning, Jessie slid out from under the sheets. Rhett was still asleep, one arm slung over his face. She located her strapless bra and dress, wiggled back into it, and quietly shut the door behind her. In her office, she had a change of clothes. She might have every right to have spent the night with her fiancé, but why announce to the world that she'd just had a long night of amazing sex? She didn't have much else to do today other than supervise the wedding festivities cleanup. Many guests had made plans to check out this morning on the self-checkout option, leaving their keys in the birdhouse. There would be a few stragglers here and there, but given that no breakfast or lunch had been served today, guests had probably made their way into Whistle Cove or Monterey for food. Even so, Jessie had the unnerving feeling she was forgetting something important. She checked her list for a hint and found nothing. Before she went home to change clothes, Jessie swung by her office to grab her lists of cleanup instructions for the takedown of the wedding decorations. Chairs would be returned, a gazebo torn down. Beautiful roses donated or dumped. She had to get started with her day. Jessie! She looked up to see her mother at the door to her office. Super. The only person she didn't want to see her in last night's dress. She crossed her arms. I see we had a little fun last night. Come in and close the door. I have something to tell you. Kit shut the door. It sounds serious. Sort of. Jessie took a breath. Well, not that serious. A little bit serious. In the middle, I would say. I'm stalling. Did something go wrong with the wedding I don't know about? Did the reviewers say she hated us? Mom clutched her chest. Why would she say that? Everything was perfect. No, it's not that. Jessie waved to the extra chair. Sit down. Okay, but I have to meet Molly for lunch soon. She wants to apologize for the horrible way she treated me. If it wasn't for Rhett, we would have had a wedding without flowers. I'm not sure I can accept her apology, but lunch is a good place to start. Speaking of Rhett, Jessie picked up her pen and put it back down again in its proper place. Here's the thing. We're not really engaged. Now, before you get upset, it wasn't my doing. I see. He had this idea for us to be fake engaged so that, certain women would stop hitting on him. And for me, well, I didn't think he could stop calling every woman sweetheart or darlin', so I challenged him. He kept up his end of the bargain, so I haven't ratted him out. I told Lexi and Sabrina, and now I'm telling you. There's no engagement. How interesting. But Mom's expression hadn't changed or shifted. No shock registered in her gaze. No wide eyes, no gaping jaw.
Wait, you knew all this time? How did you... When did you... Huh? Her mother rolled her eyes. Honey, are you serious? I knew the moment I heard. You barely knew the man, and you'd never get engaged so quickly. That's not who you are. Then why did you act so happy about it if you knew it wasn't true? Because I didn't want to burst your bubble. I was happy about the idea, and I know your father would be too. And who knows? Sometimes fake becomes real. Only in romantic comedies, Jessie sighed. In romance books. Kit crossed her arms and threw a significant look at Jessie's evening gown. Want to tell me again how fake never becomes real? How do you know I was with him? Maybe I just wandered the beach all night until the sun came up. Maybe I had a lot of thinking to do. Is that what happened? Kit smirked. Jessie snorted. No, that's what I thought. But it isn't a real relationship, Mom. Maybe not yet. Her mother, the eternal optimist. I honestly thought you'd discourage me, as in, Jessie, what are you thinking giving away the milk before he buys the cow? Seriously, are you even a mom? Kit waved a hand. Don't be silly. I'm hip and new age. Why would I discourage you from going after the most eligible bachelor in Nashville? Because he's a player? Although Jessie wasn't sure about that anymore. Rhett did seem to be different than she remembered him, which should be the case since he was older now. She just didn't know why and how much he'd changed. Those were significant things to know about him before she let fake become anywhere near real. Another dismissive wave from Kit. He used to be. I've known Rhett since he was a boy. His father's approval meant everything to him. When all those rumors went circulating about his hound dog ways, it hurt him more than it hurt his career. I think he's changed. Kit knew Rhett's father a lot better than Jessie did. Levi had been her father's friend, a family friend. The Wilders and the Hunts. They hadn't exactly been on family vacations together because the Hunts were always traveling far more than the Wilders did, but they'd still been good friends. Jessie simply remembered Levi Hunt as a very kind and gentle, extremely Southern man who called every woman sweetheart. Oh my God. How would she miss that? Internal facepalm. But when Mr. Hunt said sweetheart, it sounded sweet and chaste. When Rhett said it, he sounded as though he was issuing blocks of time with him in his bedroom. Or at least it had to Jessie. Which maybe meant that the problem was hers, not his. I don't remember much about Mr. Hunt, Jessie pressed, hoping her mom would deliver juicy gossip, or at least some little morsel that would help her to understand Rhett better. Had Mr. Hunt been a player in his youth? She couldn't imagine it, but he was a looker even now. He was very hard on Rhett, her mother continued. Don't get me wrong, he's a good man. June is a good woman. I just think she could have done more to smooth things over between father and son. Did they not get along? How can I put this kindly? June told me that when Rhett was about 7, a little girl met him at his home after school and declared her love for him, trying to kiss him in front of all of his friends. Rhett was so embarrassed that he hauled off and pushed her. He was 7. Yes, well, Levi made sure that never happened again. He told Rhett girls and women were special and to be set above everyone else. I think everything Rhett has done is probably reactionary to that, even when he isn't feeling it. That's terrible. Levi taught him to be insincere. I'm sure he meant well. That's not good enough. Jessie's heart squeezed as she thought of a young Rhett being schooled on girls, taught to revere them all without exception. Maybe not, but Levi raised Rhett old school, as you kids call it, and I think it's made a good man out of him. You do know he's a regular with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Gulp. She did not know this. Animals are also a favorite cause of his. How did I not know this? I imagine because he tries to keep it quiet, the way you're supposed to do good works, not for the attention. Rhett Hunt was turning out to be a very different man than the one she'd imagined, which made her a big, fat hypocrite. She judged him for so long without any right, especially when she and her sisters had been there, done that. I really thought he was nothing but a player. With all the rumors, I can see why. But, sweetie, do you think I'd encourage you to be with that kind of a guy? No, I'm sure you wouldn't. Rhett will make someone a good husband someday. He's a family man. That didn't matter much to Jessie at the moment. She didn't need a husband or a family. Not when she had a thriving business to run. She had her sisters, Mom, Gran, and even Sir Clint. And Rhett was far too busy to think of settling down. He had zero direction at the moment, given his sudden and shocking decision. She still hoped he might not actually go through with it. Jessie clasped her hands on her desk. Rhett just shared with me that he's quitting show business, taking a year off to regroup. He seems to like the way it worked out for Lexi and Sabrina. Kit didn't say a word, just sat with her eyes wide, jaw nearly unhinged, for several seconds. Then she finally spoke. Oh dear, Levi is not going to be thrilled. Chapter 19. I promise no ruffles or puffy sleeves. Will you be my bridesmaid? Please. Meme. Rhett expected his big news to be met with shock, but he was not prepared for a lecture from his manager. He'd already consulted with his lawyer, and he had no impending contracts that included tours. He had an album due, but there was a clause. He'd put his lawyer to work for the first time in years trying to find a way out of the contract. Still, Hoyt behaved as though Rhett had denounced his U.S. citizenship. You can't do that. It's just plain wrong. Wrong or not, it's what I'm doing. The timing is horrible. There's really no good time to do this. Maybe when you don't have a #1 hit song, it's just a suggestion. Hoyt was yelling now. Look, it's your job to manage my career, not my life. And this is what I've decided. It's a hasty decision. Not from where I'm standing. Then you should have said something sooner. Now I've got a year's worth of damage control to do. I'll issue a statement. My real fans will understand and support me. They're my only concern. This might be one of the only times in his life Rhett would want to remind the public that he had his hands in charities which meant something to him. He'd have more time to devote to them. If his fans cared about him at all, they'd understand he had to make priorities. And his sanity was numero uno. A statement might not be enough. Are you sure about this? Be reasonable. Let's discuss when you get back to Nashville. I'm not coming back to Nashville for a while. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is your home. Let's talk, discuss, evaluate. On and on it went for 30 minutes, until Hoyt finally seemed to realize Rhett was dead serious and wouldn't be talked out of his decision. He didn't blame Hoyt for being shocked. Rhett hadn't clued anyone in as to how he'd been feeling for almost a year, and that was on him. He should have shared, put his heart out there, all that kind of crap. Going out on top? It's just not done, Rhett. Not done. Hoyt attempted valiantly. I have 2 words for you. Garth Brooks. The calls and texts began later that day. All the guests had left, taking their phones with them. Rhett took his and made a short, unofficial announcement on Twitter. Twitter blew up. So he removed all the apps from his phone and pretended social media didn't exist. Had never been invented. It was a beautiful feeling. Relief flooded through him, and he could breathe for several relaxing minutes. Until he received a text from his mother. Ma, what's this about you quitting show business because of your new fiancé? Is this another rumor? It's on Kayla Lisa's Twitter. Holy crap. Walking along the private beach, he reinstalled the Twitter app, cursing the entire time. The seagulls didn't care. Neither did the surfers. Twitter had exploded. His feed was filled with sobbing gifs and wagging fingers, and Kayla Lisa's original tweet. Adding my congrats to @RhettHuntOfficial. He and his fiancée @Jess Wilder were inseparable at the recent wedding of @Lexi Wilder and @Luke Wyatt. #country, #music. So to recap, it wasn't enough that he's just announced a leave of absence and disappointed his fans. Now most of them believed he was actually engaged. That's what you get for trying to be funny and faking something you never should. He'd forgotten a vital component to his fake engagement plan. They should have had their official breakup scene last night after the reception, right on the beach for all to see. Instead, Rhett had been heavily engaged in round 2 or 3 with Jessie. He'd lost count. His phone buzzed, and Rhett glanced at it. Levi Hunt, who didn't know how to text. Rhett let it go to voicemail. He'd deal with him later. Much later, if at all possible. He would respond to his mother's text, knowing she'd pass it on to his father, but first he needed to find Jessie. It didn't take long. He found her outside, supervising the wedding cleanup. Chairs were being loaded onto a truck, the gazebo slowly brought down piece by piece. She stood next to Tony, her hair flying around her face and making her look wild. She'd changed out of that evening dress that had driven him out of his mind with desire. But the tee and shorts she wore that showed off those long legs were giving him thoughts. Like what those soft and creamy legs had felt like wrapped around his back. She wasn't going to be thrilled with this latest development. He hoped it didn't mean she'd kick him out of her bed, but he couldn't blame her if it did. She'd been worried about being the country music Yoko Ono. Well, he had news for her. For all practical purposes, she was. Not thrilled to be the deliverer of the news, he hesitated and let her wrap up her conversations, waiting off to the side until she noticed him. When she did, her eyes lit up and something odd happened in his chest. A strange pinch that tightened and made it hard to take in a full breath. He hadn't meant to drag her into this mess. She'd been through enough family drama in the public eye to last anyone a lifetime. She, more than most women, would hate the unwelcome attention, positive or negative. Hey, she said, coming up to him with a clipboard which likely contained one of her lists. Are you doing okay? That depends. Have you looked at Twitter today? The smile slipped off her face. Twitter is a dumpster fire. I don't ever look at mine. Damn. He might already be in love. He'd never heard a woman say anything sexier. Don't look today. Not until we talk first. Oh no. What is it? Did Vera give us a horrible review? Tell me. She straightened and tilted her chin. I can take it. It's nothing like that. He pulled her off to the side, out of the view of any passing spectators, realizing this couldn't wait. He tugged her close. I made an announcement and my Twitter feed is blowing up. It's ugly. One of those dumpster fires. Oh no, I'm sorry. I can see why your fans would be unhappy about you taking time off. I wish that was the only problem, but there's more. Kayla Lisa took the opportunity to announce our engagement. She must have done it before she even got on her plane. Jessie's eyes slipped into a glazed zombie mode. She did what? Remember the breakup scene after the reception? Her eyes grew wide. You mean when we were supposed to break up? Yeah, baby. We never did that. And it was kind of an integral part of our plan. He took one of her flyaway hairs and tucked it behind her ear. Something about her made him want to touch her every chance he could. Even quick, chaste touches, just so long as his hands were on her. He watched as her eyes shifted into 1,000 different emotions in a matter of seconds. Surprise, fear, curiosity, regret. I had a feeling all morning that I'd forgotten something important and never made it onto any of my lists. I'm so sorry, Rhett. I forgot we were busy. Getting busy? He had to grin.
I'm the one who's sorry. I dragged you into this fake engagement kicking and screaming. Seriously? Her eyes narrowed, the hint of a smile on her lips. Rhett, no one takes me kicking and screaming anywhere. I did it because I wanted to. You wanted to see if I could stop calling all women sweetheart and darling, and you didn't think I could. She shook her head, biting her lower lip. I guess I wanted to spend time with you. Bunny. He'd had his share of beautiful women throw themselves at him over the years. Plenty of compliments on his looks, his skills as a lover and as a musician. But he'd honestly never been more flattered in his life by that single compliment. Should I believe that? You're very hard not to like, Rhett. You know that, right? The remark hit him hard, and in a way he was certain Jessie did not intend. If he was easy to like, it was because he was putting on an act 90% of the time. No one saw him late at night after everyone had gone home, when he retired to his bed alone. The times he was close to yelling to Hoyt or some new artist manager begging for a song that he didn't know anybody a damn thing. He got quiet at those times as he fought with everything he had to be the nice guy that he'd been raised to be. But now he was exhausted from performing 24/7 for close to 10 years. I'm okay with that. He pulled her in close for a quick kiss, which she reciprocated. As long as you like me. Her hand slid down his back to rest on the waistband of his jeans. What do you want me to do about this? We can ask DC for advice. He'll know how to handle this. I hate to bother the guy. He's here on vacation. He won't mind. He pressed his forehead to hers. Baby, I need to figure this out myself. But we're in this together. Let me help. Red had another idea. He eyed Tony, slowly pulling apart the gazebo, alone. What better release for the pressure he felt than a punishing workout? Hard physical labor always did it for him. When he managed to be home on one of his ranches for any length of time, he didn't just sit around. He hauled hay with everyone else, mended fences. His grandparents had owned a ranch, too, and when he was younger and his parents went off on longer tours, he'd stayed behind with his grandparents. With that, Rhett headed over to Tony and picked up a hammer. Put me to work. Tony fist bumped. You got it, brother. Jessie spent far too many minutes watching Rhett hard at work alongside Tony, sweaty, muscles bunching under his shirt. He behaved as if he did this every day, like he wasn't a best-selling country singer who'd just been here for a wedding. When he pulled off his shirt with one hand, Jessie drooled a little. Then she forced herself to look away and get some actual work done. She checked the Bride Today website for a review, but it was way too early. She'd rather wait for a good review than get a quickly negative one, so no news was good news. Although it would be worse to wait for a negative review. Rejection was always so much better when it came fast and swift. She nearly ran into Sabrina and DC as they were coming out of the lobby. We're on our way to breakfast, Sabrina said. Want to come? Oh, no, you two go ahead. I've got some work to do. We've got a new wave of guests coming in a few days, so all evidence of the wedding needs to be cleared out. When can I get my phone back? Sabrina asked. How about when you get back from breakfast? Jessie was impressed her little sister had made it through the week without her phone. It wasn't as if she couldn't be trusted, but Jessie thought it might be good for Sabrina to have a social media break. All I want to do is check to see if we're number one yet. I've enjoyed this time, DC said with a smirk. Brilliant idea, Jess. Sabrina elbowed DC, then nudged her chin in Rhett's direction. What's he doing? Jessie sighed. He's trying to distract himself, I think. From what? Jessie explained the whole quitting show business for a year thing. Sabrina's jaw dropped, and for once she was speechless. DC propped his aviator sunglasses on his head. When did he decide this? I'm not sure. I think it was coming for some time, but he told me yesterday. DC crossed his arms and appeared to be praying for patience. I'm right here. and I could have helped. And I told him to ask for your advice, but he doesn't want to bother you. That's okay, DC said. He already talked to me. I may have given him some unsolicited advice. Oh, no, baby, Sabrina said. Who quits when they're on top? What did you say to him? I told him he has the right to reclaim his life, and he does. It was just like DC to speak plainly and get to the point. And DC was right. Rhett had every right. His fans didn't own him. His label didn't own him. Well, not officially. Sabrina, I just told Mom the truth about my fake engagement today. She already knew. Sabrina tossed her hands up. I didn't say anything, I swear. Sabrina, being a lifelong mama's girl, made her defensive. But Jessie had seen a real change in her since she'd fallen for DC. Clearly, it was the two of them now, and they came first with each other. I know, she just suspected all along, Jessie pointed. So now it's your turn. Sabrina rubbed her belly. After we get back. I'll go with you, baby. DC pulled her into his arms. No, I think it better just be Mom and me. DC just continued to rub her back and nod. You two go have breakfast and tell me how it went later. Jessie hugged her sister and watched her walk away with her cowboy rancher. A few hours of spreadsheets later, Jessie found Rhett enjoying a beer with Tony, both of their long jean-clad legs dangling from the bed of Tony's pickup truck. She watched for a while from a distance, enjoying the way the sunlight played in Rhett's hair. She'd never seen this side of him. He looked relaxed, and for the first time she realized how much she wanted him to have a chance to live a normal life for a while. He had a right to his privacy, a right to perform or not perform again. She couldn't imagine it since he was so good at what he did. But on the other hand, Jessie had always been good with numbers. She'd never wanted to be an accountant, preferring to pursue the creative side of her brain. Talents didn't always line up with desires. Hey, Jessie turned to find Lexi, looking absolutely beautiful in a white shift dress and strappy sandals. She smiled at the rosy color in her sister's cheeks. Did you two sleep well, or at all? Lexi smiled. A little bit of both. It was a long night, and a great wedding. Thank you, Jess. Well, I didn't do all the work, I just organized, Lexi finished for Jessie. It's a skill you've always had. True. When Jessie had found out that her father used spreadsheets to keep track of their performances and venues, she begged him to let her help. Thus, a love affair began. Did you tell Mom yet? Yes, but she already knew. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Sabrina is telling Mom about the pregnancy when she gets back from breakfast. Jessie sighed. And I thought about what you said. I'm not sure it matters if Mom knows you two eloped before the wedding. What's the point? You had the wedding she wanted. Exactly. Without warning, Lexi wrapped her arms around Jessie in a hug. How are you, Sissy? Are you good? Sissy. She hadn't been called that in ages. Not since nights in their house on wheels going from one city to the next. Lexi checking in on Jessie, no doubt to make sure she knew that no matter what anyone else said about her looks and extra weight, it didn't make her any less worthy to Lexi. I am, Jessie admitted. I do miss you both every day, but sooner or later we were all going to go our separate ways. They'd played and performed music together for so long that their sister relationship was unnaturally close. No one understood how they got along, fighting one minute, the next minute cuddling on the couch eating popcorn and watching Jane the Virgin. That doesn't make it any easier for you, Lexi said. I miss life here too. That year we all three lived here was a little slice of heaven that I will never regret. I needed that time to get my head back together after everything that happened. Some days, I still miss those times. Jessie swallowed. She desperately missed those days, though she didn't want to admit it. A small part of her had felt abandoned when one by one her sisters left the family business of the B&B to go back to music. But she also couldn't blame them. It was in their blood, and it had never really been in Jesse's. Her place was here, and actually, she was lucky. That meant life in Monterey Bay for the foreseeable future. She wasn't exactly suffering. What about him? Lexi nudged her chin in the direction of Rhett, still sitting on the tailgate, happily engaged in conversation with Tony. I like him, Lex. I don't think he's who I thought he was. No one is ever exactly who we think they are. I'm sorry if I judged him too harshly. I was just worried. Jessie took a deep breath, closing her eyes. Did you check Twitter yet today? Yes. Then you know. We were supposed to have our big breakup scene before everyone left, right on the beach for all to see. But we were otherwise occupied. She winced. Yes, is that very irresponsible of me? I knew I was forgetting something. Jess, maybe you should consider the fact that you rarely forget anything important. Nothing this significant. Did you forget because you wanted to? Jessie tensed and pulled out of Lexi's embrace. No, of course not. Why would I do that on purpose? I'm only asking if some small part of you wanted to keep up the ruse. Maybe you weren't even aware that you felt this way. You're wrong. He forgot too. Jessie crossed her arms. There are two of us in this farce. I'm completely aware of that. If I were his sister, I'd ask him the same thing. Did you forget on purpose? Lexi waggled her eyebrows. Jessie ignored the flash of delight that rushed through her at the thought that Rhett might have purposely delayed their breakup. But that wasn't true. He'd simply been distracted by a night of amazing sex, just as she had. She couldn't get too attached to him, because she feared that, like all good things in her life, this too wouldn't last. Chapter 20. I vow to believe you when you compliment me, and only use sarcasm when absolutely necessary. Meme. 3 days passed, during which Rhett spent his days learning how to surf and doing odd jobs as Tony's right-hand man. Happily, he spent nights with Jessie. He kept busy while waiting for his attorney to negotiate him out of his contract. Jessie was getting ready for new guests to arrive, and while he knew this would significantly change his status quo, right now he enjoyed having the place to himself. Him and Jessie. Well, him, Jessie, and her family. Luckily, her sisters were too busy with their own husbands to have much time to spare. Lexi and Luke were spending a few days in San Francisco. Still, they had spent some days together, all three couples, playing board games and drinking beer. He and Jessie had spent every night together since the night of the wedding, and each time the sex got better. The chemistry so explosive between them he thought he might put an eye out. Contrary to what he'd believed, he didn't mind a pupil in his bed as long as that student was Jessie. And she was a quick study, eager to please him and herself. The second time she went down on him, he nearly came unglued, forced to think baseball stats and puppies so as not to humiliate himself. But he never seemed to win an argument with her. Not immediately, anyway. Once they'd had a disagreement about the playoffs, and she wouldn't accept he was right until she'd looked it up herself. He hadn't gloated or anything, much, but he didn't want her to change. She was the only one who gave him the truth, raw and uncensored, whether or not he wanted to hear it. Ironically, his fake fiancée had turned out to be the single most real thing in his life. He'd given his cell phone over to Jessie again, because he needed the break from social media, and she'd locked it in her office desk. He took calls from his lawyer and management on the landline, old school, no texts, no tweets, hard physical work during the day, delicious mind-numbing sex every night. Life was good. And then Levi Hunt showed up. Rhett had been fixing the sink in the bathroom of one of the units, on his back, when he saw Jessie's bare legs appear. By now he knew those luscious legs well enough to pick them out of a lineup.
Rhett? Yeah, baby, I'm almost done here. Why don't you let Tony finish this? Because I don't want him to screw this up. But he heard something different in her tone. She sounded tense, her register squeaky. Your father is here. Rhett bumped his head on the pipe and cursed a blue streak. Are you okay, baby? Jessie asked, squatting next to him and rubbing his leg. Yeah, he said, rubbing his head and crawling out from under the sink. Where is he? When I left him, he was on the deck. He asked me to please find you. He probably wants to talk about my decision to quit, but I've got news for him. My lawyer is earning his money, and he thinks I have a chance on getting out of my contract. Jessie bit her lower lip, which he'd noticed she always did when she was nervous. I didn't know what I should say about our engagement. I wanted to tell him, but since you were here, I thought you should. You were right to do that. I got us into this mess. He pulled her in for a quick kiss. I'll get us out of it one way or another. I feel like we lied to your parents, too. He understood. This wasn't the way Jessie operated. But she was close with her family. She didn't know what it was like to be related to people that he didn't feel connected to except by a last name. He wished it had been different. Not bothering to clean up, Rhett headed to the deck to meet Levi Hunt. His back was turned toward the cresting waves and away from Rhett when he walked up. Hey, Rhett said from behind Levi. His father turned. Sometimes it felt a little like looking into the future. You're definitely your father's son, a chip off the old block. Rhett had heard it all over the years. He had Levi's build, his eyes, his jawline. His damn name and legacy. Rhett should have changed his last name. Then he'd know without a doubt that his success really was his own. Now it was too late. Why didn't you return my calls? There's nothing left to say. I've made my decision. I don't get it. You didn't even want to come to this wedding. Now you're engaged to Jessie Wilder and quitting show business? Was this her idea? Leave her out of this. She has nothing to do with it. She must have had some influence. No, I'm not engaged to Jessie. Broke it off already? He threw his hands up in his classic, I give up on you gesture. Yeah, Rhett lied. She broke it off with me. Just like your first date. Couldn't hang on to her then either. Surprisingly, this didn't hurt anymore. Rhett had had a strong shell when it came to his father. Both times were her decision. Son, I've told you again and again. Treat a woman right, spoil her, and she's never going to leave you. But Rhett had treated a lot of women well. Far too many of them, in fact. And after a while, they'd all blended together in his mind and heart. There had been no one set apart, since he'd vowed to make every woman feel special. That had made all his relationships with women meaningless. He hadn't stayed because none of it was real. That wasn't love. Love had to be real, which meant it wasn't always pretty. Rhett finally understood what Jessie had meant by him being the worst thing that could happen to a woman. She taught him that it was possible to feel something memorable about one person, one woman who challenged him in every way. He loved fighting with her, loved their arguments over the smallest things because they showed him that she had a mind of her own, and somehow that amazing mind of hers had chosen to be with him. Actually, we may not be engaged, but we're together. His father quirked a brow. Yeah? You and Jessie? Ironic, right? Only I'm pretty sure this isn't how you and John Wilder pictured this. Jessie has no intention of going back into the music business. That was a long time ago. Yeah, sure was. And I sure never intended to fall for her when I came to this wedding, but there you go. You're in love with her? Rhett nodded. I think so. But Rhett, what the hell are you doing here? What's with the tool belt? I was fixing a leaky sink. Levi stared at him blankly. That's ridiculous. You can love her without having to choose this kind of life over the Hunt legacy. Think of your fans. That's just it. She has nothing to do with my leaving music. Rhett waved his arm. Look around here. Have you actually noticed the ocean when you were standing here staring at it? This is the life I'm choosing, whether it's here, Texas, or Nashville. I need to notice everything again, before I have nothing left to write about. Writing songs has never been your problem, Levi huffed. Your problem is thinking you can bend the rules to your satisfaction. Well, we don't always get to stop when we need a break. Sometimes we just keep going, right into the ground because it's the promise we made. I've lived that way for years. But I'm not you, sir. Rhett yanked a hand through his hair. It's high time for me to break away and be my own man. Not true. You've been doing this your way for years. All the women. We never taught you that. You let it go to your head, son. The looks, the voice, the talent. And now look at you. You're going to do it all over again. Throw away the blessings you have. Money, career, fame. Interesting he didn't even mention family. Love. Not throwing anything away. I never signed up for this. For the first time in my life, I'm doing something really selfish. But it's just me trying to survive. Son, you have a contract. For the first time, Levi Hunt looked truly worried. His forehead was creased deeply, and it hit Rhett how much his father had aged in the past 10 years. He'd never taken any time off. Never indulged in anything but the music business 24/7 for years. He might truly be concerned about Rhett. He wanted to give his father the benefit of the doubt that it was love that led him to Whistle Cove. They'd never been truly close as father and son, the music business being the only thread that wove them together. And now that thread was coming apart. I intend to honor my contract. I've got my attorney working on it as we speak, negotiating terms. Levi tossed up his hands. What if they sue? You could be involved in litigation for decades. It won't come to that. Levi palmed his face. You better hope not. But if they dare to sue you, son, you come to me first. Got myself a new lawyer, and she's a shark. Those words sliced through him, renewing his hope that he and his father might one day be more than business associates. You're going to help me with this? Rhett, I'm sorry if I never made this clear to you, but you're my son first, and a recording artist second. We're family. I wish you'd told me you were this miserable. I should have, Rhett admitted. But you've done enough for me. I've been on my own for a long time, and I figured this was my problem to work out. You're right. It is. Figure it out for yourself, and know that whatever you decide, I'll support you. Jesse deserves a man who's got a clear direction and purpose in his life, whatever that may be. But Rhett no longer had a specific idea of what his future would look like. He knew it wouldn't matter to Jesse if he stayed in the music business, but eventually it would matter to her that he had no direction. She was filled with purpose and knew exactly who she was. He was floundering and rudderless, fixing sinks and toilets. His father had a point. She might have the patience to put up with him while he discovered what he would do for the next year, but she wouldn't respect him. How could she, when he barely respected himself? He couldn't just walk away and leave his people high and dry, no. He'd have to go back to Nashville and deal with his contract. Not hide from what he didn't want to face, but stand up to the changes that he wanted in his life, the ones he'd earned. He'd find a way out, and he'd have to do it by facing everyone. But for what it's worth, Rhett, you're right. It's important to live, not just exist. He stuffed hands in his pockets and turned to face the ocean. We're supposed to have this beautiful life that everyone envies. Money, fame, status. I've been thinking of retiring too. You?
Rhett sincerely thought his father would perform and tour until he could no longer stand. Your mother has been bugging me for years. She'd like to actually travel, without performing. Go to the museums, the Vatican and the Louvre, all the girly stuff. He cleared his throat. You should come over for dinner when you get back to Nashville. It would mean a lot to your mother. Sure, Dad. Love to. And for the first time in a long-ass while, Rhett Hunt felt like he was more than just a last name. Jessie stared at her phone. She'd just let a phone call from a private number go straight to voice text when she'd been busy spying on Rhett and Levi. She couldn't hear a thing from inside, but there was plenty of waving hands and frustrated glares between the two men. She wished that she could step in and smooth things over between father and son. Born a mediator, she could do it with her hands tied behind her back. Maybe if she reminded Mr. Hunt that no one was guaranteed tomorrow. Having been a friend to her father's, surely he understood this simple fact. But no, this was between father and son. She had to stay out of it. Leaving them to their privacy, Jessie walked to the confines of her office. She had a strange feeling she'd just received the call. They were either going to be one of the top 10 venues mentioned by the social media influencer, or they were not. Either way, she'd survive, and so would the B&B. It might take a bit longer to establish themselves as a wedding venue again, but they were well on their way now. And who knew? Maybe being one of the top 10 venues might not be such a good thing. The pressure of it, for one, all the work and new people she'd have to hire, jobs for the hospitality industry and Whistle Cove. Oh, who was she kidding? This was exactly what she wanted. Time for the truth. She glanced at the text, which was indeed from Bride Today. No message. They had simply asked for her to call back. She did so with nervous fingers tapping the screen. Jessie introduced herself to the woman who picked up the phone, and she was quickly transferred to Vera. Hello, Jessie, Vera said. It's so good to hear from you, Jessie said. I hope you enjoyed yourself at the wedding. I did, Vera said. You have the perfect setting. Granted, it would be better if the venue was larger. Yes, well, I plan to, but sometimes that's exactly what a bride wants. A quiet place. Quaint. Was quaint another word for old and in need of repairs? Jessie drummed her fingers on the edge of her desk. Thank you. So that's why I've decided to list you in the top 10 wedding venues in California for next year. Jessie held back the yahoo that was forming at the back of her throat and kept it professional. I can't tell you how happy I am to hear this. Well, you deserve it. Monterey Bay is one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and you pulled off a hell of a wedding. Under the desk, Jessie's legs were trembling. She'd celebrate tonight. Take Red out to dinner in town. Champagne. When she told Mom and Olga they'd flip out and likely do cartwheels. This was huge. Life-changing. Wait. A thought formed that Jessie did not want to acknowledge. After all, she'd asked Rhett to stay out of it. He had to know that she wanted to accomplish this on her own. Can I ask, Jessie began, did Rhett Hunt have anything to do with this decision? There was a long, drawn-out pause on the other end of the line. Far too long. He asked me not to say anything. All the breath seemed to leave Jessie. Could he not respect her wishes at all? She'd asked him not to intervene on her behalf. But just like everything else in his life, Rhett had tried to exert his influence, show how he could change things. Another word for it was control. I'm a huge fan of Rhett's, and he asked, as a personal favor, I don't want you to think you wouldn't have made it on your own, because maybe you would have. But, Jessie, there are 10 spots available every year in a lot of wonderful wedding venues. Rhett said this was vitally important to him. So, congratulations. Okay. Thank you, Vera. It means a lot.
She wasn't too proud or stupid to turn the spot down, even with Rhett's influence being the cause. A few more words of next steps, and Jessie hung up with Vera. As much as Jessie wanted to share the good news, she couldn't do it until she first had a few words with Rhett Hunt. A few hours of stewing later, Jessie opened her cottage door to Rhett. He changed out of his work Wranglers, flannel shirt and boots he wore while doing odd jobs around the B&B alongside Tony. He wore a clean white button-up and dark jeans, his Stetson. Her heart gave that powerful tug again. The past few days had been much the same. If she didn't show up to his room, they met at her cottage. She'd make him dinner, and they'd play cards or watch a show, make out on the couch, then head straight to bed, where they did very little sleeping. "Hey, baby," he said as he ambled inside. "Levi's gone. He knows we're not engaged, but he does know we're together." She didn't say a word, but chin jutted out, tried to find her words. "What's wrong?" he said, taking her arm. "We made the top 10 wedding venues," Vera called. "That's great, isn't it?" He studied her, curiosity and intelligence shimmering in his dark gaze. "Because of you." She turned away from him, giving him her back. "You called, Vera, and did your thing. That thing you do where you open your mouth and everyone falls in line." He tipped his Stetson and scratched his forehead, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Okay, let me explain." She went hands on hips. "I asked you not to do it." "But I knew how much this meant to you." "Maybe we would have made it without your help. Ever think of that?" "Yes, but I wanted to be sure." "I didn't want you to help." "Damn it, Jessie." He threw his hat on the couch, temper flashing in his eyes. "Why do you have to be so damn stubborn? I did a nice thing, the kind of favor I do for my friends all the time. Write a song, give an endorsement. My name carries some weight, might as well use it when I can." He was so infuriating. How did he not understand yet? She'd have to spell it out for him in big, bold, 5-foot-high neon letters. "Yes, that's what you do. Everyone around you takes. Don't you understand that I wanted to be the only one that didn't take anything from you? I wanted to show you I only need you, and not the things you can do for me." At those words, there was an unnatural stillness in the room. Rhett simply stared at Jessie, as if he'd lost the power of speech. Then he stepped right into her space. "Jessie, don't you get it?" she whispered, and fisted his shirt as every ounce of emotion poured out of her. Because she'd fallen for this man who was kinder than she'd believed, lonelier than she'd ever pictured. And he fit right here in Whistle Cove with her. He'd never be a handyman, but she'd indulged him. He had a need to feel normal, and nothing did that quite like manual labor. "I get it now, baby." His arms were wrapped around her tightly, crushing her against his chest. "You are the only one. By always using your influence for those you care about, in a way, you're showing them that's the only thing you think you can offer. And that's just not true, baby. You have so much to offer someone, so much to love." Ear pressed against his chest, she listened to the powerful thud of his heartbeat. He had a big heart. She didn't know that she'd ever own it, but she'd already given him hers. It was a risk, but at this point she had no choice. Red carried her into her bedroom, through the French doors that separated it from the living room. Her cottage was small, and there had begun to be evidence of him everywhere. His guitar in case, the baseball cap he wore backward when doing odd jobs, a worn t-shirt, work boots. Messy and unorganized, he'd invaded her life, leaving chaos in his wake. And she loved him for that. There was a place for spreadsheets in order, but not when it came to love. Love was random and chaotic, messy. It had struck her in unexpected ways and changed her for the better. He placed her gently on the bed and began removing her clothes, then his own, unbuttoning the shirt while never breaking eye contact. When he pulled off his jeans, she reached for him, and he followed her down, covering her naked body with his. I want you to promise me you'll never do that again, she said, framing his face. Don't do me any favors. You got it, he said, kissing the shell of her ear and the soft spot that always made her moan. No more helping, unless it's helping you to an orgasm. She snorted and kissed his back. And I want to take you to dinner to celebrate. He braced himself above her, grinning. So you accepted the spot? Of course I did. I'm not stupid. No, you're not. Stubborn? Yeah. Difficult? Uh-huh. Argumentative? You got it. But stupid? Never. He then crawled down her body, licking and nipping as he went, spending extra time on each nipple, sucking until she clawed his back, desperate to have him inside her. Tonight, he seemed as eager, just as unable to slow them down, quickly slipping on a condom and thrusting deep inside. She took in every inch of him, meeting him with every stroke, wrapping her legs around his back and taking him deeper, then deeper still. He groaned, every muscle she touched hard as granite, the heat in his gaze serious as a heart attack. She met that penetrating gaze with her own. I love you, she said, not expecting to hear it back. The words were true and came without conditions. He didn't have to feel the same way. He didn't need to do anything. She adored the man, pure and simple. She loved the strong, capable woman she was with him. He swallowed her words with a deep kiss. Moments later, she had her release, her body quaking and coming apart for him. Chapter 21. We're having an open bar. Oh, and a wedding. Meme. Jessie meant to close her eyes for only a few minutes, but when she woke up, several hours had passed. Rhett wasn't in bed next to her, but this time she had faith that he couldn't have gone far. He wouldn't. Now he knew she loved him, and that carried some weight because Rhett wanted to be loved for himself. She wanted to be loved, but whether or not he used the words, Jessie believed he felt the same way. He just had a few things to figure out first, but she'd be next to him, supporting him. A year would pass quickly if he could actually get that much time off. After that, he'd be back to doing what he'd been born to do. Fortunately, she had experience loving someone who traveled frequently. She'd see him when she saw her sisters, or he'd visit her because he obviously loved Monterey Bay. From time to time, she'd travel with him. They'd work it out, because that's what you did when you loved someone. She climbed out of bed and walked to the window facing the beach. The sun was breaking over the horizon, spilling small beams of light through the patchy fog. Rhett was in the distance, squatting on the ground. Dressing quickly and pulling on a sweater, she walked outside to watch the sunrise with him. But 3 feet behind him, her heart caught in her throat. She'd never seen him look so lonely. She understood that the pressures had gotten to him, but he'd hidden them from everyone. Still not seeing her, he shoved a hand through his hair and looked lost. Rhett, she said, are you okay? Hey there, baby cakes. She managed to smile, but his voice sounded heavy even with the silly endearment that now held special meaning to the two of them. Sitting right on the sand next to him, she tried to focus on the sunrise, but her heart wasn't in it. Instead, her soul sensed that something had gone very wrong, and she was in trouble. They were in trouble. Still, her breath hitched when he sat too and pulled her to his arms, burying his face in her hair. Damn, baby, you always smell so good. What's wrong, honey? Please tell me. She held on to him tightly, hoping it might be harder for him to go. I can't do this.
I've got to go back to Nashville. Left too much undone. It's wrong and irresponsible. His voice sounded raw. Maybe you have a right to be irresponsible now. You of all people don't believe that. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The thing is, Jess, you make me want to be a better man. And a good man doesn't run from his commitments. He doesn't try to weasel out of them by having his lawyer find a loophole in his contract or twist a contract clause to his benefit. It was really difficult to argue with that, but Jessie would try. I don't want you to go, not yet. Maybe stay just a little while longer. But if I did that, it would be unfair to both of us. The truth is, I don't deserve you. You should be with someone who can give you everything. I can give you money and things, but that's not what you want or need. And I don't even know who I am anymore. I have to get my act together before I have anything to offer you that really matters. Something real. Heart sinking, Jessie feared she knew what this was about. She'd spoken the L word and scared him off. He wasn't ready, and maybe he never would be. This had been a fun time for him, and now he was ready to move on. I thought we had something real. She wouldn't look at him, afraid those dark, soulful eyes would take what was left of her heart and eat it like an apple. Does this have anything to do with your father? She hadn't pressed about their conversation, but it had clearly shaken Rhett to the core. Maybe Levi Hunt had changed his mind about Jessie being such a perfect match for his son. That was a long time ago, and she was older now. She was the only single Wilder sister left, but maybe he thought being out of the industry didn't make her the best choice for Rhett, who should be one half of a Nashville power couple. But that didn't ring true. Rhett was his own man, and he wouldn't let his father make his choice for either a woman or a career. Seeing you with your family makes me want that too. I haven't been close to my family in years. Levi is honestly worried I could get bogged down in a lawsuit for years. And for once, he's making sense to me. I finally get that he only wants the best for me. I want to make things right. For my family, for my staff, for my fans. What about me? She couldn't get the words out. An adult now, she understood it wasn't as simple as making sure every daughter got enough attention, including the silent and cooperative middle one. She'd been ignored at times by her parents because she was so easy, uncomplicated. And now the man she loved was putting her last, too. Behind his family, his music, and even strangers. He didn't have to say it, because it was hanging in the empty spaces between them. He wasn't going to be asking her to come out and see him anytime soon. It might be selfish of her, but just once she wanted to be first with someone. And considering that she'd fallen for a man who already had too many people in his life, this was important. She froze in his arms, even while he kept rubbing her back, stroking the nape of her neck, touching her. That's fine. You've made your choice. Her words sounded hollow, empty. Pulling out of his arms, she stood. I wish you the best. Jess, he said. Wait. No, just go. She walked with purpose away from him and toward the B&B, looking for a sister. Either of them would do. Just someone to listen and some place to put the tears that were threatening to spill any second, because Rhett didn't have to spell it out for her. It was over. Rhett couldn't believe it. Jessie had walked away from him just like he was nothing to her. She'd said she loved him. Who walked away so easily without a fight? Not her. She fought for what she wanted. Sure, he needed a little time to get used to the idea of her loving him because she scared him spitless. She told him she loved him. And though he'd been told that many times before, this was the first time where he'd reciprocated the feelings. Because he'd fallen for her hard, and she was everything he'd wanted in a woman and more. Strong, funny, family-oriented, beautiful, and kind. All that meant that he wanted to have something real to offer her.
his whole heart. Angry and hurt, Rhett packed his bags and did the self-checkout thing, leaving the keys in that ridiculous little bird box. Good thing this was a small and safe beach town. Otherwise, he'd constantly worry about her. He thought back to the night he'd jumped her, which seemed so long ago. Everything had changed. Outside, he waited for a car with his few possessions when DC, who'd obviously been out for a run, slowed to a stop. He threw a significant look at the guitar case and bag. "Leavin'?" Rhett tipped his Stetson. "Yeah, just waiting for my driver." "Seems abrupt." "Yeah. I've got to head back and finish up some details before I can be really free. I still plan on taking a year off, but I'll have to do this the right way. I owe it to the people who've worked with me for years." "I get it," DC said. "That would have been my advice, had you asked me." "Good to know. You know, I made a similar mistake with Sabrina. I took off, thinking I could outrun my feelings for her. I'd never felt that way about a woman before, and I didn't like the way she made me feel weak, vulnerable. That's not easy for some of us. That's not me." But he wondered if part of him thought the powerless way he felt around Jessie. It reminded him too much of first love. That all-consuming feeling of a teenager who'd discovered sex for the first time. First loves didn't work out. They burned themselves out. He shook his head slowly. "But I will tell you that if you're coming back, you better not take too long. I was only gone a couple of hours before I turned around and came back for her. She still gave me shit for days. It won't be easy. Not sure Jessie wants me back." "Oh, she will. You just better be sure as hell that you want her, because once the Wilders take you in, there's no turning back. Think about it." With that, DC waved and went back to his run. A few minutes later, Rhett's driver arrived, and with one last glance back at the B&B, Rhett climbed in the car and took the drive to the airport. For the next 2 weeks in Nashville, Rhett's days were filled with meetings. His lawyer, management, and the CEO of the label. The shock of all shocks was when Levi Hunt showed up in person and made the case for Rhett. A plan was hatched that would work for everyone. Rhett would fulfill the last of his contractual obligations, at which time he'd take a year off. He'd spend that year in Texas at his ranch, writing songs or doing whatever the hell he wanted. Unfortunately, lately, he didn't want much. Several times a day he picked up his phone, tempted to text or call Jessie because he missed her. He fought the temptation every time, knowing not enough had changed. Still a work in progress. Worse, his heart was in serious lockdown mode ever since she'd walked away. Late in the week, leaving a meeting, he was accosted by Kayla Lisa, who wanted to gloat about his broken engagement. He'd announced it via his mortal enemy, social media. Taking the high road, he'd blamed himself and his crazy schedule, said only the best things about Jessie. Easy when he believed them with all of his heart. "You two were obviously never right for each other. I'm sure you'll find someone better," Kayla Lisa said now. "Someone who really loves you." "That's where you're wrong," Rhett corrected. "I won't ever find someone better than Jessie Wilder." "Well, there's always me." She held out her arms, as if presenting herself as a gift, and did a little wiggle. "Still single. And it's probably going to stay that way for a while, sweet." No. You know what? He was done with all that. It was damn insincere. From now on, he wasn't calling anyone over 12 sweetheart. Unless you want to stay single, you might try being kinder to people, even those who can't do anything for you. Just a thought. He walked away, leaving her frozen in place, a pissy look on her face. He needed a drink. Or something. "Son?" Rhett turned to see his father coming out of a door that led to some of the recording studios. His mother was behind him. "Rhett, honey," June hugged him. "Come for dinner Friday night?" "Sure, Ma." What the hell? He wasn't doing anything else and he'd agreed to spend more time with his folks. "Wait, this isn't a setup, is it?"
because I'm not interested.
Of course not. You've just had a broken engagement. And anyway, we're done with all that, his mother said, throwing his father a significant look. Right, Levi? His father grimaced.
That was years ago, and John Wilder's idea. He was a good man. I still don't think the idea was so terrible.
Ironically, years later, Rhett didn't think so either. Except for the fact that Jesse Wilder was no longer in the business, and he was planning on taking some extended time off. Hardly a country music dynasty. But damn, it still would have been sweet. He still thought about Jessie, day and night. She haunted his dreams with those shimmering green eyes and pale blonde hair. Her and the 3 little words that had struck him dumb with terror. Neither one of them knew much about relationships, but she at least had been willing to risk her heart. He'd pulled a classic Rhett Hunt move. Left. His intentions were good and honorable, but his timing couldn't have been worse. He was a coward when it came to love. A fake. Rhett said goodbye to his parents. These Friday dinners were something else he had agreed to do to get closer to his family.
Got a meeting with Brian. We're going to try and get a song written today.
It was part of his agreement. A single, a short tour, and then he'd get his time off. Compromise. He met Brian in the studio, where for the next 2 hours they brainstormed ideas. Rhett objected to every one of Brian's suggestions, shooting one idea after another down. He'd been working as a studio musician to travel less, and Rhett thought it might be messing with his creativity.
That's no good. I'm tired of singing about a woman's butt. What's with you today, anyway? Do you want to get this done or not?
From his seat on the piano bench, Brian scowled.
I have to go home and make dinner. It's my turn to cook.
Completely domesticized, Brian had only been married for a year. Rhett thought it was hilarious, and also, he was as jealous as he'd ever been of Brian. He would love to be able to go home to Jessie.
Fine. How about this?
Rhett played a song he'd been fooling around with for the past week. It wasn't any good, but might be improved with Brian's help. Out of the 2 of them, Brian was the real sap behind their love songs. Rhett faked it, and was fairly good at faking, according to Brian. Story of Rhett's life. When he finished playing what he'd come up with, Brian was staring at him.
What?
Rhett asked.
Is it that bad? You can make it better. Come on and give it your sappy treatment. We'll have a hit.
You write that one all by yourself? Brian asked.
Don't I always?
Brian slowly clapped his hands.
They grow up so fast. You just wrote your first love song, son.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I can't improve much on that. Whoever she is, man, you better tell her how you feel because that's some powerful stuff.
Suddenly, Rhett felt naked and exposed.
How do you know I had a girl in mind when I wrote it?
Brian just rolled his eyes. Rhett thought he'd been coming down with something when he wrote it. His stomach had rolled and pitched, his chest tight as a drum. Even so, he'd put every piece of himself into that song. But it wasn't until that moment that Rhett realized he'd written this song about Jessie. He was a little slow on the uptake sometimes.
Damn. Exactly. Damn. Sounds a little Ed Sheeran inspired, but with your own unique sound. I think that could be your single. The women will goo goo gaga over those lyrics. Yeah? Do me a favor. Let's lay it down real fast now, rough for the demo, because I've got someplace else I have to be, and I'm already very late.
Chapter 22. Planning the wedding was easy and stress-free, said no wedding planner ever. Meme. Jessie had just finished giving one of their guests directions to Cannery Row when Kit came up behind her. Are you absolutely sure you won't try this? Kit said. Because even Molly thinks it's a great idea. And you know how hard it is for us to agree on anything. I said no. But honey, everyone is doing it. Not everyone. And not me. Mom waved her phone in the air. Jessie, Cupid's arrow has an excellent reputation. It says that 99% of men and women find their perfect match. Mom, please. Jessie said this between gritted teeth. I said I'm not interested. But honey, you have to do this for me. I'm going to be a grandmother. You owe me. Her mother hadn't taken the news well. She'd put up a good front for Sabrina, of course, and claimed she was thrilled to have a baby in the family again. But the baby could not call her Grandma. She was far too young for that. Still not doing it. Anyway, it wouldn't be fair for the man, whoever he might be, to constantly be compared to Rhett Hunt. She wasn't interested in finding love. Not now, when her heart was still aching for him. She needed more time, and she'd be okay. No matter what, she wasn't going to settle just so that she wouldn't have to be alone. She was stronger than that. But Sabrina is pregnant and married. Lexi's married. I can't just give up on you. It isn't a race, Jessie said for the millionth time. Ever since finding out that Sabrina was pregnant ahead of both Lexi and Jessie, their mother seemed intent on finding someone for Jessie. Anyone, it would seem. But Jessie wasn't worried about her love life. Much. She had plans to visit Sabrina in Texas next month at the slowest time of the year for the B&B. And she would see Lexi during the holidays. Life was good. Busy. It was going to be okay. She didn't need love or a date from Cupid's arrow or any other internet matchmaking place, even if they somehow managed to introduce her to the perfect man. Because she'd already met someone perfect for her. And look how well that had worked out. Sabrina, Lexi, Kit, and even Molly had all taken Jessie's side, of course, in the breakup. None had cut Rhett any slack, even for doing the right thing and going back to meet his obligations. That would be because of his timing. He'd left the moment Jessie laid her heart out for him, which was a crappy thing to do. But, were she being honest, she also wasn't proud of the way she'd walked away from him. It wasn't his fault that she was tired from a lifetime of feeling ignored, passed over. It had simply been easier to walk away than fight for him. For once, she needed someone to fight for her, and he hadn't done that. After a busy morning, which involved skillfully avoiding her mother's efforts at introducing her to the single nephew of one of their current guests, Jessie headed back to the sanctity of her office. Recently, she'd declared it off-limits to everyone. Deliveries, Olga, Tony, mothers, sisters, you name it. Off-limits. She opened the door and gasped. No one ever listened to her. Every empty surface of her office was covered with vases of red roses. Her desk, bookcases, chair, beautiful arrangements similar to the ones from the wedding. They covered nearly every inch of the floor, and she had trouble walking inside. What in the world? A very grateful guest? Lexi and Luke thanking her? Either way, this was a bit over the top. She'd make a trip to the local hospital today and spread the love around. She walked to a vase of flowers and found a card on one of them. Hey, Jessie Baby Cakes. Seems I owe you flowers. I chose red roses because Bethany says they mean romantic love. There are 10 dozen for each year I didn't apologize for being a jerk, and an extra dozen for not chasing you down sooner. Give me another chance. Red. Jessie's hands shook as she read the card. Emotions she couldn't name bubbled inside her. Tears she thought she'd tamp down wetter lashes. No, not this again. I thought I said no more tears. Jessie. She whipped around, and there stood Rhett in the doorframe, looking sinfully handsome in his Stetson, Wranglers, black leather jacket, and a white button-up shirt. These are from you. She held up the card, her hand trembling.
Half of her considered throwing him out of her office, while the bigger half wanted to jump into his arms because he'd finally come to his senses. About time. "I'm sorry," he said, taking a step toward her. "I should have never left things the way I did." Jessie backed up a step. He took another step forward. She took another step back. But he won, because he eventually had her trapped against her desk where she couldn't move back any further. Red roses surrounded her. The heady smell of leather and man hit her in deep places she'd been trying to ignore. She'd been without him for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It felt like forever. It was a lousy thing to do. "I told you I loved you, Red. I took the risk, but you ran away." "I'm an idiot." No argument. "I may not have chased you down before, but you were the one that walked away without a fight." He tugged on her hand. "Give me another chance, and I won't screw up." She waved her hand around the room. "This is all very sweet of you, but it won't change anything. The grand gesture is supposed to be about love, not about things, even flowers." "I wrote a love song, Jessie." "You write a lot of love songs." "No, actually, I don't. Before, Brian did most of the work. I came up with all the ideas, but when it came to love songs, I could never flesh them out. Not without his help. I finally wrote my first love song, and it was for you." She swallowed hard, speechless. "All along I was faking the love songs, the same way I faked loving all women, calling them by those sweet names that you hate." "It's not the names I hate." "I know, I get it. And I don't love all women. I only love you." Oh my God. Jessie couldn't breathe. She seriously couldn't take in a breath. If she didn't get some air soon, she was going to pass out, and wouldn't that be embarrassing? This isn't fair," she finally gasped. "You always say the right thing, the perfect words, the most charming ones. How can I ever stay mad at you?" "Easy. You can't." He grinned. "You love me. Sometimes I really want to hate you. You've already hated me long enough." He tipped his hat. "Jessie, the day you told me that you didn't want me to help you was the day I fell in love. You wanted to prove it to me. Well, now I need to prove it to you. The song, the flowers, I don't care if it takes me years. This is just the beginning of showing you that I mean this. I love you, and there's not a thing you can do to change that." "What if I don't want to change it?" She blinked back tears. "Then I'm the luckiest man alive." He threw off his hat, and it landed on Jessie's office chair. He pulled her into his arms. "For getting a second chance with you." Epilogue. Nashville, 3 months later. During the last day and the last song of Rhett's sold-out Last Stand tour, Jessie stood in the wings waiting. She'd been flown out for the show in Rhett's private plane, the same plane that would fly them both back to Whistle Cove, California, later tonight. She'd endured 3 long months of separation, involving late-night texts and phone calls. But they'd made plans and fully intended on spending the next year together. Considering that year would officially begin tonight, to say Jessie was excited would be an understatement. It turned out that ending a tour as though it was the last tour ever had meant tickets sold out within minutes. Chances were Rhett would be back on tour, but not for a while. As the last encore wrapped up, Jessie heard the thunderous applause and Rhett's deep voice. "Thank you, Nashville. This is goodbye for now, but we'll see each other again. Good night." Jessie was so proud of the way he'd negotiated the kind of life he wanted. The best part of his going back to Nashville to compromise was the improvement in his relationship with his parents. They'd spent time together in Nashville and finally understood the pressure Rhett had been under for years with relentless touring.
Privately, he'd shared his plans with her and few others. The facts were that Rhett had enough money so that he'd never have to tour again. He now had a clear direction and a purpose. This would involve more charity work with the Children's Miracle Network, and he planned on producing new artists, more behind-the-scenes work. But for the next year, it would just be the two of them. Rhett walked off the stage and handed his guitar to his roadie. He tipped his Stetson and headed straight to Jessie. On the way, he stopped every few feet with handshakes of congratulations and well wishes. "There you are," he said when he finally reached her. She literally jumped into his arms. Had she mentioned it'd been 3 months since she'd last seen him? 3 months since he'd confessed that the first love song he'd ever written had been about her. The song, simply titled Beautiful, was his latest single that would be released following his tour. But she already had the lyrics framed on the wall in her kitchen. The next time she and Rhett argued about anything, she was going to point to the frame. "Rhett," she said, burying her face in his neck, wrapping her legs around him and not caring who saw. "I missed you." "Missed you, baby." They walked out the back entrance to the large concert hall and a waiting limo. A driver hopped out and opened the door. "The plane is ready any time you are." "We're ready," Rhett said, easing Jessie first in the limo, hand on the small of her back. "We've waited long enough." The doors closed and the driver pulled away. They were driven past throngs of fans waving. Rhett waved back, smiling, happy, relaxed, free. "Are you going to be okay without all this? Aren't you going to miss it?" "Not at all. I can't wait to be anonymous again." He squeezed Jessie's hand. "But are you ready for this adventure?" "Bring it on," Jessie said with a wink. "And I'll even let you call me sweetheart." That made Rhett laugh, and then he pulled her in for a long and deep kiss. This has been Country Hot, an anthology of the 3 books in the Wilder series, Country Gold, She's Country Strong, and A Country Wedding by Heatherly Bell, narrated by Kimberly Austin. Copyright 2019 by Heatherly Bell Books. Production copyright by Heatherly Bell Books. Heatherly Bell is the author of over 30 romances, 10 of them for Harlequin Books. For a complete book catalog, see her website. Other books in audio include The Accidental Kiss and the Starlight Hill series. Look for them everywhere audiobooks are sold. Join Heatherly Bell's newsletter to be updated on new releases and sales. www.heatherlybell.com/newsletter.